1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 testing Headingley stream. Well, good morning and welcome from Headingley, day 3 of Yorkshire versus Essex in this LV Insurance County Championship match, which Essex dominated on day 1. Yorkshire began to claw their way back into it on day 2 when batting conditions were better. Floodlights on again this morning, and cloud cover not as heavy of sky as it was on day 1. Certainly the cloud not as low as it was on day 1. But there is a blanket of grey overhead as Finlay Bean and Yorkshire's new batter Tom Kohler-Cadmore make their way out to the middle. Kohler-Cadmore, of course, in because of that dismissal of George Hill on what turned out to be the final ball on day 2. Caught by Alistair Cook at slip off Jamie Porter for 33. Finlay Bean not out 41 overnight, continues at the non-striking end, but there are 2 balls remaining in this Jamie Porter over. Before all of that, Paul Newton of BBC Radio Essex alongside, and also Roland Butcher, our third voice again for day 3. And well, the same setup as we had last night to the new batter, 3 slips and a ring field. Long leg is quite a way in from the boundary. Interesting to see how things play today in these conditions. And at 27 minutes past 10, we're underway with Jamie Porter's 5th delivery of the over, which is wide of Kohler-Cadmore's off stump. And he shoulders arms, batted well first time around in the conditions, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, despite the fact that he only got 5. He took his own approach to play, often walking down to try and negate the seam, of which there was plenty from a quick chat with Yorkshire captain Johnny Tattersall last night, who was kind of sarcastically saying, oh, that one seamed. Oh, that one seamed as well. Oh, there's another one there that seamed. And it was that sort of a day on the first day. Will it be the same this time? Good delivery from Porter to complete the over. Draws TKC into the shot. 87 for 2 after 28. Good morning, Paul.
Yeah, very good morning, Jonathan.
Always good if I turn your microphone on.
Yeah, it does tend to help, although some might dispute even that. But very good morning all. And we've got a very overcast morning indeed, which you would think might begin to favour the bowlers more. Forecast good for the day, and I do expect it to improve considerably in the course of the morning. We're going to see not Sam Cook, but Shane Snater bowl the first over from the old football stand end, and he will be bowling initially to Finlay Bean, who did pretty well last evening. And it was a rather bizarre ritual after the first ball where Nick Brown from extra cover ran and shook hands with the 3 slips and the wicketkeeper, which seems a little bit odd, almost as though they hadn't met for some time. But Snater then, preparing to bowl now to Finlay Bean, left-hander. And he plays this studiously out to the aforesaid Nick Brown. In the covers, Nick Brown, who didn't get much of a look at it yesterday, out to the 7th ball of Essex's reply to Yorkshire's 134 all out. And at one point, Essex were only just past 100 with 6 wickets down. But Dan Lawrence had really dug in. At one point, spent nearly half an hour on 5, but eventually got moving, got 61. And Shane Snater, currently now switching to round the wicket to the left-hander, made a good 46. Snater bowls and Bean taken on the pad. The ball rolls no more than, well, just far enough to get off the cut strip. And Feroz Kushi, who also only made 1 yesterday, previous innings he'd made 164. He nips in to do the fielding from mid-wicket. Just pretty much the same field as for Jamie Porter, to wit, 3 slips, backward point, cover, wideish mid-off, wideish mid-arm, mid-wicket, and a long leg who's about 20 yards up from the boundary. 2 batsmen have just had a conflab. Finlay Bean and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Yorkshire still 4 runs behind as Snater, off quite a considerable run-up, comes in, bowls to Bean, plays it back to the bowler, and 87 for 2 remains the score. Bean on his overnight 41.
Yeah, played with patience yesterday. Finn Bean, for the most part, did have a flash at one fairly late on in the day, which could have brought about his downfall. But already, just in his first 3-4 innings as it is now, in first-class cricket, showing a good temperament.
Snater's on his way again, and bowls to Bean, and he stretches forward, plays it very carefully out to Nick Brown in the covers. I'm noticing Sam Cooke is the man 20 yards up from the boundary at long leg. It's interesting that he hasn't opened the bowling. He could, of course, replace Jamie Porter at this Kirkstall Lane end if that is the game plan. There might be another plan that suggests that Porter had just got a vital breakthrough at the death yesterday and has earned the chance to continue for a little bit. Snater's up. Bowls to Bean. Nice shot, but straight to Nick Brown. A couple of yards either side and might well have gone all the way to the boundary. It was a nice cover drive. Looked very well timed. And Yorkshire remain at their overnight 87 for 2.
Yeah, Finn Bean just having a lingering look down at his feet there. Not sure if that was just a concentration thing or if he's feeling something or what it might be.
Snater tearing in again. Pass Rob Bailey bowls, and this ball is just nudged into the offside, and pretty well every ball but one, I think, in that over ended up in Nick Brown's hands at cover. The over ends, it's a maiden, so no run added in 8 deliveries so far today, and Yorkshire are on their overnight 87 for 2, 4 runs behind.
Yeah, a lot of hard work to do for them today if they're to try and put something on the board that might enable them to put some pressure on Essex. You'd always feel with 200 plus in front here that you've got a little bit of a sniff, but obviously the more you can get, the better. Pitch has not been uneven in terms of its bounce, anything like that, but obviously there's been moisture in there which has helped with that movement off the seam as Cooke on then at this Kirkstall Lane end into Kohler-Cadmore, who drops that into the offside. I mentioned TKC had hung around quite a lot in his first innings, 44 deliveries for just those 5 runs before he was caught by Dan Lawrence at third slip off Cooke. A lot of respect around, I think, in the Yorkshire batting ranks for this bowler, but respect is one thing. You've still got to do the job against him. 87 for 2 as Kohler-Cadmore, and again walks down the wicket, as I was alluding to. Did that in his first innings. Wraps him on the pad, balloons up into the offside, no run.
Yeah, Sam Cooke's an outstanding bowler by any yardstick, and perhaps what underlines it most is the fact that Jamie Porter was taking 74 wickets in Essex's winning campaign in 2017. They went straight from winning Division 2 the previous year to landing the county championship in 2017. And Sam Cooke only made his debut at the very end of that season, but there's no doubting who Essex's #1 bowler is.
Here he is again. Kohler-Cadmore pulls this time. The ball short of length. Plays that shot ever so well normally, and he's executed it superbly again. So right over the top of it along the deck, and a boundary. And you haven't seen many opportunities to do that from Sam Cooke in either innings so far.
No, a rare freebie, and Kohler-Cadmore, well done to him, because that's the first time he's really lifted the bat up in anger, only arriving at the crease this morning, but showing that if he gets a poor ball, he'll duly dispatch it and scores level.
On his way, of course, to Somerset for 2023. TKC. And he's already posted a couple of knocks.
I didn't realise that, actually. He's moving on, is he?
Yep, already posted a couple of knocks since he came back into the side. Of course, missed a lot of red ball cricket, in particular earlier in the season, following that blow he took to the head when out in Pakistan during the winter. Cooke in, and Kohler-Cadmore a bit of width to work with outside off stump this time. So Sam Cooke, well, he is human after all. He's given TKC a bit of width there, and he's crashed it away through the covers for 4 more. Yes, on his way to Somerset. First championship game he played in 2022 was, of course, at Somerset, and of course he got 100, exactly 100.
Yeah, it's often the way, isn't it? So Yorkshire removed from 4 behind to 4 in front in the space of 2 Sam Cooke deliveries, and you wouldn't often be able to say that. And here we see perhaps the most predictable of outcomes, the ball being thrown to the umpire, and already in question as to whether one of these Duke balls that have caused so much controversy this season. I think it's been handed back to Cooke, but do you feel that Essex are quite likely to keep seeing if they can get the ball changed? But Rob White there, not changing the ball at this stage.
Cooke coming in once again to Kohler-Cadmore. Better delivery this time, and he just plays inside the line. Yeah, I'm not sure where Rob White is from actually, but if he was from Yorkshire, you can imagine him just flipping the ball back to Sam Cooke there and saying, "Get on with it, lad."
Yes, absolutely. But no, it's a familiar theme, isn't it? Just about every match we've seen this season. It's not been all that long before a ball relatively new has been thrown for further inspection to whichever of the umpires.
In comes Cooke, and Kohler-Cadmore drives at one, and he looked like he'd been caught into the deck then, presumably. From this angle, that looked like it had gone straight to hand at third slip.
Yeah, me too. It's a very good bit of fielding, because it was going like a rocket, and it wouldn't have been easy to judge the height at which it was going to come. Dan Lawrence there with terrific reactions and made nothing of it. And like you, I thought, well, is that a catch? But the answer was no, thankfully from a Yorkshire point of view. And so scores moved along with those 2 boundaries to 95 for 2. And Yorkshire, well, you'd think they'd be looking at trying to get at least a lead of a couple of hundred here to set Essex a challenging target in the 4th innings of the game. Shane Snater, meanwhile, making his way in to bowl the next over. Bean still on his overnight 41, the left-hander. 3 slips waits. Snater's in. Bowls to him. Down to mid-arm, dot ball. And Jamie Porter fields and immediately throws the ball to Tom Wesley, who's the official polisher, standing at mid-off. Yorkshire then with a decent start in this. We've actually had, in spite of the fact it's only 10:39, we've actually had 11 or 12 minutes of play here as they got underway, a good 2 or 3 minutes ahead of GMT. And it's a very overcast morning indeed. There's no rain in the forecast, and sunny periods are predicted. It's a great deal cooler this morning than was the case yesterday. Only 2 slips now. Snater's in and bowls, and that one's nudged straight past where third slip would have been. And it's gone down to the third man boundary. And a rather strange decision so early in the morning, I would have said, to remove a third slip. It wasn't going to have been a catch. It was straight down into the ground and deliberately played by Finn Bean. But even so, as I say, to go on the defensive this soon does seem strange. So 3 boundaries this morning. I've seen Yorkshire go from -4 to +8. They are 99 for 2.
Yeah, and, interesting in these conditions that they've got away to a little bit of a start, because if Essex do start dropping it on the money, you could feel that it might actually get a little more difficult in this morning session.
Very much so. I mean, the conditions are there. Funnily enough, the ball might do a little bit more when it warms up a tad more. It's really cool out there at the start, and the ball got quite wet there by the look of it, not because it's been raining, but the dew. And there is a considerable dew as Snater bowls. Oh, and that one, there's an aborted peel for LBW because it struck Bean on the pad. Might have been an inside edge, but more to the point, coming round the wicket to the left-hander, it would probably have gone past leg stump.
Snater, and you see him a lot, in the times I've seen him, appears to me to be one of those bowlers who is a wicket-taking bowler. You might have to, allow a few runs for him to take those wickets.
Well
but he will take wickets, and he's also contributed, of course, very well in this game because his knock was at a different pace to everybody else has been able to play at.
Snater round the wicket again, bowls to Bean, plays it a shade tentatively to Brown in the covers. Yes, I mean, the thing about Snater is he just has the one way to play. He's never going to hang around. Don't think he knows how to just drop anchor. And in some ways, that can be an advantage. He's made 3 innings in the 70s, which, bearing in mind, when he first came into the side a couple of years ago, he'd be batting at 10 or 11, is a very handy contribution indeed as he comes in and bowls to Beam, plays it straight to short mid-wicket, and no run there. Dan Lawrence, who's moved from third slip to short mid-wicket. And there's a very interesting comment, I thought, from Vic Marks on TMS the other day. He was describing Crawley, but it might describe the whole England batting team, that when they're worried about their technique and whether they'll keep their place, they are strokeless. But when they're chasing a target in the 4th innings, they suddenly forget about their personal difficulties. Captain will have said, don't worry about getting out, just go for it. And they play with so much more freedom and ultimately success as the next ball's played back to the bowler and there is no run. That is the end of the 3rd full over of the morning. Yorkshire moved along very handily to 99 for 2, leading by 8. And Snater's a bit like that. The rest of the Essex batsmen, the top order, are clearly nervous about playing a bad shot and being chastised if they get out. Whereas Snater comes in and thinks, well, that lot didn't do very well. I'm just going to chance my arm. And very often that pays off.
Yeah, well, in a short period yesterday, around about 15 overs, he went with Dan Lawrence, and at one stage I think had gone past him, 46 off 48 he was in the end before Ben Mike caught him at mid-wicket. In terms of significant contributions in this match, if Essex win it, but it ends up being a relatively tight game, that's going to be one of the decisive factors, you feel. Here's Cook from the Kirkstall Lane end. Not sure what the noise is going out there. It could be Dick Davies trying to get his wallet in the gates. He's back to watch this morning, and laden, I'm sure, fully. Dick and Sarah back in the ground, although not in the comm box with us today. Tom Kohler-Cadmore pulled out of facing that delivery.
Yeah, rather fancy. They will have had just a little bit of a lie-in rather than be here already. I sort of see them arriving about half an hour because, of course, they'll have had to have been here for about 9:45 previous days.
You think? Here's Cook to TKC, and that's wide of off stump and his shoulders arms, no run. 10:22, something like that.
Oh, right.
No, let's not rush to get in on the morning. It starts at 10:30, as long as we're ready with the microphone.
Yeah, but
with the headset on.
You do what can throw you. I was here in good time this morning, but I went into the pavilion entrance only to be told I had to go to entrance C to be scanned. So I had to walk all the way around with my gear, and then to come all the way back to where I started. So you have to allow an extra quarter of an hour or so.
I know, it's unbelievable, isn't it? It's cooking here to TKC, who's solidly behind that and pushed back to the bowler. No run. It's a different story every day on the gates. I got that one this morning as well, just like you, so that at least there's a consistency on the day today.
Yep, there's a lot of very, very friendly folk up here, having spent a good 15 years of my life in Leeds. I love the place. Headingley was very special. Some of the junior teams I played used to play on the strip of the outfield here back in the 70s. Those wonderful days when life was more informal.
Cook into TKC, who steps into this and has lofted it back over the bowler's head. A couple of bounces or so, and that is 4 runs that takes Yorkshire past the 100 mark. And they've done that significantly more readily than they did first time around. In fact, by the time they got to the 100 stage first time around, they were 6 down and lost 2 wickets on 100. 100 for 8. 103 for 2 here. Kohler-Cadmore with that 3rd boundary. He's only dealing in boundaries at the moment.
Yeah, playing without fear. He's really going for as good and tight a bowler normally as Sam Cook.
In comes Cook again then, right arm over the wicket. Kohler-Cadmore edges, and he has gone at first slip. Caught by Sir Alistair Cook. And so TKC out for 12, and Yorkshire in the 32nd over of their second innings, 103 for 3.
Well, maybe it wasn't a case that he was going for another big shot, but it was a good delivery from Cook, just on that nagging length, the ideal length where you're not sure whether you're coming forward or going back, and it just nibbled the edge and went through. And Sir Alistair Cook, who dropped a couple in the game at Canterbury the other day, caught this one. Just slight suspicion he juggled it slightly, but anyway, it stayed in. And Kohler-Cadmore, he wasn't going to die wondering. He played 3 lovely boundary shots, but hasn't lasted. He's out for 12. An important breakthrough for Essex from the point of view that Kohler-Cadmore was going to score at a tempo that could very soon put Yorkshire on the offensive and into something of a psychological position of advantage. But he's gone, and Essex probably would settle for the runs they've conceded for the wicket of a free-scoring batsman.
Yep, now if ever anyone's going to be feeling a bit of pressure walking out here, it would be Will Frayne, in the sense that his recent scores, 3 in the first innings at Old Trafford last week when he was bowled. Second innings, he gutsed it out well on the final day to help Yorkshire get across the line for a draw. Finished with just the 18 not out, but it was more about the approach to the game rather than the scores on the board. Tom Kohler-Cadmore was not out 34 there. When rain stopped play, and Yorkshire and Lancashire shared the points 13 apiece last week. But of course in the first innings here, Will bowled by Shane Snater without scoring, so he'll want to make a contribution, and he walks out with grey skies overhead, floodlights on, and a bowler who's had an excellent match so far with his tail up, having just taken a wicket. So there'd be fewer, more challenging circumstances as a number 5 batter in Championship cricket coming in at this stage. The ball 31 overs and 4 balls old, and Cook delivering it now to Frayne, who's right over the top of that first delivery and pushing it into the offside where Nick Brown is round to field. Finlay Bean still there, now on taking his highest first-class score a little bit further on, made 42 in his first knock at Old Trafford last week, so has managed to eclipse that. 100.1 overs remaining in the day. Pleased to see the graphics sorted on the stream in that respect today, as well as Frayne plays into the leg side here where Snater does the fielding, and he'll finish those first couple of deliveries he's faced without having scored. 32 gone in the Yorkshire second innings, leading by 12. They are 103 for 3.
So, good over from an Essex point of view. They won't mind the boundary conceded, bearing in mind the next ball got the wicket of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who'd been looking in very good touch, it has to be said. 12 all in boundaries, but he now is back in the pavilion, and little conflab there between Will Frayne and Finlay Bean. So just the 2 slips. Snater coming round the wicket to Bean on 45. And that's a very pleasantly played into the offside. It's parried at point. Brown completes the fielding in the covers. There's no run.
Martin Rose says, heard your sound check, Jonathan, reminiscent of Lee Marvin. Well, of course I was. Born under a wandering star.
That's very good, I like that. Yes. No, there's no end to your talent.
There's no beginning.
Well, still overcast. The light is sort of gradually improving. It's better now than it was when we started, and a fairly bright sunny day is actually forecast, but it turned very nippy indeed overnight. I think we got down well into single figures, and there's quite a dew out there anywhere with much grass on it this morning. 103 for 3 on the board, and Bean leads over his batters. Snater's in. Bowling, and Played to Porter at mid-on, there's no run.
Remind me which schools you were at in the Leeds area that were indoctrinated into county cricket while you were there.
Right, well, it was a school that changed its name because in common with a policy in Leeds, schools changed from 11 to 18 to 14 to 18, which absolutely ruined the quality of sports teams you can have. In cricket, if you haven't taught a boy how to play by the age of 14, it's too late. If you get them at 12, you're in plenty of time. But it was originally called St Thomas Aquinas Grammar School on the fringe of the Ring Road in North Leeds, only about a couple of miles away from where we are.
That become Cardinal Heenan?
Quite right, spot on. Catholic, of course, it became Cardinal Heenan. Next delivery is turned and slightly uppishly. It's well fended away off his body at short mid-wicket by Dan Lawrence. Didn't carry, 103 for 3. Yes, not of a religious persuasion myself, but nevertheless, I have to say, fabulously enjoyable experience.
I think I've had a deja vu moment. I can't remember whether this was on air or just in general conversation, talking about that school. And Dr. Lee Towers.
Oh,
remember?
Not half. He was my my great friend and mentor because he was about 4 or 5 years older than I was. And he liked to take all the under-12 and under-13 teams, and I just took over and took them 14, 15 and 18. He was a fantastic help to me. He taught everybody literally in September when kids first came to the school. He got the woodwork department to make about 20 bat shapes. And he had anyone who was interested in learning the game up on the stage, practicing all the shots, just without receiving any deliveries or anything, but so that by the time a season started, they would be inured into playing a good forward defensive, cover drive, what have you. And, of course, he took all the Leeds City boys, junior cricket and football.
Yeah.
So he was an amazing man.
Which is where I came across him, playing for Leeds City Boys at cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful man.
He ran the team for 2 or 3 years.
Wonderful man.
We just had a discussion between the two umpires, by the way, folks, so you're missing no cricket. Not sure, obviously, what that's about. But play is going to continue now.
Yes, I wouldn't think it'd be anything to do with the light, as Snater's in a bowls, and that one is edged and goes down to second slip. For a moment again, like the previous time when the ball flew into Slip's hands, it's Critchley, the fieldsman at second slip. Just wondered if it had carried, but it hadn't.
There was a renowned match where we used to meet by the old Waddington's
yes.
place down sort of Hunslet way.
Yes.
We often met there for an away game, and we went to Rotherham to play Rotherham on a Saturday, and he left a player behind.
Oh dear, yes.
The match started about 3 hours late.
Snater's in and bowls, and that one is driven. It's very well fielded on the dive in the covers by Nick Brown, or otherwise that would have been 4 runs to Finlay Bean.
Which was hilarious. The longest knock-up. He was, right, lads, you knock up, and I'll just go back to Leeds and pick him up.
Yeah. Talking of Rotherham, we used to play a wonderful school down there called Oakwood Comprehensive School, and we had a sort of all-afternoon match on a Saturday at the end of the season, and each side would be allowed to play 2 old boys. Snater's in and bowls, and this ball takes Bean on the pad. They get a leg by 104 for 3, and that's the first time runs have been scored that haven't been a boundary this morning. Previously we'd had 4 boundaries. End of the Snater over. But on one occasion, Jonathan, we were on the train to Rotherham, and we were in the back coach, and we thought we were waiting outside Rotherham station to go into the station so we could get off because there was no platform there. Turns out it was such a long train, the train had stopped. There'd been no announcement that we were actually there. And we suddenly sort of found ourselves moving again. And about half the team jumped off while it was moving. But thankfully it was my turn next, and I took one look at it and reasoned that Sheffield was just down the road. And I took the view that it was too dangerous. The train was now doing about 20 miles an hour, and we narrowly averted, if it had been one of the kids to jump next, what could have been a really serious accident. Obviously, it's outrageous that there's been no announcement about all this. But anyway, we got the train back before too much time was lost.
Cook in and bowling to Bean here. It's short of length, and he fends at it half fends and half controlled. He gets an inside contact on it into the leg side, and there's no run.
I was saying to you that Dr. Towers was an amazing man. I'd known him for about 7 years when he suddenly revealed, bearing in mind my subject was Latin, that's what I taught. It turned out he had not only done Latin at A level, but had got a better grade than I had. Come back to that story in a moment.
Yeah, because Cook coming in round the wicket again and can't tempt Bean into a delivery wide of off stump, one that he did have a bit of a flash at late on yesterday evening. And
just completing the story, so I said to Dr. Towers, well, how come you're teaching physics then? And he said, because it was my weakest subject. I thought I had more to learn. And that, there aren't many people who choose the weaker part of their game and say, well, let's do that then. He's a fantastic bloke.
Here's Cook in once again, and that's wide of off stump. And Bean is happy to watch it by. They've got a couple of people in catching positions. Nick Brown's probably about 4 strips away at extra cover, and to the left, can't recognise the number on his back. Is it perhaps Dan Lawrence who's in at short straight mid wicket?
Yes, I think it is. Yes. Yes, Dan's peak of his cap's at a particular straight out angle that helps distinguish him.
Cook to Bean, who pushes into the offside, and there's no run. 2 to come in the over, and now you've got an update to do at 11.
Oh yes, I'm glad you said that. It is time I was on my way, so we thoroughly look forward to Ronan Butcher joining us.
Thanks, Paul, for now. Back in half an hour or so. So just the 2 slips in place. There's 2 men catching now either side. Finlay Bean has looked strong through the covers and through mid-wicket in his few matches that we've seen him in so far. And they're trying to block those or maybe get him to play to his strengths, but play falsely. Well, he's playing to his strengths here and not falsely. That was a superb orthodox cover drive by Bean right over the top of it. And Sam Cook, as I said earlier, he is human. He got hit for 2 boundaries in succession. Another one there. 2 for 28 off 9 overs and 5 balls. That's far from being flayed around the park, and he's been the personification of accuracy pretty much throughout the 2 innings that Yorkshire have played here. They're 108 for 3, and good morning to you, Roland.
Yes, good morning to you, Jonathan. And yes, another day, as they say, in paradise. Obviously, the lights are on, but still a good amount of spectators in for this 3rd day.
Yeah, probably not as many as there were yesterday when the sun was out, but still a reasonable crowd in. Final ball of this 34th over. Cook to Bean. Good delivery. They're appealing for a caught behind. They've stifled and stopped that, in fact, in the end. Finlay Bean stood unmoved, and most significantly of the lot, so was umpire Rob White. So 108 for 3 after 34.
Yeah, lovely delivery to finish the over, having been driven for 4 previously. That really was a beauty. The length was good. Movement, bounce, went past the edge. Essex thought they had their man, but the umpire remained unmoved. So Frayne, he's still on naught. Obviously, he will take straight. His partnership's now in its early infancy. It's only worth 5 at this moment in time. As Snater will continue from, he's got 3 slips in place for Frayne. These 3 slips, he's got a backward point extra cover, mid-off. He comes running away towards us now, past the umpire, and bowls, and he's met with the full face of the bat as Frayne comes out onto the front foot and pushes that ball gently up to mid-off where it's fielded, and there is no run. Just to continue with the feel, there's a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket, and there's a man down on the square leg boundary. I just find these days, maybe it's because of the lack of pace to the bowlers, that the leg side field on the boundary tends to be quite square. We've seen a number of balls go down to fine leg. Very fine for 4. Snater comes in now and bowls to Frayne, and he's edging this one. And then that's the vacant area as well. There's no 3rd man in place, so he's going to get a boundary as the ball just creeps over the rope. So he gets off the mark, Frayne, with an edge boundary past 3rd slip all along the ground. No chance of getting out. Score goes to 112 for 3. Freeing, he moves on to 4.
Yeah, take what you can, don't you, in the early part of your innings, and also if maybe a little bit of luck goes on your side, you might start to hope it's your day.
As the sun tries to peep through here, away to our left, over the top of one of the pylons, but let's see how Snater responds as he's in now to Frayne, bowled, and he's met with a, again, full 4 defensive push, goes out to extra cover, and there is no run. Bean is on 49, and the man out this morning, Kohler-Cadmore, caught by Alistair Cook at slip of the bowling of, have a mental block here.
Sam Cook, it was
Sam
Cook,
Cook,
bowl
so it's
Cook, just
Cook,
two different
that's right.
cooks.
Caught, yeah, 2 cooks.
Caught big chef, bowl little chef.
And both cooks. As Snater starts his run in once more, he approaches the umpire and bowls. Then he's beaten outside the off stump, just playing down the wrong line. Didn't quite carry through to the keeper there at any sort of height. Took it very low, but it went past the outside edge.
So what do you do? What would you do to negate the movement here?
Well, I think what you've got to do for a start is to know very well where your off stump is. Try to get into a position where you're making the bowler bowl a little bit straighter. I think if you stay leg side of the ball, as we wait for Snater once more in, bowls to Frayne, and he's playing this one nicely up to mid-on. Can't score, there's a fielder in that position. Yeah, you must try to get really into a position where you can cover the ball if it breaks back, and then if it's outside of your body, then you can leave it because you're quite safe. But if you stay leg side, if you want to play offside and you stay leg side, then you open up two opportunities of getting out. Really, you can get the edge, or you can get the ball coming back through the gate. So, you know, the important thing really is to try and play as late as possible. You know, you don't want to commit too early when the ball is moving around. So the keeper has called for the helmet, and he's gone up to the stumps now to ensure that Frayne cannot come down the wicket. Maybe he's batting outside of his crease as Snater is in now to Frayne and bowl, and he's driving. Square the wicket on the offside and we'll get 4. Didn't quite aim in that area. He was striking that ball towards extra cover. It's a little bit wide, but played it nicely enough. There was a backward point. It went quite quickly and away to his right and into the boundary for 4. So it's finished the over with a boundary. 2 boundaries in the over. Frayne, he is on 8. It's 116 for 3.
Yeah, and I think, as you were just saying, I think he played that pretty late in the end, didn't he? As you say, it did look like he was trying to get it in front of square, but with a slightly open face, he's got it away. It was over the top of it. That was the key, wasn't it, really? It wasn't going to give a chance there. It was along the deck all the way.
Yeah, and also, you let the ball, when you make contact with the ball, you must be close to your head. Instead of your hands coming out in front of you, you want to make contact with the ball, hands close to the head. Then you've got more control, particularly if there is movement, and there is movement here because the umpires are moving towards each other. They'd certainly, I would imagine, discuss the ball once more.
Yeah, not the light, which would have been worse when they had a chat 5 minutes or so ago. It's brighter. There is a little bit of sun offering to poke its head through the grey above. Tom Wesley, Essex captain, getting involved in this discussion. Rob Bailey gesticulating in his responses.
I could imagine Rob Bailey saying, "Get on with it."
Yeah, is he that sort of a character? Not standing for any nonsense out there on the field.
No.
So
in my day, they never changed the ball.
No. Yeah, I had to cope with it. Of course, top order batsman, as you mentioned yesterday, for Northamptonshire. Did he play for England?
He did.
Yeah, I'm going to say he must have been.
He did.
Played a few
He played
England matches. Yeah.
Tests for England.
Yeah. You kind of remember the mainstays of that era, the ones who were regularly in the side. And there was a lot of chopping and changing, wasn't there? As Cook is in, and That's across the face of the left-handed Bean who leaves it. A lot of chopping and changing, yourself included, I guess. It was just one of those, that's how the system operated, wasn't it?
Yes, I mean, in the early 80s, players didn't get lots of opportunities. You were given a chance and things didn't go well. And as you know, Test cricket is a big step up from county cricket. And, you know, you'll need at least a couple of years at that level to actually bed in.
Sam Cook in again, and Bean, pad and bat involved here into the offside, no run. Yeah, 4 test matches he played, averaging 14, so it didn't come off for him. Top score of 43. Played 4 one-day internationals as well.
Yeah, you know, if you don't, you know, Test cricket is, there's very few players worldwide who comes into Test cricket, and you can count them on one hand, and they're successful to start with. Because it's a different level. You must take time to acclimatise.
Cook in, and Bean just runs that one out to point, where it's fielded by Allison, no run. And the other thing is, I guess you know, it's who you are lucky or unlucky enough to get selected against in your first few games as well. If you know, if you can get off to a good start against a team who maybe not the strongest, give you a bit of confidence, ability to show what you can do, compared to back in those days if you were chucked in against the West Indies, for example.
Well, I mean, you will find that people like myself and Rob Bailey, all the Test matches were against the West Indies.
Cook in, and Bean shoulders arms, and there's no run. And that's partly because they were so good that England couldn't find the right form instead of trying different players as well.
Yeah, no, it's not like the current West Indies team now, where perhaps, you know, they're struggling. You are up against a team that was the best in the world. And, you know, if you look further into Rob Bailey's, you'll find that, I know he played certainly on, I think it might have been the 86 tour or the 90, one of those tours he played in the West Indies for sure. Because I remember there was a dismissal that sparked a bit of a problem.
Cook in, that one swinging back down the leg side after it passes Finley Bean. Cook was interested there. Yeah, so Rob Bailey, first class debut for Northants in 1982. Played a one-day international in Sharjah in 1985 and called up for his Test debut as part of an inexperienced batting lineup against the formidable West Indies attack of 1988. So that was sort of the start of the Courtney Walsh period, wasn't it? I think Michael Eldon, did he miss that tour because of injury? In comes Cook, and that's pushed into the offside by Finley Bean to complete that over. 36 of them now bowled in Yorkshire's second innings. Bean 49. He's been patient again this morning. He's been out there for 39. Well, actually, they started early, so 40 odd minutes, and added 8 runs to his overnight 41. And Frayne has 8 himself. Partnership worth 13, and 116 for 3 means a 25-run lead for Yorkshire.
Yes, and like a little bit better now than we started, even though the floodlights are still on, but no chance of play not taking place. The sun trying to break through also the heavy clouds away to our left. 116 for 3, and Snater will continue to bowl to Frayne. Frayne's on 8. Keeper standing up. And there's 2 slips and the short mid-wicket as Snater comes in now and bowl to Frayne, and he's edging this one again down to third man. There's no one in that region. He's going to get 1, and I think that's all he'll get, as a good piece of fielding there by Cook, running back from point. Restricts him to 1. Score goes to 117. He goes to 9. Brings the left-handed Bean, who's just 1 short of half century, onto strike. So he will face field changes for the left-handed batsman, and it's interesting for Bean. They've got 2 slips. Yet for Bean they've got 3 slips, and yet for Frayne they had 2 slips. As Snater into Bean. Bowls, and he's pushing this one into the offside. He's looking for a single, but no chance, as it went straight to the field at that backward point. But Snater bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed batsman. And just looking to see if there's any protection there on the offside, and there isn't. There's just the 3 fielders in the circle from backward point extra cover mid-off, so he cannot afford to be too wide of the off stump. Bean's favourite shot really is that square the wicket. Snaith is into Bean and he's tickling this one down the fine leg. I think he's probably going to get 1, maybe 4 here, yes. And it's 4 to Bean, a half century to Bean. He goes to 43 and raises his bat to a round of applause from a generous amount of spectators and obviously his teammates here in the dressing room. And a very well played 50. His 50 came in 111 balls, 121 for 3.
Yeah, 111 balls, 11 fours, and a first class half century for Finley Bean. You remember your first one?
Yes, I think it was against Surrey, I think. I remember I'll come back to that in a
Sylvester
second.
Clark et al.
Slater once more into Bean and bowls, and he's driving on the front foot, and it goes straight to extra cover. And there is no run. Fullish length delivery, just bringing the left-hander onto the front foot and pushing out to extra cover. I remember, actually my debut was against Yorkshire at Middlesbrough. And
Tough time up there, Roland.
It's a game that I wanted to forget.
Right.
I got 0 in the first innings. Game was over quite quickly. I'll come back to that in a second as Snater comes in once more to Bean. Bowl to Bean, and he's on the front foot. A bit of bat and pad there. Would have gone to a short leg if there was a short leg. But instead it goes out to forward square. The fielder comes from mid-wicket, does the fielding, and there's no run. Bean takes a couple of steps down the wicket, just pats the surface down and goes back. Yeah, Middlesbrough. First innings, they got a duck. Remember, Fred Titmus ended up with, I think, 14 wickets in the game. Jeff Cope got 8 as Snater into Bean in bowls, and he's met on the 4 defensive back along the pitch. The over comes to an end. He is on 53. It's 121 for 3. And just before you come in, Jonathan, I'll just complete that story. Fortunately, in the second innings, I didn't have to bat because Norman Featherstone scored a brilliant 150 for us, and we won the game. And so then the next game was my debut game at Lord's against Surrey, and I got a half century in that one. So, in a sense, I got a half century on debut, but at Lord's.
Yeah.
Not in full debut.
Yeah. So you didn't have to wait too long, and Finn Bean's done the same, hasn't he? Half century in his second first-class match. So not a bad way to go. And Frayne on strike at the moment, still 3 slips in place, and Sam Cook continuing 11 overs and 1 delivery, 4 maidens, 2 for 28 for him so far. 2 of the 3 wickets to have fallen. The second, of course, was taken by Jamie Porter with what proved to be the final ball last night. But Yorkshire's lead, 30 at the moment. 7 wickets to play with here. And still over 94 overs remaining in the day. Shorter ball by Cook, and Frayne rushed slightly getting into position, but he in the end showed pretty good balance to get that away backward of square leg. He's picked up 2 runs for it, which tells you that maybe he didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked.
Short delivery by Cook. I'm just feeling the way Frayne plays forward. I think Cook might be better to bring that mid-wicket into short leg and as another attacking option. Just still concentrate outside the off stump. If one nips back,
yep,
could get a little bat pad there in that area.
Cook over the wicket, passes umpire White. Frayne leaves that through to Rossington. They've ringed it here. There's quite a lot of white in front of Will Frayne's eye line, as well as 4 potential catches behind him. And just that long leg out in the distance. I was going to say in the shadow of the Howard stand, but not a lot of shadow at the moment. Only really from the floodlights. A little bit brighter overhead. Cook again, Kirk's to lane end. Bowling to Frayne, who's able to leave another one just wide of off stump. quick check-in on what's going on elsewhere, because of course Surrey, title chasing Surrey in action. And they're 279 for 6 in response to Northants 339, so 60 runs behind with those 4 second innings wickets standing. And that could be another one that ends up feeling like it's a one innings game. In comes Cook once more. Wider delivery this time, and Frayne not tempted. One to come in the over. Meanwhile at Edgbaston, Somerset made 219 first up, of course. Warwickshire 196 all out in their response, and Somerset second time 38 for 2, leading by 61. I noticed my BBC colleague Ant Gibson's earlier tweet from Edgbaston, hoping, as he would as a Somerset man, that the conditions were going to be good for batting today, and I think suggesting that they might be. Sounded like it was sunny down there. Cook coming in meanwhile, bowling here to Frayne, who this one keeps a little bit on the low side and does well to chop down on that and turn it to mid-wicket, where Cushy does the fielding to complete that over. 38 gone, 123 for 3. At Hove, Sussex 220, Worcester in front 289 for 2, leading by 69, but start delayed down there due to rain. At Leicester, the home side 202 all out, of course, a couple of days ago. Durham 272 for 7, leading by 70. They're in play, as they are at Rowland's old home ground at Lord's. Glamorgan 214 all out, and Middlesex 314 for 7, so leading by exactly 100 with those 3 first innings wickets in hand.
Yes, and hopefully they can pick a win up there. It's been a pretty tough season for Middlesex, but looks like a change in bowling also. So Jamie Porter is going to replace Snater, and he's going to be bowling to the left-handed. Bean, who completed his half century, he is on 53. There's 2 slips now in place as Porter comes in now, bowls to Bean, and that's on the onside, and he just comes across and works it to the shortish mid-wicket. There is a mid-wicket there for catch, and then there's a forward square leg, and mid-on, and a man down on the fine leg boundary. So four fielders on the leg side, and just trying to perhaps cramp Bean for room. Knows he's a offside player, loves the ball wide particularly. So I guess Porter's going to look to bowl straight and try and make him to play through the onside and hopefully uppishly. As Porter bowls, and that's too short, and he goes back and plays the ball. It just goes past the stumps on the offside, but no real danger in that delivery. Those first 2 deliveries just a little bit short. If anything, against Bean, he needs to try and pitch it up. Obviously not wide. Try to get Bean to drive through the onside. If he has to play off the back foot, I think he'd be fairly comfortable. But he's on the front foot, then obviously he's got to keep it on the deck. As Porter is in now, bowl to Bean, and he comes right in behind this one. Shows a lot of respect, plays the back along the pitch, and in his follow through, Porter does the fielding.
Yeah, if you're ever going to do anything to cement your place longer term, then coming up with a half century early on in your career, it certainly buys you a few more opportunities, doesn't it?
Well, it does. What it does also, it gives you a lot of confidence, and make you feel that you can play at this level. As Porter into Bean once more and bowls, and that's the better delivery. Brings him onto the front foot and making him play on the onside, and he's played it well. Bat and pad close together, and pushes the ball straight up to mid-on, and there is no run. But that's a much better length, just bringing the batsman onto the front foot. Yes, when you score a half century or so early in your career, when you start, you have all the enthusiasm to play this game, but you just never know whether you're going to be good enough. As Porter's in once more, bowls, and good delivery again. He's driving, weight too much on the back foot as he's reaching for that. Comes off the inner half of the bat, but goes safely up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, there's excitement, but you don't know for sure until something happens. And You know, if you have a couple of lower scores, then you know you don't have the experience to deal with it. A bit of doubt creeps in, and then it might take a little bit longer for you to come through. An early half century then makes you believe that yes, you can play here. As this delivery is through him, is out LBW, full delivery, and that's the delivery full to the batsman, and he's coming down looking to play through the onside, struck on the pad, up goes the finger of Rob Bailey, and Bean's innings have come to an end after facing 119 deliveries. LBW to Porter for 53, and it's 123 now for the loss of 4, and just the lead 32. So Yorkshire in a little bit of trouble, and they're going to need some good batting in the middle order if they're going to get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, good effort by Finlay Bean. He faced 120 deliveries for that 53, and he batted a total of 163 minutes. So hard to knock that effort that he's put in very early in his career, and as I say, won't have done himself any harm. But good delivery by Porter, who threw one up there full and had the beating of the left-hander. So an all right-hand combi now, because Yorkshire captain Jonathan Tattersall making his way out to the middle. Johnny seen to very good effect at Scarborough earlier this season when he made his career best 180 not out. First time around here, he also stuck around for some time in difficult conditions before being bowled by Shane Snater for 32 from 49. So we're looking for another pretty sizable contribution here. Somebody's got to come up with something pretty good, Roland.
Yeah,
if they're going to kick on and set Essex anything worthwhile to chase.
Yeah, they've got to build partnerships for sure. That was the end of the over that last delivery. So 123 for 4. You just mentioned Scarborough. I enjoy Scarborough. I have fond memories of Scarborough.
Is that in the cricketing sense, or are you down the amusement arcade?
Both. But the more so the cricketing sense. I got a few runs up at Scarborough. I enjoyed playing up there. Certainly was a nice pitch to play on.
Yeah, great place to go watch the game. We love our trips over there. 10 days cricket a year for Yorkshire and Scarborough. Ben Allison coming into the attack now to replace Sam Cook, who's bowled well again this morning from the Kirkstall Lane end. But a change. The taller Allison, impressed by him so far in this match. Looks a useful player for the future for Essex. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8 in this innings so far. He's bowling here to Will Frayne, who pushes out in front of his pad. Up to Snater at mid-on, no run. Ben Crossland, good morning to you. He says, a question for you. How many times will 3 batters with consecutive squad numbers have batted consecutively? Frayne 31, TKC 32 and Bean 33. Well, not strictly true that, is it, Ben, if we're going to be picky, because TKC came in at 4 with wearing number 32. Frayne came in at 5 wearing number 31, and Bean was already in there before that wearing 33. But far be it from me to be picky. Thanks for your message, as this latest delivery climbs on Frayne, but fortunately for him, he didn't have to use his bat. Just outside off stump. I've gone with 2 slips for Allison. So Alistair Cook still at first. He'd already taken a catch there this morning. They've got a point. Nick Brown at cover, mid-off, mid-on. Catcher Dan Lawrence is in at short, straight mid-wicket. And then there's a man in front of square leg for Oz Kushi, as well as a long leg who'd be probably 10 yards or so when he sets off walking in, 10 yards or so from the boundary, well wide of off stump, this latest Allison delivery. And Frayne might have put the back out had he stretched and tried to play that. He's on 11, 123 for 4, halfway through this over. Important for Essex that Ben Allison gets himself loose. He showed first time around he can cause some problems.
Yeah, he's a big tall boy and gets a couple of balls to bounce. I mean, one ball actually took off 2 balls ago. The keeper took it above his head from a length.
Here he comes again, straight. Oh, no ball. There was a stifled appeal there, and I tell you what, when you looked at that in real time, I was expecting a prolonged appeal, but he stepped over. So in the end, Yorkshire benefit to the tune of 1 run. And that is the 6th no ball of this Yorkshire second innings.
Yes, and also yesterday there may have been a nick on one from Bean, one of the no balls,
Yep.
for a caught behind, and an LBW shout there.
So it can prove costly. In comes Allison again, and Frayne leaning into that, but then pulling the bat out of the way. Sun threatened to break through a little earlier, but hasn't done so, although notably the floodlights, typical Yorkshire, saving energy. Only about 10 of the bulbs are on now.
Well, I think Darren Goff probably realised the electric bill is a bit high, so has instructed them to turn it off. No, I wouldn't think so. I just imagine that these lights take a while to warm up. So
Allison into Frayne again, solidly behind this one and pushing up to mid-off, no run. Yeah, the floodlights are largely off, but there's an electric atmosphere in the commentary box this morning, guys. Paul Newton will be back in a few minutes' time to take over from me.
I must say, Jonathan, I mean, I'm very impressed with Paul's shirt. I mean, he's it's Caribbean, it's Hawaiian.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought I expect to see Jack Lord, you know,
exactly.
walking in the back of the box when I saw him this morning. And Hervé Villachez, or however you pronounce that, as that was pushed out into the offside by Frayne. Last ball of the over, so 125 for 4 Yorkshire. We'll do one more and then we'll make the change.
And yes, the maiden over there by Allison to start with, and 125 for 4. And Tattersall will face his first ball. And you say the sun has disappeared for a little while, but the forecaster on the telling us not too bad for today, so we should get through with our cricket today. So Porter will continue. And for the new batsman, he's just got the 2 slips. Backward point, there's that big gap between second slip and backward point. And still persisting with this short mid-wicket as another attacking option. So I would imagine he's looking to bowl fairly straight as Tattersall prepares to face the first delivery from Porter in. Bowled, and he's come solidly forward and pushes it back along the pitch. And the bowler is followed through. Porter does the fielding, and there's no run. 125 for 4. It's over number 41 of the innings, and Frayne is on 11, and Tattersall yet to get off the mark, having just come in at the dismissal of Bean.
And a few stretches there at short mid-wicket by Dan Lawrence that are making my eyes water.
Yeah,
I vaguely remember being able to get into those sort of positions.
Yes, I mean, I think he's got his hands in his pocket as well, so that's also telling the story. As Porter's in and bowls, and this one's flicked beautifully through the onside for 4. What a way to get off the mark. And a little bit too straight, and he's clipped it to the left of forward square and out to the boundary for 4. So lovely shot to get off the mark. 129 for 4.
Yeah, I've said a few times on commentary this year that having watched Johnny Tattersall bat, often now, when he scores his half centuries, nudger, nurdler, pusher around will obviously put the bad ball away. But I'd not really noticed until he got 180 at Scarborough how strong he was, particularly strong, squarish through mid-wicket on the leg side, and anything straight he really did put away, and it feels much more like a signature sort of shot for him now than it ever did before. Yeah,
that was beautifully controlled shot. I mean, he's only just come to the crease, so the timing was impeccable. Slight delay as you feel that mid-off, giving the ball a real polish. Hands it now to Porter, who's on his way in to Tattersall. Bowls, and he gets in behind a shortish delivery and plays it out to cover point. Fielder comes around to his right, does the fielding, and there's no run. 129 for 4. Frayne 11, Tattersall 4. Last man out Bean was LBW to Porter in his first over this morning. So still 2 slips in place. There's a square leg in place and a short mid-wicket mid-on and a long leg as Porter comes in now, balls to Tattersall, and he's short of a length, and once more he gets in behind it. The ball played into the ground and goes to the gully. The fielder comes from backward point, completes the fielding, can't score, he stays on 4. There's 2 deliveries left in this over. 129 for 4, overall lead of 38, so Yorkshire are very much not out of the woods just yet. Still a long way to go. I think Essex would feel at 38 for 4 that they're in pole position. Certainly another wicket would cement that position as Porter bowls, and again the batsman goes onto the defensive, pushes it back along the pitch, and in this follow through, Porter does the fielding, tosses it to mid-off, who once again gets to work on that ball. And we've seen several attempts so far this morning to change the ball, and Rob Bailey having none of it. So instead the fielders are having to work on it to maintain its shine, as Porter comes in now with the final delivery of this over to Tattersall in, and he bowls, and he allows this one to go through, makes good height off the pitch, taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper. Over completed, just 4 runs off the over. He is, it's 129 for 4 partnership, very, very young in its infancy. Frayne is on 11, Tattersall on 4.
We'll just do a quick swap round if you want to step this way, Roland, and then Paul can pop in there. So yeah, it's been tough work for Yorkshire again this morning. They've lost those 2, TKC for 12 and Finley Bean for a well put together 53, but unfortunately for him, couldn't see off a Jamie Porter delivery that took him LBW. And it's going to be Ben Allison to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end and to continue with the commentary. Paul Newton.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So I'll be joined by Roland Butcher and Ben Allison in the meantime. Very promising young bowler. Bowled very well at Canterbury, and again very economical in the first innings here, as well as taking wickets. Oh, and that keeps low. And you'd have to say there's a bit of variable bounce out there, Roland, because we saw a delivery from Allison in his previous over that really climbed, and that one grubbed.
Yeah, but that was quite a good delivery actually, because the length was full. It was a full length delivery, drew him into the drive, and I think fortunately for him he didn't get an edge. But majority of Allison's deliveries have gone through at a decent height. That one didn't quite make the same height.
So Allison in again, 3 slips, who are noticeably quite close, and this one's a lovely push drive through the covers for 4. Excellent shot. We've seen a fair old array of boundaries so far today. It's exactly 50 added this morning, and Yorkshire have moved on therefore to 100, and in fact perhaps the board preceded me there. It is 133 for 4 now. I was thinking they'd yet to add the 4 runs scored there. My apologies. Frayne, with that very fine shot, has moved along to 15.
Yeah, that's the shot of the day, really. An extra cover drive to an over-pitch delivery, and straight away through the offside.
Allison bowls again. Well, that one nips back and takes, I think, just pad, but we'll wait and see if there's a signal from Rob White. In fact, he's not going to signal a leg by, so inside edge into pad and going down toward fine leg. Adam Rossington, the wicketkeeper, does the retrieving. 134 for 4, and Frayne to 16, bringing Tattersall up to face Allison for the first time.
Yes, and that, I guess, would have been a fairly straight delivery and a bit of interest by the bowler, but perhaps then realising that there must have been an inside edge as the ball went down to a short fine leg, and just picking up a single.
So Tattersall just taking guard, and 134 for 4 on the board. Allison in, Kirkstall Lane end, bowls, and that ball goes way down leg side, and batsman unable to get the bat on that. He shaped and tried to just glance it down to fine leg. Score remaining at 134 for 4, with 2 wickets for Essex this morning. Kohler-Cadmore hit 3 handsome boundaries, but then edged the next ball to Alistair Cook at first slip off Sam Cook for 12. And Finn Bean a few moments ago, LBW to Jamie Porter in his first over of the morning for 53. This one, good climb, goes through to Rossington, left alone outside off stump by the Yorkshire skipper. And score remaining 134 for 4, which means an overall lead of 43.
Yes, and batting still quite difficult because the odd ball certainly does something unpredictable, and a couple of deliveries here from Allison has actually just taken off a little bit.
And the odd ball keeping low in contrast as Allison bowls. And that one is going to be a leg by as it's taken the batsman low. In fact, they're coming back for a second as well. So, in fact, I think there must have been a bit of inside edge on that one as well. So 2 runs onto the score. Tattersall now has 6. The score to 136 for 4 at the end of what I think we'd have to call an indifferent over, that one from Anderson. Just couldn't command a consistent line and length.
Yeah, he bowled 2 or 3 balls down the leg side, which was a bit unusual because he tends to be quite accurate around the off stump and outside. Maybe perhaps trying to get the ball a little bit too straight, and just pushed it down the leg side. Instead, a couple of deliveries got inside edge, and then 1 or 2 batsmen missed completely, but not one of his better overs, as Frey now will take straight, and Porter will continue. 136 for 4, leads 45. So in essence, it's 45 for the loss of 4. Essex probing now for another wicket, which would make it a very good morning for them, as Porter comes in now and bowls to Frey, and he's on the front foot to shortest delivery, defends into the offside, and there is no run. Frey, he's on 16. He played a glorious extra cover drive in the last over off Allison, over pitch delivery, and it just absolutely screamed through the offside for 4. Not a huge boundary, but it would have been 4 on any side of the ground. The timing was such that the result was inevitable. As Porter comes in now and bowls, and he's reaching for this one, but he's going to get a single as it's misfielded there by the fielder at point. Extra cover comes around, does the tidying up, but a single taken. Frame goes to 17. Score moves to 137 for 4, brings Tattersall on to strike his 6.
Important partnership, I think, this one from a Yorkshire point of view. Johnny Tattersall has made some good scores this season and certainly won't be dictated to by the bowling. If he gets the right ball, he'll go for it and probably take his boundaries. And Will Frayne, not had the greatest of times lately, but nevertheless he's played well so far this morning.
Yes, let's see how he gets on now, Tattersall against Porter. As Porter is in and bowls, allows this one to go through outside the off stump. Slight inward movement to that delivery, but judgment to perfection, and allowed it to go through to the keeper. No runs.
If I remember rightly, Will Frayne, at a very early stage of his career, the last time these two sides met here in 2019, batted pretty well. I think he got something like 38 or 39. And it was disappointing when he got out, just as he appeared to be gathering momentum. But anyway, he's got the chance today to put Yorkshire into a decent position here.
Yes, and 3 balls remain in this over, and Porter gets an inside edge there. Didn't know where it'd gone, but he's going to get a single, and a throw comes in at the non-striker's end from the fielder coming off the long leg boundary. Backed up there at mid-off, but single taken, so Frayne goes to 17. So the score now is 138 for 4.
Essex have been fortunate one way in that the 2 games Simon Harmer has missed here and in the previous game at Canterbury were on pitches really which wouldn't have given him any help anyway.
Yeah, certainly the Canterbury one wouldn't. The spinners didn't have a great deal of time down there as Porter bowls, and that's driven sweetly but straight to mid-off. Can't score on the front foot. Just driving firmly up to mid-off, and there is no run. Just 1 ball remaining in the over, the 10th for Porter.
Yeah, as far as I know, Harmer will be back for Essex against Lancashire at Chelmsford starting next Tuesday, and for the final game at Northampton the following week.
And I'm sure the team will welcome him back. Last delivery of the over now, as Porter comes in now to Frayne, and he's driving through the offside for 4. Is it going to get there? It's a long way out there. Fielder is chasing. Does he get there? I don't. But in any case, I think the batsman has run 4. So, boundary off the final delivery of the over. That was a lovely shot. Nicely controlled extra cover drive, really to the right of extra cover. Long chase by the mid-off fielder to the longest part of the ground. And he managed to get the ball back, but in the meantime, the batsman had crossed for 4. So at the end of the over, it's now 142 for the loss of 4. The partnership is now worth 19. And the overall lead, just watching the replay there, that really was a lovely shot. Frains on 31, Tattersall on 7.
Yeah, 51 runs in front now. Yorkshire at 142 for 4. And by and large, the Yorkshire batsmen have found it fairly comfortable, I would say, this morning. It's just been the odd ball that's done something, and 2 wickets have gone down, but there's been plenty of boundary shots as well as Allison comes in from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowls, and this ball has just played a few yards into the offside. There's no run there. You're welcome to send us emails at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. That's bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. And happy to tell you the Essex Cricket Society is resuming this winter after 2 years off with COVID. Paul Hiscock has taken over from me as new chairman. I did a 21-year stint, which I think is enough for anyone. As here, the next ball goes through outside off stump, a leave there from Tattersall, 142 for 4. And delighted to tell you that the guest for the first meeting on October the 11th, which is 8 o'clock start in the Chelmsford Pavilion, is none other than His Lordship Graham Gooch. And his one-time opening partner, John Stevenson, will be the second guest on November the 8th. It's always the second Tuesday of each month.
Okay, brilliant.
So Gooch and Stevenson remaining in tandem, as it were. So you're very welcome to come along as Alison is in bowls, and this keeps a little bit low, but studiously forward comes Tattersall to play it back down the pitch. Score remaining 142 for 4.
Yes, and saw Graham Gooch a couple of weeks ago, did an event with him at Lord's for Middlesex, and obviously a former teammate as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Played in the same team.
Wonderful player.
Yeah, fantastic player.
Easily Essex's best ever batsman. There's been some pretty good ones as Alison's in. Bowls on that ball. He fends at that. Didn't really move the feet there. Fortunate that it went safely by into the gloves of Adam Rossington, as that ball was quite a quick one from Allison and left him off the pitch.
Yes, occasionally Allison gets a ball to just really kick off the deck, and I think Tattersall would be a little bit disappointed that he ended up playing at that, because it was a little bit away from his body. Was never in a position really to control the shot if he'd got anything on it. Those 3 slips would have been in business.
Allison bowls to him again. This time, it's almost as if he was listening to your, and for that matter, my criticism, and said, right, let's get it right this time, and would have nothing to do with the ball that, again, was quite similar to its predecessor, and left him off the pitch and goes through to Rossington.
Yeah, if anything, that delivery was a bit closer to him. So he showed good judgment, also trust in the bunks, and no harm done.
142 for 4, trailing by 91 on first innings. Allison comes in again. Bowls, driven without timing, back to the bowler. He was aiming that more in the direction of mid-off, but goes back to the bowler. But no harm done. And good tight over that one from Allison, a maiden. 142 for 4. Frain has 21. Tattersall has 7. And perhaps the real test here, Roland, is whether a couple of these Yorkshire batsmen, if they're going to set Essex a really challenging target, just needing to take a reasonable score through to a telling one.
Yes, I mean, that's the desired outcome. I just feel really that I don't think you'll see many batsmen getting significant scores in this game, because there's one ball that occasionally does something that which keeps the bowlers always in the game. So even though batting for a very long time, you might suddenly still not find yourself being in. As Porter comes in now, and this is short of a length and goes onto the back foot. Frain and plays it up to towards the mid-on position. Mid-wicket comes across, does the fielding, no run. 142 for 4. We've had 44 overs bowled in the innings. Porter's got 2 wickets so far to his name, so he has done the job for the team. The other 2 has gone to Cook. The lead now 51. 2 slips go down as Porter into frame in bowls, and he's coming forward. Doesn't play that one properly. He's looking for a single. He'll get it. As the fielder from square leg there. Is that Cushy? Didn't come in as quickly as perhaps he should have. But no blame there to Cushy really, because the batsman was pushing the ball into the offside. So his vision would have been towards the offside, and then suddenly find there was an inside edge out to square leg, and he's quite deep as well.
Interestingly, Roland, wicketkeeper Adam Rossington standing up to the stumps despite the fact Porter's not slow, but for both these batsmen, they're trying to restrict the batsman's movement.
Yes, and Porter comes in now and bowls, and off the back foot goes Tattersall, and he's got this one through the offside. A bit of a misfield there. They've gone for 1, they've gone for 2. I think that's all they will get. The return is on its way, taken by the keeper, so they get 2. And with that, score now moves on to 145. Tattersall goes on to 9. That was a shortest delivery, just punch between cover point and extra cover.
Yes, Nick Brown normally saves a lot of runs in the covers, but he just dived over the top of that one.
Yes, and Porter once more bowls, and that's a good delivery, bang on target, met with the 4 defence, and coming for backward point, does the fielding, and there is no run. Porter currently has 2 for 43, and Tattersall is on 9, Frayne on 22. And this partnership, that's what they need. They need to develop partnerships, because wickets could fall quite easily in clusters. So at this point in time, Yorkshire really cannot afford to lose another wicket, with the lead only just being 54. As Porter's in, and this one is worked into the onside, but cannot elude the fielder at shortish mid-wicket. Ball just slightly short of a length, coming back into the right-hander, pushed into the onside.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence, the fielder there, and he'll have been relieved to get a score on the board. 61 here would represent sort of getting on for 100 on some pitches, so it was a worthy effort. It's not been a happy season for him, because of course he pulled a hamstring very early on, and that effectively cost him his England place for the moment.
Porter bowls, and he's onto the front foot once more, and defends that final delivery of the over, fielded that mid-off. Over comes to an end, 145 for 4. Frayne, he remains on 22, and Tattersall on 9.
Yep, thanks to Lily. Lumi has come through as ever. Great to hear from you, Lily. You say good morning, Jonathan, Paul and Roland. Will Frayne and Johnny Tattersall are batting well. That is a curse to Will and Johnny, me saying that. I'm having a nightmare journey to Headingley from Malton due to cancelled and late trains. I'm on my way now. Well, thanks, Lily, and good luck with your journey there. I know the feeling when transport is disrupted, which is all too often these days.
Yes, and it's supposed to continue. Perhaps not during this period of morning, but at some point later on.
Ben Allison's in bowls, and Frayne comes forward, steers it down to the Essex skipper, Tom Wesley, at mid-off, no run.
Yes, I mean, I've been travelling quite a bit on the train to these matches, and my next game is at Old Trafford, which is the game starting on Monday, but disruptions are supposed to take place, which means that I have to travel to Manchester on Friday.
Right, yeah. Of course, you were down at Canterbury for the first 2 days.
Yeah.
As Allison's in, bowls, and this ball is played to mid-on, Sam Cook, and the score remains 145 for 4.
Yeah, so a couple of days ago, when they were looking to book the trains, there was nothing on the 25th, nothing on the 24th, so I have to go on the 23rd for the game on the 26th.
Yeah, it's, well, there are so many people on strike at the moment. I have had 1 postal delivery, 2 actually now, 2 in the last 21 days, 3 weeks. So, You know, and I was talking to my postman yesterday who was saying that there's a huge backlog as this ball is played to backward point. And Shane Snater, there's no run, the score remaining 145 for 4. Will Frane's the man on strike, made a good 22, and with him Johnny Tattersall has 9.
Well, I hope those were not bills that arrived. Those two.
Yes.
You don't mind only getting 2.
Yes, that
two
would have
mails
rubbed
if they're
salt
running
into the
bills.
wound.
Yeah.
Yes. Now they'll be waiting for me. It's just a case of when they're delivered. I'll probably get done for paying late, you know, because I haven't had the invoices. Allison's in, bowls nicely clipped off the pads, very well fielded by Feroz Kushi at mid-wicket, or otherwise there would certainly have been at least 2 there, as Sam Cook would have had to have given chase from mid-on. Score remaining 145 for 4.
Kushi comes away with a slight limp after that. Good start.
Yes, probably just caught one leg with the boot of the other as he tumbled over as Allison's in, 2 slips, bowls, and this comes off some part of the body, probably the pad, and rolls down, and Rossington can retrieve without there being a leg by as Frayne wheeled round there hoping to clock it away down somewhere in the direction of long leg, but didn't get bat on it. 145 for 4.
Yeah, attempted pull shot. Didn't really bounce that delivery as Allison just banged it into the turf. Didn't get up that much.
Allison on his way again. Bowls, and that's when he did start to play at that, I think possibly changed his mind. It was too wide anyway for Frayne, a tall man albeit, but he couldn't reach it anyway, and it's a second consecutive maiden from Allison. Once again, that wouldn't be one of his better overs, having said that. He's tending to spray it down one side or the other, and there's enough to help the bowler there to encourage him, you would hope, to get the ball on the stumps more often than not. But at the end of the over, Yorkshire, resuming at 87 for 2, have moved along, losing. Kohler-Cadmore caught Alistair Cook, bowled Sam Cook for 12, and Finn Bean, LBW to Porter for 53, to a current lead of 54 on 145 for 4.
Yes, and Allison just trying a little bit too hard instead of just being patient. As Porter comes in now to Tattersall, and this delivery is edged down to a third man. He's gone for 1. I think that's all they'll come back for, as a fielder does very well there, going from backward point, and they get a single. So Tattersall gets a single, and that takes him into double figures. He goes on to 10.
Yeah, interesting point you make there is that you can definitely try too hard, and you know you really need to be relaxed in your work and just play your percentages, I think.
Yeah, you know, just be patient. You know that there's something in the pitch, and if you group enough deliveries, something will happen, and you can get a little bit overexcited as Porter comes in, bowls to Frayne, and he's stroking this one beautifully through the offside. Just really rocked onto the back foot and just timed it to perfection. Didn't really hit it at all, really. Just really put the bat in the way. But I think the position he took up to play the shot was such a good one that it made the execution very, very simple. So he gets another boundary. The 150 comes up for Yorkshire. It's 150 for 4. The lead now goes to 59. That was a delightful shot, and his personal score moves on to 26.
Well, for its complete lack of effort, you could certainly claim it's a contender for shot of the morning, because everything was just right. The weight was exactly where it needed to be for him to play that shot with effortless ease, and I expected it, you know, just to go a yard or two, well, more than a yard or two, but a few yards out to cover, and instead it raced away to the boundary.
Yeah, he's played easily the 2 best shots, that one and the extra cover drive as well, so obviously favouring the offside to date. He's attempted a couple of pull shots as well, but he's faced 38 deliveries for 26. Let's see how Porter responds, and Porter bowls, and this delivery again a little bit too short. And on this occasion it's quite straight. So Frayne just stands up tall, plays it off the back foot up to mid-off. No run.
Well, we could have a very good game of cricket here, actually. It's been interesting so far, but whereas on the first 2 days, you know, wickets were falling pretty regularly, I think conditions are perhaps improving a little bit, and it could be a close match.
As Porter starts in once more, bowls, and that's too full, and it's driven firmly back, and he does well, Porter. And is followed through, sticks down the left hand, and completes the field in. And that ball was over pitched, and Frayne was just driving down the ground. And, yeah, I think the first day's cricket really perhaps is contributing to, and will contribute to, a fairly tense tussle. Obviously, Yorkshire's main thing right now is to initially get to lunch without further loss, as Porter comes in now, ball to Frayne, and he's driving again, perhaps just taking the pace off of that one instead of the full-blooded drive, realizing he wasn't quite up to the pitch of it. He just drives it up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, I should point out it's another 104 over day because of time lost on day one, so lunch will be at 12:40 rather than 12:30, and we should go through, particularly if it turns out to be sunny this afternoon, to quite a late finish.
Yes, as we did yesterday. Indeed. As Porter is in now, bowls outside the off stump, no shot offered, taken by the keeper, over to end, not the best by Porter, just 5 runs coming off the over. At the end of that over, it's 150 for the loss of 4. Partnership now worth some 27.
No, that's quite right. The last sort of 3 or 4 overs have been not ranked bad overs or anything like that, but just not quite testing the batsman often enough in conditions that are potentially favourable. Obviously, we've got overcast conditions, so you don't really want to waste them by bowling well wide of off or leg. Try to make the batsman play as often as possible. So at the moment, Sam Cook, of course, who is a beacon of accuracy, normally is out of the attack, understandably, because he's already bowled a lot of overs in the match, having certainly done so at Canterbury, where he took a 7fer and the first 6 wickets to fall in Kent's second innings. Here comes Allison from the Kirkstall Lane end, passed umpire Rob White. Rob Bailey standing at square leg. This ball goes through again without the batsman needing to play at that, he being Johnny Tattersall, who has 10, and Frayne on 26, and they've so far put on 27.
Yes, and Allison, who's normally a picture of accuracy, not quite getting his rhythm together today. He seems to be a little bit hurried.
Comes in again. Not a particularly long run-up. Bowls. And again, just doesn't quite get it right, as we nearly see overthrows there, as Lawrence throws the ball rather wildly and Brossington has to make good ground to his right. There's no run. The ball was just going down leg side and clipped to mid-wicket, where Lawrence is patrolling. 150 for 4, 150 for 4, and a lead 59. Allison comes in again to bowl to Tattersall, covers up, plays it down to Sam Cook at mid-on, score remaining 150 for 4.
Yes, and just not quite getting neither line nor length right. Allison is really fighting to get his deliveries in the right area.
Yeah, it's strange that his direction is so wayward today, as here is Allison bowled. That's a better ball. It's a near Yorker and steered comfortably down to mid-on, Sam Cook, and there's no run, 150 for 4. But it's one thing, even with schoolboys, as you know, he used to take a lot of junior cricket, and you can just, you know, in the nets, put markers down and say, now, bowl it between those 2 markers there, and if you can do that often enough, they won't score very quickly off you. As Allison is in, bowls again, that's dropped in short and caught at slip by Alistair Cook. And, well, it's that one where he does surprise the batsman with the amount of lift he gets and a bit of a quicker delivery, and Tattersall fended at it, and Alistair Cook took a good catch. If anything, Cook, who takes slip catches late and keeps his eye on the ball, and sort of snatched it just as it was going over his right shoulder, And so Yorkshire, importantly, lose a 5th wicket. Tattersall caught Alistair Cook off Ben Allison for 10.
Yeah, bad wicket there to lose for Yorkshire, and that was a surprise delivery. It was a bouncer, and really he just ended up giving catching practice. Really, he just fended it to Alistair Cook, high to his right up for a slip, who took it quite easily. And when he gets back to the pavilion, maybe even before he gets back to the pavilion, and he really think about that dismissal, he would realise that it's a ball that he should not have got out to. Really, could easily have just swayed out of the way, but instead he sparred outside the off stump, as if giving catching practice, which he did.
Yes,
accepted by Alistair Cook.
It's one which he didn't really need to play at, albeit it surprised him by suddenly leaping up at him, and there's a natural instinct to sort of raise your bat and try and fend it off, but he will be very annoyed, because Allison actually, for all the fact we've been saying he's not been bowling particularly well, but partly because the batsmen haven't always been able to reach deliveries, he's now bowled at least 17 deliveries from which no runs have come, because the 2 previous overs were maidens. This one, that was the 5th ball without a run coming.
Yeah.
But most of the time, there's been no threat to the batsman whatsoever, and then suddenly he's got this wicket out of nothing.
Yeah, I think the thing about that one, the best thing about this really was the surprise element.
Yeah.
He really did surprise the batsman with the short pitch delivery. He'd strengthened the onside field, and then banged it in, and wicket goes down. So Yorkshire finds himself again in a little bit of bother. Half the team out now. 150 for 5.
And Matt Revis has come in and is now facing the last ball of this over from Allison. And solid in defence, plays it to Shane Snater at backward point. And so it's a wicket maiden to Allison. It flatters him slightly, and I don't want to make it sound as if we're not giving it every credit to Allison, because he's bowled very well in the game, particularly good in the first innings. And even if you're not bowling well, if at least you're not proving expensive, you're doing a good job for your captain, because Essex have come in here with a 4-man seam attack. And it's very important from Essex's point of view that when the 2 opening bowlers come off, that the momentum and pressure is sustained by their 2 replacements.
Yeah, you certainly need somebody to come on and maintain the pressure, and also have the capability to get wickets as well. But they got the breakthrough. That's exactly what they wanted today. And 150 for 5, and just 59 the lead now. So in actual fact, 5-4, 59 as Porter's in, bowls and stroked away off the back foot out to deep extra cover, gets himself a single frame, brings Revis onto strike. He's yet to get off the mark, having faced just the 1 delivery from Allison. He now has to face Porter. Field changes obviously for the new batsman. Most noticeably, Rossington goes to stand back. He's now joined in that area by 2 slips. Still maintaining this short mid-wicket. Seems to be a favourite position of a lot of captains and bowlers these days, short mid-wicket, as Porter comes in, bowls to Revis, and he's in behind the shortish delivery, defends. Bowler half stops the ball, and fielding completed there by the man at short mid-wicket, who comes across and does the fielding. Score stays 151 for 5, and a good morning for Essex. This morning, really, they have worked away diligently and picked up those 3 wickets, and really that last wicket yesterday before the close of play really coming to hurt Yorkshire, as Porter is in and bowls, and this one is met again on the 4 defensive. Revis comes right forward, presents the full face of the bat, ball goes up to mid-off. Can't score.
Yeah, that's such a good point you make, because if Yorkshire go to bed at 87 for 1, and the 1 wicket had gone early, it's a good recovery, you know, and they've nearly knocked off a 91-run deficit. But George Hill just getting out to that last ball of the day really will have sent Essex to bed in a much happier frame of mind.
Certainly did, as this delivery is driving through the offside. A chance for a run out here. If he hits, oh my word, that would have been close. And fielder, had he got that ball away a little bit quicker, I think one of those batsmen could have been in a bit of bother. Most likely Frayne, because he was running to the end of.
Yeah, it was
the throw came, but very, very tight run that. It didn't.
Yeah, chancy, wasn't it? And the last thing Yorkshire need, really, is any risk. And it was Snater fielding. Wasn't a misfield or anything. As you say, he might have got rid of the ball a bit quicker. But of course, he did have to run round it a little bit to engineer the right arm throw. Don't think it missed by much. And maybe the batsman was just home, but it would have been very tight.
Gets the single as Porter is in, bowls, and that's bang on target and defended up to extra cover, and there is no run. 152 for 5, and Frayne is on 27, Revis on 1, just showing our board showing that there's still showing the over is completed, but it is not. There's actually 1 ball remaining, so there is 152 for 5. Frayne 27, Revis 1, as Porter comes in now for the final delivery of this over. Bowls, and it's met with a 4 defensive back along the pitch, and there is no run. Over comes to an end, 152 for 5.
Thank you very much, Roland Butcher. Going to have Roland with us here at Headingley. And 152 for 5 on the board, resuming at 87 for 2. Yorkshire have added 65 for the losses of Tom Kohler-Cadmore after 3 handsome boundaries caught by Alistair Cook of Sam Cook for 12. That's a catch to first slip. Finlay Bean reached a very patient half century, very worthwhile one as well, for being LBW to Jamie Porter for 53. And then Ben Allison getting a short pitch riser to lift and take the edge of Johnny Tattersall's bat, and Cook with the grab, Alistair Cook at first slip for 10. Will Frayne has played thoroughly well on 27, been joined by Matt Revis on 1. Welcome back, Jonathan.
Thanks, Paul. With the news that Lancashire's second team playing in Yorkshire over at Blackpool have been shot out for 71. Matthew Fisher, 11 overs, 8 maidens, 6 for 9. Thanks to John Ward and John Ver for those messages. And was it you or me? You. Go on, go for it.
Allison plays the first ball of or bowls the first ball of a new over, I should say, and it is played by Revis. A few yards into the offside, there's no run. Both these batsmen are tall, but Revis is even taller than Will Frayne. Allison comes in again, refreshed by the wicket of the Yorkshire skipper in his previous over, bowls. Oh, and that one's a play and a miss, and it didn't miss the edge by very much at all. As Revis played at that, it was a good delivery actually from Allison, leaving the batsman off the pitch. Taken low down by Adam Rossington, but it didn't take the edge, and score remaining 152 for 5.
Yeah, huge task now for Yorkshire to get out of this one with that 91-run lead for Essex first time around.
61 in front now, Yorkshire, but 5 down. Allison bowls, and this is nicely played by Revis, but for no run. Goes out into the cover region, and there is no run, and maybe Aaron Nijjar, who's come onto the field now. I'm not sure who he'd be subbing for, but that's certainly his number at shortish extra cover. 152 for 5. 3 slips. Allison's in, past umpire Rob White from the Kirkstall Lane end, and this is a lead by Matt Revis, who has 1. Will Frayne 27. I was saying, Jonathan, the last time I was here and the last time the two sides played in 2019, a younger Will Frayne, admittedly everyone was younger in those days, came in. I seem to remember he played rather well. And got something 38-39, that sort of score.
Yep. Always feel like he's got a bit to prove. And he's doing well here.
Has played well. Allison's in and bowls and left outside off stump. And to my sort of perception, Jonathan, I'd say that Frayne so far, and we must always use the expression so far, has looked the least error-prone of the batsmen I've seen today, in that, you know, 1 or 2 wickets have gone down that the batsman will not be totally happy with, but he's, on the whole, showed very good judgment.
He has.
Allison's in, bowls to him. And a little bit the leading edge there, but all along the ground into the cover region. There's no run. That completes a 4th consecutive maiden from Ben Allison, and one of them was a wicket maiden. He hasn't, it flatters him to the extent that he has tended to bowl rather wide at times, and therefore it's been easier for him to record these maidens. But nevertheless, he's doing a grand job for his captain, because he's got a crucial wicket and isn't giving anything away. 152 for 5.
Yeah, Essex very firmly on top, effectively 61 for 5 then Yorkshire. Matthew Revis going to be on strike. No, he's not. Will Frayne's going to be on strike, my apologies. And it's going to be Matt Critchley who's coming into the attack at the Howard stand end. 3 overs, no maidens, none for 10, Matt Critchley in a little stint yesterday. Got Sir Alistair Cook at slip. He's got a point, a sweeper, Shane Snater out towards the Western Terrace boundary. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket. A man backward of square leg, not quite at 45, but on the 1. And also Feroz Kushi sweeping just in front of square on the short boundary, the east side of the ground. It's a leg spin from Critchley into the right-handed Frayne, right over the top of that, pushing back to the bowler, and there's no run. Interesting, isn't it? Matthew Fisher, 6 for 9, second team game. First time he's bowled in a competitive match since April. It's nicely driven, this latest by Frayne up to mid-off, no run. Yorkshire still needing points, and particularly if they lose this one to ensure safety, will they go early, Yorkshire, and stick him straight back in the first team at the Oval next week? Critchley in again. That's just aerial, this push from Frayne on its way towards extra cover, and didn't drop that far short. 27 to Will, halfway through the 51st, and tried a little tickle on this one, which was angled a bit leg side-ish for Critchley, but he's got away with it.
Yeah, interesting bowling change here, just to test the batsman out. Frayne hasn't looked greatly troubled by the quicker bowlers.
Critchley again, now then he's had a waft at this one, which does turn, was started off, looked like it was already wide of off stump.
Excuse me, he looks immediately more troubled facing the spinner.
Critchley in again, and Frayne has been bowled, and you called it absolutely spot on, Mr. Newton. Will Frayne, spin comes on, and he goes for 27, bowled off stump by Matt Critchley. Yorkshire in a lot of trouble at 152 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Well, terrific bowling change from Tom Wesley, who is a quiet captain. You don't notice him in the way that you noticed Ryan Tenduscarter, for example. But although I didn't think he was a natural captain when he started, he's getting better and better. And very good judgment on Tom's part, because Will Frayne had played the quicker stuff with considerable assurance. But from the moment Critchley came on, he nearly holed out to short extra off one delivery. He had a waft at another, and then that one surprised him and bowled him. And, well, as I say, it's very good captaincy from Wesley, and Yorkshire, you'd have to say, are in big trouble at this moment in time, because they're 152 for 6. And effectively, you've got to say that that is effectively 61 for 6. And we've now got Jordan Thompson coming out to join Matt Revis, and it's that situation no batting side wants, where neither batsman has done much more than get off the mark. One of them obviously yet to face a ball, but it was another case of a wicket off the last ball of an over. It's at least the second one this morning that has been the last ball of an over of the 4 dismissals that Essex have made, and a game that only about quarter of an hour ago was looking as though it was quite likely to go into a fourth day. At the moment could well be over today, and someone's got to play well for Yorkshire. In fact, more than someone, at least two batsmen from this point have got to play well if it's going to go into a fourth day.
Ben Allison then bowling here to the right-handed Matthew Revis, who drives first ball no further though than Tom Wesley at mid-off. No run. Yeah, Frayne bowled Critchley for 27 off 51. And so 152 for 6. Revis on strike. Thompson, Jordan Thompson, the new batter for Yorkshire. And then beyond him, and he's number 8, Ben Code, Stephen Patterson and Jack Shutt. So the tail to come for Yorkshire. As Allison's in over the wicket, solidly behind that Revis. Jordan Thompson, just to give you an idea of his travails recently in first-class cricket, we know, of course, all about his performances in the 100. Managed to get into the notional select 11 for that competition, but he started this season in red ball cricket, 42 not out and 51 his first 2 knocks, then 33 and a duck against Kent and Essex in his 1 innings down at Chelmsford. More in a moment because Allison's coming in, 3 slips in place, but not drawn into play here because Revis leaves 1. A couple of scores in the 20s and in the teens, but he's not made it into double figures, Jordan Thompson, since June in first-class cricket. 9 and 5 against Surrey at Scarborough. He made 4 against Somerset at Taunton, against Hampshire back at Scarborough. 6 and 9, 4 against Lancashire last week and 5 in his first innings here. And Revis pushing forward at this one, just outside off stump. Allison thinks he's in the game, as do the Essex slip cordon, but no tickle from Revis. So Jordan Thompson would love a few runs here. Yorkshire would love him to have one of those days as well, where he's striking it cleanly, but you wouldn't say it's his ideal conditions. He likes it right up there, and he will hit through the line, strong through the leg side and pull. But still a little bit of interest in this pitch for the bowlers. Cloud cover, a few floodlights on as this latest Allison delivery is pushed out into the offside by Revis. There's no run, but he can do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Of course, the trouble is, and this is true of all sides, they'll at any given point have players who can do it, no doubt about it, but aren't doing it often enough. Third slip now very well advanced here.
Revis waits. Allison with a full-length ball, blocked by Matthew Revis. End of that over. 52 now complete in this Yorkshire second innings. And just to emphasise the point, they're 6 down, but only 61 runs ahead. And unless somebody can find something for them and put something reasonable on the board, and you'd say they're going to need at least another 100, you would have thought, to feel that they can ask some serious questions, and preferably 200 in front, then you'd be fancying the visiting side.
Yeah, Yorkshire, we were sort of saying earlier that when they'd not done badly and they got a reasonable 5th wicket partnership underway, they didn't want to lose another one before lunch, still less 2 in the space of 4 overs, and hence the 2 batsmen who at least they'd laid the foundation, they've both now gone. As Matt Critchley is going to continue from the old football stand end. What do we call that end nowadays?
The Howard stand.
Thank you. Is it you or me? I've forgotten now.
It's me. My apologies. Yeah. Critchley bowling to Jordan Thompson. Dot ball first up. We've got a tweet in from Benite in exile, which will be interested in Paul. Critchley to Thompson, gets one that shoots on him. I think he's also chopped down on it and looks like he's going to get 4 in somewhat unorthodox fashion. In fact, he's not going to get 4. It is 4 buys, so beat everybody. So Jordan not yet off the mark. 156 for 6. Benite in exile says Paul, brackets Mr. Newton, as I recall, taught us divinity and Latin at St Thomas Aquinas. Critchley in from wide. Thompson covers that one.
Yeah,
He was remembered fondly as a loose cannon, brackets very, as he actually taught us how to bet on the horses during divinity. Outrageously daring for the time. I left just before it became Cardinal Heenan. Thompson driving at this one. He's got a thickish outside contact on it, out to point, and they'll get a single. He's off the mark.
What was the spelling of the surname there?
He says, Benite in exile.
An ite?
No, yeah, that's B-E-N-N-I-T-E.
Oh, right, yeah. I'm not entirely sure who that
As
was,
in
but
Tony?
yes, I don't think anyone would accuse me of teaching them divinity, but Latin certainly, yes. Yeah, I think he summed me up reasonably accurately.
Critchley switching to over the wicket to the right-handed Revis, who pushes back to the bowler. No run. They've brought in Nick Brown across to short leg under the lid here. Alistair Cook at first slip.
He's been very effective since coming on, Matt Critchley.
And here he is again. And Revis, watchful, pushes into the offside to complete the 53rd over then. 157 for 6 with both batters on one apiece.
Heard from John Roth to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. And John says he was referring to Essex's win at Canterbury last week. He says, Paul, an excellent win last week at Canterbury. And I was there all 4 days with a friend. I did notice you did have on a very fancy shirt on Wednesday, and I was impressed. Thank you for that, John. You say, pity we did not beat Kent and Northants earlier in the season at Chelmsford. We could have been challenging for top spot. Keep up the good commentary. Yeah, the problem has been, John, that most typically the pitches at Chelmsford this season, with just a couple of exceptions, have been very unconducive to producing results as Cook is in, bowls, and this goes by outside off stump. There's no run. So, for instance, Essex v Yorkshire at Chelmsford was more or less a one innings match, except that Alistair Cook, for the first time in his career, got 100 in each innings. But he wouldn't rate the second of the two that highly because Yorkshire, understandably, the game was dead, bowled all the people who wouldn't normally bowl. And he got there just before the two sides shook hands and said, well, we made the best we could of it, but that's that. Cook returning to the attack from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowls a ball that's left and very nearly clips the off stump there. Jordan Thompson leaving one that came back, very nearly surprised him. 157 for 6, effectively 66 for 6.
Clickety-click. Yeah, Benite in exile. Benite meaning left winger.
Ah, right, I'm with you now, yeah.
Goes by the name of Michael Caine.
Oh, indeed. Yes, nice
His
to hear
name
from you,
is
Michael.
Michael Caine.
Nice to hear from you. Here's Cook around the wicket to the left-handed Thompson. This one's a little bit too far outside off stump for the batsman to be threatened by it, and indeed he leaves it. And we've got an attempt by the sun to work its way through. We did have a few blasts of sunlight earlier as a plane from Leeds and Bradford Airport at Yeadon makes its way quite close to us here, but thankfully sufficiently overhead.
If he's Michael Caine and left before it became Cardinal Heenan, what year was that?
Just break in because Cook's bowling again. That's down leg side and taken by Rossington. No real shot attempted there. That would have been the changeover was in 1978. So we'd be talking there around about 77, 78.
Okay. So it wouldn't be the same Michael Caine, who's also from Leeds, who I used to play a bit of football with back in the day.
Well, I can't rule it out, so you never know.
Too old for the other Michael.
Yeah. So Cook is in again. 3 slips, very graduated indeed. The bowls and clipped off the pads, and they get a single as Ben Allison fields from mid-on, or misfields to be precise, because he doesn't pick the ball up, but nevertheless, it was only ever going to be the single there. 158 for 6, and Thompson goes to 2 and overtakes Revis on 1. And Cook will switch back to over the wicket to the right-handed Revis, who will now take strike.
So did he sort of teach them the time as well, so that they could get the the right race times right for the bets?
Well, I did my best, yes. Obviously not all of them with us inclined, but there's cooking and bowls, and that goes through outside off stump. Yeah, without wishing to give too many of the secrets, the end of the over, by the way, 158 for 6, and no need for a batsman to play a shot from the last ball. Revis stays on 1, Thompson on 2, effectively 67 for 6. The careers master said to me once, he said, just to let you know, Paul, I only really need my office for careers in the mornings. There's a phone in there. If you need to ring a bet or two up, you're welcome to use it.
Sensational. Critchley bowling to the left-handed Thompson, who's pushing one into the leg side. Snater fielding it to straight mid-wicket, no run.
And I used to line the lads up and say, now, Mr. Grady, as you know, he's a stickler for punctuality, so I'll have you lined up.
As we have a dot from Critchley to Thompson.
And of course, I get rid of them right when, as soon as the bell went, and zoom across to the careers office, which was in a different part of the building, a separate building. Get my bet on, and then zoom back in time for the next lesson.
Critchley to Thompson, back and across, dropping that into the offside. Fantastic. Today, kids, we're going to do fractions. It's 11 of all the field, 7-2 the second favourite, 9-2 about the next one in the market, as Jordan Thompson has whipped this one away to the leg side and is caught for just the 2. Matt Critchley has bowled well since he came on, and he has another wicket, and Jordan Thompson's holed out there too. The man at Cow Corner out towards the Western Terrace side of the ground, so he's out for 2. That miserable run in first-class cricket of single-figure scores continues, and it's 158 for 7 now, Yorkshire, and at 67 for 7 effectively. Well, they're staring down the barrel.
Yeah, straight down Dan Lawrence's throat, near the mid-wicket boundary, and this bowling change from Tom Wesley has worked an absolute treat from an Essex point of view. He's come on, and in his 3rd or 4th over, he's already got 2 wickets, and you'd have to say that's not what the doctor ordered from Jordan Thompson there. No harm in going after the bowler, but when you've only got 2 singles to name, do you really be wanting? Is it really appropriate with the position Yorkshire are in? I know there's such a thing as hitting your way out of trouble, but I don't think that was quite the right way there, and he's just hit this ball a long way up in the air. It was never going to have the carry to go over the boundary, which means that a fielder had been placed there, and he barely had to move in any direction, Jonathan, to take that catch. And it's a way of getting out in such a way that you've made it very easy for both the bowler and the fielder, and that's not what the game's about. So have to be a little bit critical of Thompson there, and I don't think he'll be feeling all that pleased with himself. And in a sense, it was a bit of a shot of surrender, wasn't it? And for me, you've still got 4 wickets left. You've got to try and make Essex work for it.
Yep, so Ben Code is the new man at the crease. Right-handed, of course. Persisting, as you would expect, with short leg and slip. And Critchley then coming over the wicket to Code, who's able to drop that at the feet of Nick Brown under the helmet at short leg. There's no run. Mid-off has become long off now, not quite all the way, might have 10 yards behind him before the boundary up at the far end, the Howard stand end, as Critchley is in, and driving that one, flat batting it really out towards Lawrence, who was the catcher of Jordan Thompson, and Code off the mark with the final ball of the over then. 159 for 7, 55 overs bowled, 77 remaining in the day. And you'd have to say we're unlikely to see anything like those 77, the way things stand at the moment, by the looks of things, because Yorkshire effectively 68 for 7.
We were talking about my ill-fated gambling career, and one day I had a bet fairly late in the day, and when I say that, it was out of school hours, it was my local betting shop, and the next day this kid came up, and I should have just explained that although I was not religiously inclined at all, as Cook comes in to begin a new over, balls, and that one's a bit of a waft at that, and goes through to the keeper. Ben Code, the man on strike, he and Revis both have 1. It's 159 for 7. And badly out of form at the time. I sort of crossed myself on the way in, needless to say, to no avail. And this kid came up the next day, he said, saw you going into the betting shop yesterday, sir. He was on the top deck of a double-decker bus, and he'd spotted me. Cook is in and bowls, and this ball is nicely played into the covers, but Snater's there at backward point. There's no run, 159 for 7. He said, you crossed yourself, didn't you, sir? And I said, yes, I think I did. He said, didn't do you any good, did it? And I said, no. He said, no, doesn't do us any good either. Yeah, those were the days, but I did actually have 25 years working in the racing industry subsequently, so it wasn't all wasted as this next ball is played back to the bowler.
Get yourself off Newton and say 10 Hail Marys there, will you?
Yes. Now, I love the sport, and of course you do as well, the sort of thing, because I know you do your match analysis, or your race analyses for the Racing Post. Here is Cook in. Bowls. That ball's nicely stroked away, and that'll go to the boundary. A much-needed boundary for Yorkshire. Ben Code, ever one to take the positive approach. Moves to 5. Revis has 163 for 7. And the lead is 72.
Yeah, you said nicely away. I'm not sure. I think there was a bit more touch of the jumpy about that. The ball was banged in a little bit shorter. Ben Code likes to get leg side of the ball, and he was on the stretch when he played it. He wouldn't have said he was in total control, but he's picked up 4, and he's immediately called for a new bat on hitting that. I think he caught it somewhere down near the bottom. If he was a top order batter, there'd have been somebody out there with 4 or 5 now, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
Maybe they're having to send out a search party for his second bat here, Ben. Had a chat with him last night after play had finished, because of course he just pipped, really, wasn't he, to that landmark by Sam Cook of he had his eyes on being the first player since Alan Ward in 1971 to get to 200 first-class wickets with an average of lower than 20. Cook achieved it 2 days ago. Ben Code got to 200 a day later, but his average just crept above 20 before he took it. So I asked him if he was frustrated to have missed out, and he kind of said, well, yeah, because I wanted to do it, but I'll just have to take 300 for less than 20 then. Which is
good luck to him.
Good attitude.
Cook's on his way to bowl to him. New bat. Well, he wafts at this, and although the foot did move, but it didn't really move in the direction of the ball.
No.
It just came straight down the pitch. And anyway, no harm done. It's gone through low to Adam Rossington, and score remaining 163 for 7.
Yeah, a vaguely forward stride, I think you'd probably describe it as.
Yeah. Yes, I think he's made his modus operandi fairly clear here. He's not going to die wondering. Cook's in to bowl to him. And he has cracked this one into the offside and away for his second boundary in the over. It was only just short of being snatched out of the air by Snater at backward point. Again, he wasn't particularly moving in the direction of the ball, but he's made good contact with it in the end and picked up his second boundary there. 9 to Code, 167 for 7.
Yep. He's changing his bat again, so he's hit a boundary, changed his bat, hit a second boundary, changed his bat. Could there be a sequence of events here?
Well, yeah, maybe he has got 5 bats to choose from.
Maybe he gets 100 using 25 bats.
Indeed, what good thinking.
There you see, I wasn't in your maths class, but clearly if I had been, I could have been a gold star, couldn't it?
Well, I wasn't in my maths class either, because I didn't teach it.
As Critchley is bowling here to the right-handed Revis, who steps across and covers the off stump to a ball that turns away from him. Dot, 167 for 7, the lead now 76. Just those 3 Yorkshire second innings wickets intact as Revis drives to mid-on, where there's a less than glorious stop, but nonetheless it did the job.
Yeah, Jamie Porter there actually overran the ball and then had to sort of dive backwards to get a hand on it, prevent it going for what would probably have been 2 or 3 runs.
It was 1 to Revis, and so Code on strike, steps back and punches his next Critchley delivery to Shane Snater. Closing in on the lunch break, of course, same as yesterday, extended playing hours today to try and make up the lost time. It's a 12:40 lunch. Code steps back and gets a good contact on this. That bat change sounded worthwhile because it sounded like it was right out of the middle, out to the sweeper. They get one more.
Yeah, I mean, there's still should be plenty to fight for there for Yorkshire, because if these last three, we'll come back to that.
Revis over the top of it, pushes to Snater, no run. Yeah, if the last three, if they got to sort of 150 plus, then
yeah,
it's a bit of something, isn't it? But it
absolutely
still doesn't feel like,
and I feel
you're not confident by any stretch. But they've still got a long way to go to get to something like that. Matthew Revis can bat. We know that. And he's just laid his bat on that one nicely out to Dan Lawrence, sweeping towards the Western Terrace, and they've got one to complete the over, so he's on to 3, Code on 10, 170 for 7, Yorkshire, 79 runs the lead, and 4 minutes to go before the lunch break.
And although I've been praising Tom Wesley for bringing Matt Critchley on, and rightly so, because he's taken 2 quick wickets, but I feel one or two of the more recent wickets, Jonathan, have been tossed away too easily. And if Yorkshire really got their heads down and been more inclined to battle rather than throw the bat a bit indiscriminately, I think they could have got to that margin, you know, of 150, which they still might, but I think they're going to have to apply themselves a little more than recent batsmen have been doing as Cook begins what may be the last over before lunch. In fact, I'm sure it will be, as this ball is played into the offside for a very comfortable single by Revis, who moves along to 3 and the score to 4, I should say, the score to 171 for 7. The lead now up to 80, but we actually started 2 or 3 minutes early, according to GMT, so I don't think there's any doubt that this, provided that it's evenly distributed, I don't think there's going to be time for an over after this one. Cook's in, bowls, and Code. There's a bit of a strange shot there. They go for a quick single, and think the batsman was home if that had hit. Throw coming at the bowler's end, and 11 now to Code with that single. Revis has 472 for 7.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go before the break, as you say. They'll probably eke this out. Yorkshire might do a bit of gardening to ensure there's no more overs. But Essex wouldn't mind another Critchley over, I don't suppose.
No, I think you're right, as Cook is in. Bowls, slightly slower ball and of Yorkish length. Played to Brown in the covers. 172 for 7. Kohler-Cadmore caught Cook. Alistair Cook at first slip off Sam Cook for 12. Finn Bean, LBW to Porter for 53. Johnny Tattersall caught by Cook off a riser from Allison for 10. Will Frayne was bowled by Critchley for 27. And Jordan Thompson caught Lawrence, bowled Critchley 2. As here's an elegant looking shot into the offside. I don't think it's where the shot was particularly aimed, but it goes into the boundary at deep backward point for 4. It was on the drive and it came off an oblique edge and went for 4. Effective though, 176 for 7, 85 in front, and Revis has moved up to 8.
I'm going to take issue with you again there. I think that he laid his bat on that and
yeah, well,
over the face
right.
and timed it nicely.
Cook is in and bowls again to Revis, and it's played back to the bowler, and coming up to lunch now.
There was just something about the shot that felt like he was just going soft hands on it and opening the face rather than maybe trying to put it in that, because there's a yawning gap there, as you, well, you didn't say there's a yawning gap, but you know, I think that was the impression maybe from the shot, that he was trying to hit that big gap through the covers. Changing the field again here, bringing everybody up on the 1 now, Paul.
Cook's in, bowls, and this one off a thickish inside edge goes to Feroz Kushi at mid-wicket. And well, Essex are behaving as though they're going to get this extra over in. And 178 for 7, or is that 176? 176 for 7, lead of 85.
Ben out in exile said he was there 69 to 77 at St Thomas Aquinas, and also says he was a wicket-keeper. Our coach Mike O'Donnell was a very good batsman.
He was indeed. Played for Whitkirk and used to average about 600 a season, and worse players have played certainly for Yorkshire seconds than Mike O'Donnell.
Critchley to Code, who pats one back, first ball of the final over of the session. Andy Walker says, don't think Yorkshire are going much longer. Well-focused bowling and some pretty moderate batting this morning. By the way, my tutor at school in Bradford used to get me to add up his greyhound winnings. Critchley in, Code opens the face, runs it out back with a point. He said he used to give me the odds and I'd tell him the payout. Brilliant.
Excellent. This is a proper way to educate people.
Oh, we did have a teacher at my primary school, I remember, who loved his racing, and when it came to sort of Cheltenham Festival Week, he'd often be in the music room where there's a little television watching, nipping out of lessons to watch the big races in the afternoon. Code flicks one off his legs here, down to fine leg. They're coming back for a second, and Ben Ellison is looking at the ground behind him now. He was the man who fielded it. Rossington had to take the throw high above his head, and maybe that extra stride just spared Ben Code a bit of peril there on the way back. He's got 13 to his name now.
I think spot on. I think if that had been right over the stumps, there would have been a run out there.
Critchley, Code playing from the crease and pushing back down the pitch. Snater into field, so just 2 to go in this morning session. Been a pretty miserable one for Yorkshire. They started just behind Essex this morning. They've added a few runs, but they've lost quite a few wickets as well, and Code strokes one up to long off. And so he'll be, unless there's a catastrophe here, not out at the lunch break. 14.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's played well, Code. He's taken 1 or 2 risks, yeah, but I think there's nothing to lose by playing positively here now.
Critchley then to Revis, who pats one into the offside. End of the session, so 59 overs bowled in total in this Yorkshire second innings, and they're leaving the field of play with Revis on 8 and Code on 14. Partnership for the 8th wicket so far worth 21 at 179 for 7. That's a lead of 88 runs, but only those 3 second innings wickets standing, and they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that morning session. So disappointment for the White Rose. But Essex, well, they're still working on trying to ram home that advantage and take winning points away from Headingley for the first time, Dick advised yesterday, since 1984.
Not been an easy place for Essex to win, but I didn't realise it was that long ago. That's a good 38 years ago.
So we're done for this session. Paul and I will bid you farewell for now, and we'll be back in just under 40 minutes' time for part 2 of day 3. Yes, all the best, Tony. Thanks, Will. Yeah, and I dare say that lunch will taste a little bit on the sour side because they've lost 5 wickets this morning, added over 90 runs, which in normal sessions wouldn't be a bad effort, but 5 wickets gone. A couple of decent deliveries and some shots that Yorkshire's players would have hoped that hadn't played. So 179 for 7 at lunch. Matthew Revis not out 8, Ben Code not out 14, but their second innings lead now is just 88. Lunch here at Headingley on day 3 of this match between Yorkshire and Essex, and Yorkshire find themselves in deep trouble if they're going to try and get anything out of this game other than the 3 bowling bonus points that they've already picked up. They resumed on 87 for the loss of 2 wickets this morning. Tom Kohler-Cadmore first to go, caught by Sir Alistair Cook at slip off Sam Cook for 12 runs. Finlay Bean, he's led the way with the bat, his first class half century before being LBW to Jamie Porter for 53. Skipper Johnny Tattersall made just the 10. Will Frayne stuck around for quite some time before being bowled by Matt Critchley, and that was a vital change made by Essex captain Tom Wesley. Not so long before lunch, Frayne going eventually for 27, and then Jordan Thompson didn't last too long before he also was a victim of Critchley for 2, caught in the deep by Dan Lawrence. So 179 for 7 at the lunch break. Matthew Revis not out on 8, Ben Code not out on 14. They lead by 88 runs, but they've only got 3 second innings wickets standing.
Welcome back. Paul Newton here with Roland Butcher and Jonathan Doidge to bring you commentary on what may or may not be the dying embers of the game here. But it has to be said, as things stand, with Yorkshire 179 for 7, leading by 88 runs, that it's more likely the game will be over today than not, because there's no threat from the weather, which is slowly but gradually getting brighter as the day wears on. And Ben Allison is going to bowl the first over after lunch, and he comes in now and bowls, and that bowls 4 runs straight away, so the lead up to 92. Nice square drive there, and Ben Code moves along to 18 and the score to 183 for 7. Good afternoon, Roland.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, and what a friendly delivery to get first ball after lunch. A nice juicy half volley and just put away for 4. So good start for the afternoon session.
Yorkshire really need to get this lead up to at least 150, I would suggest, to try and get some sort of a total to threaten Essex in their second innings. You never know, Essex might collapse to fewer than 100 out, but the next ball is played into the covers, Nick Brown fields, but you do feel, particularly with, if anything, perhaps the pitch after that first day in which Yorkshire were bowled out for 134, it's not as if it will ever be that easy to play on, but it's probably not quite as hard as it was on that first day. And you do feel that 150 would be the least Yorkshire would need. Here is Allison in. Bowls to Code, who's shown an inclination to attack from the moment he's come in. Plays this one a little bit of a leading edge, but perfectly safely to Brown at extra cover, no run.
Yes, and a bit surprised someone like Allison, who gets good pace off the pitch, that he's just bowling with slips. I mean, I would really like to see a short leg in there.
Yeah, good point.
Some short deliveries as well to the tail ender.
Because he does bowl quite a lively short pitch one. Here he pitches this one right up, and it's driven without timing to again be fielded by Nick Brown in the covers. And there is no run. Sun not actually shining, but there is a little area of blue sky around now, which was only occasionally in evidence during the morning session. Yorkshire then adding a 4 to the first ball after lunch. We've moved on to 183 for 7. Code is currently on strike on 18, and Revis has 8. And Yorkshire, in addition to hitting the bad ball, need to sort of really concentrate here and try and make sure that they make Essex sweat for these last 3 wickets. Leg bye will ensue from the next ball as it just goes out a yard or 2 into the onside, to be signalled by umpire Rob White at the Kirkstall Lane end. 184 for 7.
Yeah, misdirected delivery. Lucky really to get away with only a leg bye. It was outside the legs, and was asking to be put away. But again, a bit conservative on the part of the captain. You've got 7 batsmen out, and hardly nobody around the bat.
Allison bowls again strays onto leg stump. Again he gets away with it. It was really a friendly half volley on leg stump, and played nicely enough to Feroz Kushi, but without any real timing or placement. And basically 4 runs were potentially up for grabs there. Revis, however, remains on 8. Code will be on strike at the start of the next over. He has 18, and Yorkshire on 184 for 7 currently have a lead of 93.
Yeah, and a very friendly first over after lunch. And Critchley, who's picked up those 2 wickets, is going to have another bowl. And he's got Code will take strike. He's got slip.
Yeah, it was a very well-timed introduction by Wesley of Critchley into the attack, because Frayne, who'd looked very solid against the quicker bowlers, looked all at sea immediately against Critchley and was out in his very first over, which was a shame for Frayne because he played very well up to that point.
Yes, and Critchley is bowling with a slip, short extra cover, backward point, and that's short down the leg side, and attempting to whip that on the onside. He struck on the pad. Keeper comes out, Rossington does the fielding. So just continue. There's a So short extra cover, more traditional extra cover, deep cover point, and that ball is tossed up, and he goes up in the air. Where's it gone? Out to square leg for 4, and he just threw the bat at that. Didn't really have it under control, but he managed to get it out to mid wicket. 4 valuable runs. Lead goes to 97, and Cord with that 4, he goes to 22. And just really swinging at that delivery from Critchley. Critchley once more in, bowled, and he's off the back foot and strokes it out to extra cover. Won't score this time as fielder comes in and does the fielding. Very strong offside feel as Critchley to his mark in, bowls, and that's good delivery. Comes off the outer edge of the bat, goes to backward point. Smartly fielded there by Cushy, and there is no run. 188 for 7, and Critchley gets to his overs very quickly. He's in now, bowls, and that turns away outside the off stump. On this occasion, Cody decides not to play a shot taken by Rossington, and the 1 delivery remaining in this over, the second after lunch, as Critchley's in, bowls, and that's a good delivery and defended by Code on the front foot to extra cover. Over comes to an end, 4 runs off the over, 188 for 7.
Yep, very quickly through his over. Matt Critchley there, very businesslike, and potentially, if he plays his cards right, he could end up with a 5 for here, because he's got 2 and there are still 3 to be taken. I've noticed with Cody, he does move his feet, but they tend to go straight back down the pitch rather than towards the ball, which means sometimes, like the one he hit for 4 there, he sort of fetches it across his body. But picked up 4 runs nonetheless, and here's Allison continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end. Bowls, if anything, it keeps a little bit low, and played back down the pitch to be fielded by the bowler himself. So 188 for 7, and Yorkshire now will be setting Essex 3 figures to win the game. They're 100. No, they're not quite there yet, actually. I'm thinking of what they started off. Started today. It was 87 for 2, but the actual lead was 91. So they need another 3 to lead by 100. As Allison's on his way again. And bowls, and this ball is played for a single. Shy comes in, but batsmen are well home, and single to Revis takes him to 9. The score to 189 for 7.
Yeah, not the swiftest fielder there at mid-off, really. He moved very, very lumbered towards that ball, and by the time he decided to throw, the batsman was past the stumps already.
Well, that's Tom Westley, and when I tell you that in his very first innings, which was a good one, let me hasten to add, but he was run out, I think it tells you something. As Allison's in. And bowls, and that's a bouncer. Well taken by Rossington, leaping to his left. An ill-directed bouncer. He did, however, have a well-directed one, which accounted for Johnny Tattersall earlier this morning. Score is 189 for 7.
Yeah, Allison's got just the 1 wicket. It's been quite economical, but hasn't bowled at his best.
No, he hasn't quite had a consistency of direction as he comes in now and bowls. This ball's played down to mid-off. He did bowl well first innings. He bowled very well at Canterbury. Picked up 4 consecutive wickets at one stage in Kent's first innings. But then in the second innings, he was a little bit wayward again. And so he's he's only young, so he's got plenty of time to sort it out. Needs to work on his ability to maintain a consistent line and length. A little bit of sunshine reluctantly bespreads the arena here, as here's another one dug in short, and it's played out through the covers, and it's a short boundary there and goes for 4, defying the best efforts to haul it in of Snater. And score now moving along to 193 for 7, and a little bit of a partnership developing here. 35 runs added for this 8th wicket.
Another delivery from Allison, but no venom whatsoever, and just easily pushed into the offside for a boundary. So Code moves to 26, and that was just a little bit too easy.
Allison in again. Bowls, and this ball, they're going for a quick single. Certainly very enterprising running between the wickets, these two. They've certainly run the gauntlet a couple of times when a slightly better throw might well have, would definitely have brought about a run out. But I think their aggressive policy is the right way to go from here. 194 for 7, and the lead currently 103 at the end of that over. Revis has 9 and Code 27, and maybe Tom Wesley needs to think of bringing either Porter or Cook back into the attack.
Yes, but for the time being, he'll continue here with the leg spinner Critchley. And he will bowl to Code. Code's on 27. And he's just got a man on the sweep and a deep mid-wicket as he's in. And this one is tossed up, and it's a good delivery. Brings him onto the front foot. Plays it up to cover point. Is no run. There's a mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and a catching position long off as Critchley's in, and this one is... Ooh, how did that miss the stumps? It just skidded on. It's going to be a bye. Kept a bit low, and that must have been very, very close to the stumps.
Second time that's happened, and byes have eventuated, but as you say, although we're masked by the body of Rossington, as you say, it must have been a whisker there.
Yes, and Critchley now bowls, and this one's stroked to backward point by Revis. He can't score. Stays on 9, Cords on 27. It's 195 for 7, lead 104. And Critchley in now once more, and this one is tossed up. And it's well defended again to backward point. Can't score.
To Critchley's credit, he's making the batsman work harder than the quicker bowlers at the moment.
He certainly is, and he's in once more, and this one is tossed right up and defended this time on the onside. It goes to mid-wicket. Fielder comes in from short mid-wicket, does the fielding. He stays on 9, and Critchley in once more, and that's a good delivery once more, brings a defensive shot into the offside. Over has been survived, and at the end of the over, it's 195 for 7, and pretty good over there by Critchley, who's now has figures of 2 for 22.
Yep, good maiden over that. So the only run that was taken in that over was not only a bye, but it was so close to clipping the stumps of Ben Code. And Code it is who will be on strike at the start of the next over. It's going to be Allison to continue. 195 for 7 constitutes a lead of 104. And down to 1 slip now. As inevitably that's Alistair Cook. Allison's in. Bowls to Code, who flicks at that. In the end, might just have been taking his bat away. But nowhere near the ball anyway. And score remaining 195 for 7.
Yeah, you really need to reserve that delivery for a better batsman, as you just squared up, flirted, and that's the delivery that was required when there were 2 slips in place, not just the one.
Yeah, I'd have left the second slip in myself, but here's Allison in, and this ball is going to go away for 4 runs to backward point. And Code, without getting the front foot particularly near the ball, drove at it, and it sped away to the backward point boundary for 4. And he moves along to 31. Very useful runs here. 199 for 7, and Wesley must just be, I think, beginning to wonder what he needs to do next. To me, perhaps bring Sam Cook back on at the Kirkstall Lane end. But maybe Allison will prove me wrong as he comes in and bowls. So that was a better delivery. Appeal for LBW. It's going to be given not out. Code didn't know a lot about that one, though. Taken on the pad, and the ball just squirts out to point. Matt Critchley, there's no run. The score 199 for 7.
Yeah, that one would have been a little bit high. Came back quite sharply. But Allison really bowling too many lengths at the moment. He hasn't got a consistent length. He's full, he's short.
He comes in again. and bowls, and that one's a little bit shorter, and they can take a run into the covers there, and that takes Code along to 32. He was from that previous delivery that struck him on the pad. It's left him a little bit limping. Applause for the 200 for Yorkshire. 200 for 7, and they'd certainly have settled for that when the 7th wicket fell at 158. And at that stage, it really looked as if Yorkshire were caving in, going up toward the lunch interval. But a good rally either side of lunch by this 8th wicket pair. Allison in now, bowls to Revis, plays it to Sam Cook at mid-on. There's no run. It's 200 for 7. We're in the 64th over of the innings, and the lead is 109.
Yeah, I find it quite extraordinary to understand the tactics of the captain. You've got 7 wickets down. There's number 9 batsman at the crease, and you've got 1 slip. I mean,
yeah.
Where are you trying to get him out? I find it quite extraordinary.
Allison's in, bowls, and driven to Cook again at mid-on. The Allison over ends. Yorkshire making good progress after lunch, moving along from 179 to 200 for 7. Coder's been the man really to take the initiative, has moved along to 32 from his lunchtime 14. Revis is on 9, has actually only added a single since the interval. Hasn't had as much of the strikers Code. 200 for 7.
Yeah, very little pressure being added to the batsman. Seemed at the moment to have it quite their own way, and Essex Critchley will continue to Code, just to slip in place, and then that's off the pad as he tries to turn it on the onside, lobs up towards where a short leg would be, and Rossington comes out from behind the stump, completes the fielding.
Code advancing down the track there, but might be a risky policy.
Critchley bowls, and it's played off the back foot to backward point, can't score once more. Aiming for that gap between backward point and extra cover. There's protection out on the boundary at the extra cover, but there's always a single in that area. As Critchley's in, bowls, and that one's gone high in the air. Is it going to be caught? The result is 4 runs. He tossed it up and he's gone after it. And an effort there by the fielder at that wideish mid-on position. Didn't seem the most athletic of movements, but the result was the boundary. So Code gets another 4. He goes to 36. Critchley bowls. He's gone again, and he's gone this time. He's better connection, and he gets it over the long on fielder. If Critchley's going to toss it up like that, it's better to have the man back, not halfway. He gets another boundary cord. He goes to 40. 2 lusty blows, takes the lead on to 117. And now he's decided to go with a long on. He still isn't all the way back. As let's see what happens with this delivery. It's tossed up, and he gave himself a bit of room. Ended up being a little bit too far away from the ball, and at the last minute allow it to go through to wicketkeeper Rossington. And Critchley's in once more now, bowls, and that's coming off the top half of the bat, goes to the fielder at slip. So a very productive over there for Yorkshire, and in particular Cord, who just struck those 2 boundaries. And at the end of the over, the score now is 208 for 7, the lead 117.
Yep, I think we're going to see Jamie Porter replace Ben Allison at the Kirkstall Lane end. 208 for 7. The lead jumps very quick order indeed. I was only saying a couple of overs ago that they're yet to reach 100. It's now shot on to 117, and I think Tom Wesley had to react by bringing one of his 2 senior bowlers back. And it's going to be Jamie Porter, who was the man who couldn't quite reach the first aerial blow over mid-on in that previous over. So here comes Porter from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowls, and this ball is comfortably played by Revis down to Sam Cook at mid-on. And Yorkshire now getting to the point where they're not that far off what we were saying was a minimum score that might challenge Essex a little bit, of a lead of about 150.
And it's being made very easy for them, really, because Essex, in many senses, they've backed off.
Yeah.
They're not going for the kill, which is...
As Porter bowls. And Revis a shade uncomfortably, but perfectly safely. Plays it in his favoured area, down to mid-on, and Sam Cook, and score remaining 208 for 7. Yes, Essex have been rather passive since lunch.
Yeah, I mean, as if they're a little bit too concerned about the runs, when really all should be in their mind is to knock those 3 wickets over as quickly as possible.
Which they haven't done, as Porter's in and bowls, and more runs here. Played to backward square leg. They're going to come back for a second. The throw's on its way, but thrown off balance. And they take 2 runs to take the score along to 210 for 7. And Revis, with only his second scoring shot after lunch, moves along to 11.
Yeah, just far too easy. Field spread all over the place. One slip really makes easy for the tail ender.
Porter bowls, hit firmly back past Porter, and they've taken 1 and will settle for that. It was too straight, really, to consider taking a second run there. Wesley eventually catching up with the ball, 211 for 7, and Revis with his 3rd scoring shot after lunch moves up to 12, but it's Code who's gone on from 14 to 40 in next to no time since the interval, and could even be top scorer before very much longer. Porter's in and bowls to him, and he plays this ball away. A lovely shot off the back foot through extra cover. 4 runs, 215 for 7, 44 to Code, and all the bowlers coming alike to him at the moment, Roland.
Yeah, and he's dealing in boundaries. That was a beautifully executed shot, because it was just slightly short of a length and almost with a straight bat. He just really nailed that one through extra cover.
Good stuff from Code. And Porter's in. Bowls, and Code has hit this one down the ground. They'll get a single to Tom Wesley at deep mid-off. And 216 for 7. And the return to the attack of Porter hasn't really put much of a break on the scoring there. 8 runs off the over. And this lead now will be exercising Tom Wesley a little bit, because it's growing rather rapidly. Not convinced about Wesley's captaincy at the moment. I think it's far too negative. You've come out after lunch, you've got really Yorkshire by the throat, and what you need to do really is to maintain that advantage. Instead, what they've done is really they've given Yorkshire a lifeline. They've backed off. Field placing has been very conservative, which has allowed even Brevis to be able to survive, as Critchley is in and he flashes outside the off stump, and the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper, taken cleanly there by Rossington. So this is now a 50 partnership for this 8th wicket.
And it's come in quick time. Cord is on 45. Critchley bowls, and that's a long hop, and he gets away with that one as he was trying to heave it over square leg. Gets struck on the pad and can't score. 216 for 7. Cord 45. As this one's tossed up, and he goes for a wild swing from outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact. Keeper doesn't take it cleanly either. Mopped up there at first slip and can't score. And Critchley now, those 2 wickets picked up just before lunch. That one is edged past slip. It was in the air as well. He's going to get 4 because it's got enough on it, and he does get 4. And another boundary to Cord, just dealing purely in boundaries right now. And really he was just looking to push that through the offside. Ball slightly short of a length. He got a thick outside edge. Went in the air, but nowhere near to the solitary first slip. Gets himself a boundary, and the score goes to 220. And Critchley again, and this one is straightens a bit. Plays it a bit light on the back foot. Kept a bit low also, but he was able to keep it out. Went to extra cover. Cushy comes across from backward point. Critchley again bowls, and that's driven through the offside. It's going out to. He's come back for the second run, and he gets his half century in very quick time. Cord 51 and 51 deliveries, and gets a good hand from this crowd here at Headingley, who appreciate this effort, particularly in the situation that Yorkshire find themselves in. And Cord has got to a very well played half century. The partnership at the end of that over has moved on to 64, and the overall lead 131.
Well, it's really changing the outlook of the game. 10 boundaries in that 50. Very well played to Ben Code. And as you say, Essex have, by going on the ultra defensive, have sort of ceded the middle ground, as it were, at a point where it didn't really make a lot of sense to do so, as Porter's in. Bowls, that keeps low and well kept out by Revis. He has 12. Code 51. Partnership has now put on 64. Double Nelson on the board, 222 for 7. And whatever chance Yorkshire have got, it's a great deal more now than it was when these two came together.
Yes, I mean, this partnership could continue. That would put even more pressure on Essex, because I don't think they want to be chasing too many, but they're making it easy at the moment for the opposition.
Porter bowls, and this ball is played without timing into the offside by Revis. Nick Brown moves in from extra cover to field. Sun comes out again. We're getting it in little bursts at the moment. There's mainly cloudy, but little breaks in the cloud, allowing some frugal offerings of sunshine. And just the solitary slip, the only close fieldsman. There's Porter's in bowls, and this ball's driven back past the bowler, but too firmly for there to be a run. Tom Wesley at deep mid-off with the fielding, 222 for 7.
Yes, and these two looking very, very comfortable at the crease. Nothing really at the moment looks as if. And those that fire this morning with the occasional ball did a great deal seem to have suddenly disappeared. Maybe it's because the energy levels are down.
Porter's in, bowls, and Revis plays it back to the bowler, who shies inaccurately at the stumps, and goes through to Rossington, and score remaining 222 for 7.
Essex may have to revert quickly back to Cook to try and wrap this innings up, because trying to buy another wicket with Critchley at the moment, it's not working out, and it's giving confidence to the batsman.
Porter once again to Revis. Revis has turned this ball down to his favoured area of mid-on. Cook, Sam Cook, does the fielding, and there is no run. And it's well, it's one of the beauties of cricket, the way it oscillates between one side and the other. Certainly in the most recent Test match, England v South Africa, and there were plenty of twists and turns. England eventually winning quite handsomely. Porter's in, and bowls to Revis. Revis again picks out Sam Cook at mid-on. Another Porter over ends. It was a better over. It was the most economical since lunch by a long way, but in no way did it threaten the batsman. 222 for 7 with 12 to Revis, and an excellent half century, 51 not out to Ben Code.
Yeah, tight over, but never testing, and still will continue with Critchley. Just trying to buy another wicket, hoping that Cord will go for the big hit and pick up one of those men in the deep. Critchley's in, and he brings him forward. Thought of a single, but at the last moment really decided there wasn't, as the ball went to extra cover. Critchley at the end of his mark, just a couple of paces in, bowls, and that's tossed up, and it's gone in the air, but I think he's got to go and fetch that one. It's gone for 6. He just clipped that one. It wasn't really the full swing of the bat, but a sweet sound off the middle. And it's gone over mid-wicket and the full distance. So this experiment with Critchley after lunch not proving to be the best and wisest mood. Let's see what happens with this delivery now. It's tossed up again and he's on the front foot. And just defending it cord on the offside. 228, leads now 137. And Critchley in to cord balls, and this one's hit hard down to long on. Is he going to get round in time? Diving stop there by the long on fielder, really save 4, because that was on its way to the boundary. It was all along the ground. He went after it and then ended up getting 2, so he's moved very quickly onto 59 cord now, and a little worrying session here for Essex. To be quite worried, and this experiment I think is about to expire, and that's worked away to point. There should be 2 here as the fielder has to come around for deep extra cover, and he gets 2. So a very good over there for cord, and a good over also for Yorkshire, and still 1 more ball to go in the over. Cord goes to 61, and in the context of the game, really, he's only batted for 56 balls, so that is quite extraordinary. And you'll get a single off the last ball as that ball is struck all along the ground, out to long on. And I think that's the end of the over. I think that will be end of Critchley's spell also, because I don't think Essex can afford to continue in this fashion. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sam Cook warming up and coming back into the attack. So at the end of that over, 233 for 7. The partnership now has realised some 75 runs as Jonathan comes back into the hot seat. Jonathan, good afternoon.
Hi Roland, hi everybody again. Yeah, interesting little half hour there, because you could have been forgiven, I think, for writing off the match, and it's still very much in Essex's favour. 142 lead. If it's getting easier to bat out there for these players, then it certainly should be for the Essex top order in chasing in the 4th innings. First ball of Jamie Porter's latest over, played up to Sam Cook at mid-on. 2 for 58, Porter into his 16th over. 1 slip in place at the moment. Essex now very keen to get rid of Ben Code, who's having some fun out there. His first class 50. And Yorkshire's highest scorer in the match, batting at number 9 in the 2nd innings. Porter in, Code leg side of the ball as ever, pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, no run. You've had a bit of fun, you two, for the last half hour or so?
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite entertaining. It's been quite baffling also, the approach of Essex in terms of how they have gone about trying to get the wicket. It didn't appear to me as if they were trying to get the wicket. It was more as if they wanted to stop the runs.
Porter to Code, who's again leg side of the ball and striking it well, timing it nicely up to Wesley. Changed his bat, of course, a couple of times, didn't he, in the early part of his knock. Hit a boundary, changed his bat, hit another boundary, changed his bat again, settled on the 3rd one, and it's brought him 63 with that single. But you just wonder, don't you, that there's so much technology around. They could quite easily, I'm sure, call up Ben Code dismissals on a video screen and think how to bowl at him. And generally speaking, he's not that comfortable with a short ball.
Well, I mean, but
and they've not really tried that, have they, at all?
And they've never even had a short leg at any time at all.
Porter in, Revis drives up to mid-off. Wesley fields, no run.
And for quite long periods, they've just had the 1 slip. I mean, I just found that quite unbelievable, as if to say we're more interested in keeping the runs down so we don't have to chase too many, instead of knocking these 3 wickets over. And that really has been, it's been quite strange, and as a result, it's given the batsman a lot of confidence.
Porter in again, Revis pushing back to the bowler in his follow through. Yeah, it just, as you'll have doubtless picked out, there's not loads of foot movement there by Ben, but if he gets the opportunity to swing through, then he's shown on plenty of occasions. He's one of those tail end players who's good for a 20 quite often. He's his 40s are less often, and certainly his 63s are a one-off at the moment. But he'll be delighted out there, I'm sure, and there's going to be a bit of banter flying around the changing room after this one, no doubt, as Revis tries to pull this delivery, which wasn't quite short enough, and cannons off his thigh pad. There's no run. 234 for 7. That lead, which looked very precarious, didn't it? 7 down at 88 at lunch, now 143, and they're getting into the realms of giving themselves a bit to bowl at here.
Yes, I mean, every run obviously is going to make Essex think a little bit longer, and really, you know, Cord has been very attacking, and it's given some confidence to Revis, and I think Cord is probably thinking in terms, I could get 100 here, somebody could stay with me. I could easily go on and get 100. Right, and looks like we're going to have a change in bowling as well. No, still continuing with Critchley, so. And this ball's tossed up and it's forced through the offside, and slight misfield, that extra cover. And he gets a single.
Just before I came back in, one wag in the press box said, oh, Code against spin. This'll sort him out, and the next ball went for 6.
Yeah, well, it hasn't sorted him out just yet, but it brings Revis on strike as Critchley is into Revis, and short and wide down the leg side. Missed out there by the batsman as he tried to clip it on the onside, taken cleanly by Rossington. 235 for 7. Let's see Critchley again. Tosses the ball, tossed up, and that's a lovely shot there by a confident shot by Revis as he stroked it through extra cover. And between that huge gap between the straight extra cover and backward point, the man comes off the boundary. He gets a single, rotates the strike, brings Cord back on the strike. It's 236 for 7. Critchley bowls, and that's tossed up, and on the defence, he's choosing the ball, waiting for the right one as he pushed it into the offside, and there is no run. And Critchley just rushing through his overs. He's taking it, and this one is clipped away, and he'll get an easy single here. Could possibly get 2, but they'll settle for 1. And really, I think Essex are wasting some valuable times here, they're trying to buy a wicket, and it's costing them.
Well, they're also trying to catch up with the over rate as well, because they were, I've not seen it at the moment, but it was -4 on the board, which will cost them some points if they don't get it back round.
That's a good shot for the tail ender there, as it's stroked by Brevis down to mid-arm, gets a single off the final delivery, also keeps the strike. And at the end of that over, the score is now 237 for 7. The lead creeping up. 147 now the lead. So it's 138 for 7. 238 for 7.
So, yeah, just also trying to bring back that over rate, so they don't cost themselves any hard-earned points here, which I'm sure will be part of the reason why Critchley continues. Jamie Porter, meanwhile, does the same from this Kirkstall lane end. Pistons pumping as usual as he runs in. And that's a good delivery which rises and leaves Matthew Revis. He's very much playing the anchor role here, isn't he? He's faced 55 balls for 14, but very much the batter of the two. If you walked in not knowing that, looked at the scoreboard, you'd be scratching your head. But Matthew Revis began his first-class career opening the batting on this very ground back in 2019. Shuffled down the pack batting-wise, but has also, of course, become an all-rounder since then. Plays that into the offside square where Dan Lawrence fields at point. No run. 147 runs the lead. There'll be a few Yorkshire supporters in the ground watching, listening, who are feeling a little bit more comfortable about life with that on the board. But the way this place is playing, it still feels as though Essex are a bit of favourites. Still 60 overs and a little more to play today as Revis drives to extra cover. Nick Brown doing the fielding, no run. We have got sunshine as well during this session. We didn't have any of that this morning.
Yeah, it's lovely now. The weather is perfect. As you said, most of this morning was very cloudy, but the sun is out in its glory. At lunchtime we thought perhaps the game would finish today, but Yorkshire late order batting since lunch is making sure that's not going to be the case.
Porter again, good delivery, and that may still be the case, Roland, because he's just had his middle stump uprooted right on classic commentary cue. Revis gone for 14 from 58 deliveries, and Yorkshire 238 now for 8, leading by 147.
Yeah, just misjudging the length of that delivery really, and trying to force it on the onside, perhaps expecting a short delivery. Gets his middle stump knocked out of the ground. But he has played his part, and he goes for 14. 238 for 8.
Yep, played his part in a good stand there, which took Yorkshire from 158 for 7 up to 238, so I'll make that 80. And very much, I think Yorkshire's best of the match. Ben Code taking a well-earned drink at the moment. And Essex just a chance to regroup following the wicket now and press on and try and wrap up this last 2, and they'll still be the favourites to rub off that Yorkshire lead. But there's also an opportunity here. If Yorkshire can get stuck in, get in and among 2 or 3 early wickets, you never know. Stephen Patterson receives warm applause as he makes his way out.
Yeah, and 80 valuable runs really, that partnership, because you take that 80 away from the score and then you see the position that Yorkshire are in, so it has given them a chance now to at least, you know, be fighting with something. And if this pair here can put together another 20, and then the last pair can put on another 20, suddenly you've got something to fight with, even though there will still be a lot of time left in the game. But you know, you'll give yourself a fighting chance. So that was a very, very important partnership, and ensured really that, you know, the game will continue late into today. And you said if the partnerships between these last couple of batsmen can produce not just runs but time, it means that tomorrow, the final day, could also be a very interesting day.
Yeah, Revis, that dismissal, not dissimilar to the shot he tried to play in the over before, where it wasn't quite short enough to pull. Seem to remember commenting, and he got on the back foot to do that. Didn't get up as much as he thought, so I think the length did him as much as anything there. Porter in then to bowl to Patterson first up. Was dropping one into the leg side for Coochie to field. There's no run. They're sticking with 1 slip for Stephen Patterson. That's Sir Alistair Cook. They've posted a 3rd man. Long leg, both pretty much out on the boundary now. They're also sending Coochie back square on the leg side with just 1 ball to come in the over. Stephen Patterson particularly strong square on the offside. They've got that covered with a sweeper. But they'll be happy to give him 1 here and work on him from the other end. And didn't necessarily need to do that. He's just had a little flick at 1 wide of off stump, but didn't get an edge. End of the over then, still that 147 run lead, with Yorkshire on 238 for 8, and still 60 overs possible in today's play. So if Essex wrap this up pretty quickly, then they'll fancy the chances of having a day off tomorrow.
Yes, successful over, 238 for 8, leads 147. And see if they're going to continue with Critchley or not, because having got that wicket, Cord still there, he's played really well for his 65. He's faced 63 balls, and Critchley again, and that one stroked off the back foot, but a misfield at extra covers. He's going to get a single, and with that he goes on to 65 with that delivery.
Yeah, and I think I'm right in saying, you know, in those personal little changing room battles that they that they have at those moments when they're having a bit of a laugh and a joke at each other. He's gone past Stephen Patterson's highest first-class score. Now he has 63, not out Pato's highest score.
And Critchley comes in now, balls to Patterson, and he's forward and defends that on the onside, and there's no run.
So he's got that one over on his mate.
Yep, and he would like his mate to get a similar score today just to help the team out, as this one is tossed up and it's met under forward defence, pushed along the pitch to the bowler who does the fielding. Critchley just marches back to his mark, probably about 3 or 4 yards, and just starts his run in now, and this one is tossed in the air. It's met on the forward defence and it goes out to mid wicket, and there's no run. Perhaps a little bit more pressure could have been put on the batsman, maybe a short leg or a bat pad, as this one is short and he's off the back foot and strikes it up to the mid-off area. Extra cover comes across, gets a hand to it, run cannot be scored. So it's 239 for 8, 148 the lead, as Critchley tosses this one up and attempted googly, looking to drive through the offside, doesn't quite time it, comes off the inner half of the bat, goes up to mid-on, over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, the 74th for the innings, it's 239 for 8.
And the other stat, I suppose, because cricket's such a stat-driven game, isn't it? 66 to Ben Code. He's batted 66 times previously in first-class cricket, so his 67th knock, if he sticks another one on the board, that average, he's been out, not out 23 times. His average is going to go up a fair bit today. It's going to go up certainly over 1. He's 16 point something. He's flexing at the knee as Jamie Porter runs in and bowls short. There you go. And as soon as you see that short ball, you know where Ben Code's going, and that's back towards square leg. And he'll try and play the uppercut as he just did. Sometimes it comes off, sometimes it doesn't. And that was through to Adam Rossington's gloves.
Yeah, it looks as if he was expecting that, because he gave himself a generous amount of room.
There is a third man down there. If he does lift that sort of delivery, it might actually carry beyond him. But this time he's pitched it up, and Code drives to Westley, who tries to throw down the stumps. Cushy has to come in quickly from the square leg boundary to cover that. And they get through for 1 after all of that. So Code on to 67. Patterson yet to score. And he's going to be facing Porter here. 3 for 60 in this second innings, Jamie Porter. And already had 3 to his name in the first, 3 for 42.
And Patterson yet off the mark, but still no change in the field. Just the one slip in place.
149 the lead now. Porter in again. Patterson solidly behind it. A little bit of dance around in an arc on his way back to the crease. Wickets to have fallen today. Tom Kohler-Cadmore first to go when the score was on 103. He made 12. Finlay Bean, having made a half century in 111 balls, was out on his 120th for 53. LBW2, this bowler, Jamie Porter. Jonathan Tattersall made 10 before being caught at first slip by Sir Alistair off Ben Allison. Porter bowling to Patterson, who's chopping down on one that almost got through the defences and looked like it might have hit the stumps. Then Will Frayne, who hung around for 51 deliveries, made 27, was bowled by Matt Critchley with what looked a regulation leg spinner that turned away from the outside edge and took off stump. Jordan Thompson caught Dan Lawrence, bowled Critchley out in the deep for 2. And it looked like things were going to be wrapped up pretty quickly with that 88-run lead at 179 for 7 at lunch. Porter's short ball. Patterson steps back and guides it down to third man to get off the mark. Take Yorkshire into a 150-run lead at 241 for 8. And then post-lunch, one other wicket to fall, that of Matthew Revis, bowled by Jamie Porter for 14. He faced 58 deliveries. So they've added just the 3 runs since that wicket fell. 2 minutes to 2. Sending Cushy back from being on the 1 at a squarish mid-wicket. out towards the boundary to sweep. Code on strike. Final ball of the over. Porter bowling to him. And there you go, just drops it into the position that Cushy had previously been occupying. Picks up a single, 68 to him. 242 for 8 at the end of the 74th. The lead now 151.
Yeah, just too easy for the batsman there, who would have been thinking of getting the single to maintain the strike. Made all the more easier for him by removing the mid-wicket, putting him out at deep mid-wicket, and then bowling a length ball and pushed into the vacant mid-wicket position. And gets the single. So the lead goes past 150, 151, and certainly something to work with, as Code, who is on 68, will face Critchley, and this one brings him on to the back foot. Slightly quicker, flatter delivery. Plays it on the onside of the pitch, and Critchley in this follow through does the fielding. Slip, backward point, and Critchley tosses this up, and this one's hit firmly out to long off, but it's going to go one bounce to the fielder, so he'll get a single. Takes his personal score under 68. Score moves to 241, 243 for the loss of 8. So he goes to 69 chord with that, but it brings Cushy moves to his left, does the fielding, so he gets another single. Strike rotates once more, brings Cord back on strike. 69 of 68 balls, and sun breaking through here at Headingley as this delivery is bowled in. He plays back to a delivery that's too full. Skids on, comes, and Patterson is bowled comprehensively there by Critchley. The 9th wicket goes down, leads 152. It's 244 for the loss of 9.
And he'll take the applause. He'll have a bit of a smile about that with the lads at some point in the future. Maybe not today, depends on the outcome as he wraps his pad on the way off. But it's an excellent contribution. 10 fours and a 6, and that'll be appreciated by the crowd. He loves his batting. He does often make a contribution lower down the order, but we've never seen one quite like that in Ben Code's career before. Previous best of 48. Now Jack Shutt, different proposition from what we've seen so far. In fact, walked out last night of the ground. I was hanging around for my interview downstairs, and Jack jokingly said to me, looking forward to you describing all my shots tomorrow, Deutsche.
Well, you've got every opportunity to do that just now. But for the time being, obviously, he'll be at the non-strikers end.
Yep. Because Jamie Porter's going to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end. Porter 3 for 62. Critchley's wicket takes him to 3 for 54. And Code 69 off 70 balls in 68 minutes. If Yorkshire go on to win this game, then they'll be pointing at that one, absolutely no doubt about it, as well as his contributions with the ball. Patterson takes one short of length and pushes it out to Snater, who's sweeping on the east side boundary. And they are through for a single. The lead now 154. These two, Patterson and Code, obviously very much bowlers. Patterson and Shutt, I should say. Code obviously also two. They'll be just thinking, yeah, we've got something to work with here. To all intents and purposes, the pitch still playing well, and it's been a dry day, so it shouldn't be bad for batting for Essex, but that's been the odd one that's kept a little bit on the low side. 2 slips brought back in. The Shutt gets the ball short of length and doesn't come up with the most convincing of ducks out of the way.
And really, Essex have been guilty of not bowling those type of deliveries at 9, 10 and 11. Really, there should have been a lot more short balls in between the length deliveries. They made it quite easy for the tail enders to at least hang around. And I think Shutt will certainly be thinking about this next delivery.
Porter in, Shutt struck on the pad, a big appeal, but it's on its way down square on the leg side and giving you an indicator of where it might have struck him, and turned down there by umpire Rob White.
So, Jonathan, the value of a short ball is exactly what happened there. That put some doubt in the batsman's mind. You can see Sharp was not going to go forward, and had that ball been a little bit straighter, then it would have been all over.
Porter to Patterson. Short ball to him. Dropped into the leg side. Handled that a little better than Jack Shutt had and gets a single. He's on to 4, 247 for 9, 156 in front. We were talking about Sylvester Clarke, weren't we, yesterday? Can you imagine tail ender there, gets a short ball off Sylvester. Well, if he survived it, he's clearly not going to want to step down to the next one.
Certainly, if you survive one, you can be sure there'll be another one coming.
That just sounds, I don't know about you, Paul, sitting off the mic, but that sounds chilling to me. As Porter is in, and that's dropped into the offside by Shutt, who's not got off the mark just yet. And that's a dot ball. Was he a talker, Sylvester? Would he tell you what was coming? What you might expect next?
He was expressionless, really. He was, he just ran in and bowled, and he was not a big celebrator either when he got a wicket.
In comes Porter, bowling to Shutt, who's pushing at one outside off stump and missing. End of the over, 76 now gone. 247 for 9, 156 ahead, Yorkshire. So not a great celebrator, not one for putting the wind up you with a few verbals either.
Well,
but was it one of those where who celebrated most, Sylvester or the batter, when he was out then and he didn't have to face it anymore?
Well, Sylvester didn't have to celebrate because he was an awesome fast bowler. He just had that ability to get the ball to come back at the right-handed batsman. So it was difficult for tail-enders because they tend to give themselves room, but then they found the ball was still coming at them. And this delivery is tossed up and defended into the offside by Patterson. He is on 4, scored 247 for 9. Essex looking to wrap this in his up as Critchley bowls, and he sweeps this one fine, and I think he's going to get 4 here. Very clever shot, but also very risky because it was a straight delivery. I think had he missed that, there certainly would have been an appeal, but to his credit, he gets it off the middle of the bat, gets the boundary. 250 comes up. It's 251 now for 9, and the lead goes to 160. Very good shot there by Patterson, and Critchley into Patterson, and this one brings him forward and strokes it on the onside of the pitch. Critchley comes across to his right, does the fielding, and there is no run. Critchley once more in leg spin bowls, and this one's worked into the onside quite nicely and gets an easy single, and will bring Shutt onto strike, who would perhaps be a lot more comfortable facing Critchley than he will facing Porter at the other end. And field comes in. There's a short extra cover now. Still only the slip as Critchley is into Shutt, and he's working this one on the onside, looking for a single, flatter delivery. Can't get it. Fielder comes in from short. Fine leg, does the field in. Just scoreboard has 2 deliveries to go as the leg spinner 3 wickets, and this one's tossed up. It's a good delivery. Well negotiated there by Shutt. The over comes to an end, and it's 252 for the loss of 9. The lead of 161. Yorkshire battling on.
Yep. I'm trying to establish how far Essex are behind on the over rate at the moment. Just message the scorers, so we'll see what comes back, but it was showing as -4 for a while. You'd have thought with Critchley being on that's been eroded to some extent. As Porter's in bowling to Patterson, who drops that into the pitch in the bowler's follow through. And there's no run. Porter making his way back to his mark again as Paul reassumes the position alongside leader 161. Essex desperate to wrap this up now and not have too many to chase. As Patterson pulls one to the onside of straight. Sam Cook doing the fielding.
Yes, Sylvester Clark, who we were mentioning a moment or two ago, was very well known in the Essex dressing room as the most feared bowler on the circuit, more so even than Malcolm Marshall in terms of threat to your physical well-being. There was a theory that he might actually throw the ball, but he never got done for it.
Here's Porter. Ball short of length. Patterson has a nibble at that, and it looked like it might have been a chance, but clearly just swinging away after it went past the bat. Rossington with a good tumbling stop. Yeah, I mentioned yesterday to Roland when he was on, Graham Root used to talk to me. I used to ask him about who was the fastest bowler he faced, and the Lillys and the Thompsons of this world were mentioned. Jeff Thompson in particular, I think he said, but the fastest bowler he saw, because he was at first slip most of the time to him, was Sylvester Clark, and he did say, I think he used to chuck his quicker one. I said, well,
yeah,
well, they're not all quick. Here is Porter. Good delivery again. Has he got the feather? Patterson stands, and he has got the feather, and that's it for Yorkshire. 252 all out. Yorkshire leading them by 161. Patterson gone for 9, caught Rossington bowled Porter, who'll finish with 4 for 64 from 19 overs and 4 balls. Critchley 3 for 59 from 17. Jack Shutt. Well, I didn't have time, sorry Jack, to describe all those flowing strokes out there in the middle from the 4 balls that he faced, but he is undefeated and can rightly claim that. And his team, though, are 252 all out, not yet defeated, and who knows, they may still be good enough to win this. It'd have to be a good bowling performance, but you would never rule out a side here at Headingley who got something reasonable to work with, and although you'd always want more than 160 odd, it is something. And Yorkshire themselves have been dismissed for less than that score in this match already, so we shall see. I don't think it will be easy for Essex, but you'd still have them down chasing 162 to win as the favourites. We'll take a little breather while the players do, and we'll be back with you for more ball by ball action in around about 10 minutes time. Welcome back from Headingley, where they're just back out on the field. And Essex then needing 162 runs to win this. Ben Code, hero of the hour with the bat for Yorkshire, top scorer in the match. Only the second half centurion that they've managed to put on the board individually, Finley being the other. Good start to his professional first team career in first class cricket, and Ben Code has been around 50 matches now, 69 for him. I'll just take this first over, Paul, because BBC Radio Leeds will be on for an update in a minute or two. So Nick Brown on strike and Sir Alistair Cook at the non-striking end as Ben Code comes in with 3 slips in place round the wicket at Brown, who immediately plays that one into the ground behind him, along the deck to Adam Lyth at second slip. There'll be a bit of a buzz round about the Yorkshire dressing room at the moment, having kicked on there and more or less doubled what they had in front in that spell after lunch.
I mean, you could have thought when they were 158 for 7 that Essex, bearing in mind at that stage they're only 67 in front, you could have thought that they'd only get round about a 100-run lead.
Code in, Brown pulling that one to the onside of straight where Patterson fields no run. So, by the way, 52 overs on the board when they started this Essex second innings. 52 overs remaining in the day's play for them to rub off that 162. And although Paul suggesting, and Paul sees Essex play so many times, of course, that they're a slow-scoring side, you'd still fancy that if they've got some wickets intact at least, they'll be able to get across the line today. If it's they who are going to win this. Code's latest delivery wide of off stump and Brown shouldering arms. But if Yorkshire get in among, that might slow the process down.
Yeah, there are various contingencies here. One is we don't know how well the light will stand up, bearing in mind it's a 104 over day. So from that point of view, it may not be possible to get the 52 overs in. But on another hand, if it's nice and bright like yesterday evening, and Essex were very close near the finish, they might want to take the extra 8 overs.
Code to Brown, who's playing a straight delivery backward of square leg and getting he and his team going for the contest, or the fourth innings of the contest with that single. 161 more needed. Yeah, conditions are still plenty bright enough at the moment, not even a single floodlight on now. Although we don't have sunshine, we've had breaks in the cloud from time to time. Here's update though for BBC Radio Leeds. Yeah, and we have the fourth innings of the match just got underway. Essex have just gone out there needing 162 at the outset to win this match. They're one without loss, so a further 161 needed in just over 51 overs remaining in the day. Now, the man with the ball in his hand at the moment, Richard, is Ben Code. Normally, he does his talking with the ball, of course, got past 200 first-class wickets just yesterday. But today, he's put up his highest first-class score, in fact, of 69, which has just kicked Yorkshire on in the afternoon from a position where you'd have said they were pretty firm favourites to lose the match, to just give themselves a little bit of hope. 69 off 70 deliveries for him. Matthew Revis hung around with him for quite some time, making just the 14, but still invaluable as it was. Earlier in the day, Finley Bean made his first-class half-century in just his second match, having made his debut at Old Trafford last week. He got 53, but few other Yorkshire batters making any significant contributions, which has left them in this position. They can still win this game if they bowl well. Conditions, you would say at the moment, probably still just favouring the batting side. The pitch still looks plenty good enough for them to knock off these 161 runs, Essex, to win this match. And Yorkshire, well, they've got all the rest of today and tomorrow, but they're going to have to bowl very, very well if they're going to win it.
So, 1 over gone and 1 run scored, and actually now we're seeing the first serious amount of blue sky develop, and we could end up with a very sunny second half of the day, which would favour Essex theoretically. 4 slips Crouch, and Thompson's in here, and Brown, who was out for 1 in the first innings, was so nearly out for 1 in the second. He's going to pick up a bit of a bonus 2 runs as he edged that into the slip cordon. Don't know whether you thought that carried or not, Jonathan. No, it was just pitching in front of second slip, but certainly anything but a confident and assured piece of batting there from Brown. He has moved on to the 3 runs that his team have. So 159 more needed, but Jordan Thompson coming close to Brown's wicket there. Comes in again and bowls, and Brown is out. And he's edged that one through. And, well, in many ways he might have been out even before he's gone. And an unhappy match for Brown, scoring 1 and 3. And that certainly will raise the temperature of this game. It's just what Yorkshire needed, a wicket right at the start, as Brown makes his way disconsolately back. And Essex still need 159, but now have only 9 wickets left.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson striking early in the innings for the second time in the match. And just checking back, and it was Nick Brown that he bowled for 1 first time around. He's got him for 3 on the second time here at Headingley. So a pretty miserable match, yeah, for poor old Nick Brown. And we're going to see the Essex number 3 very shortly. Still 159 to win. Just been saying on that update, as you heard, Yorkshire are going to need to bowl very, very well to win this. And that's a handy start.
Very handy indeed. And Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, comes out to join Alistair Cook. They put on 50 partnership in the first innings, and Essex could do with them doing something similar in the second if they're going to do the same here. I think that was Will Frame, was it, with the catch there?
It was, yeah.
Caught Frame, bowled Thompson 3, an undistinguished game to be sure for Nick Brown. Wesley taking guard. Had an email from Carolyn Tanner to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, which I'll come to after this ball. 4 slips wait. Bright sunshine now. Thompson bowls to Wesley. Wesley defends to short mid-wicket. Carolyn says, hello, Paul, Jonathan and Roland. I'm not sure if Roland is a racing man, but I assume Paul and Jonathan are aware that this is National Racehorse Week, when trainers throughout the country are opening their doors to the general public free of charge to showcase the care and attention that goes into looking after their charges. I will be helping out at my daughter's small stud in Wiltshire tomorrow, so I shall have no access to commentary, and I'm hoping Essex can wrap up a win today. Thank you as always for the entertainment you provide throughout the season. Hopefully next year the young players, as the next ball is worked away, and there will be 1 run to Wesley to get him off the mark here. Essex 4 for 1. Brown out already. Caught by Frayne off Thompson for 3. Target 162. Carolyn finishes off. Hopefully next year the young players who did so well in the Royal London Cup will do the county proud in seasons to come. Great to hear from you, Carolyn. Thank you very much indeed.
Yep. The other thing it is of significance today is it's 7 years to the day since the passing of Brian Close, DB Close.
Oh, right, yeah. Fantastic man and quite incredible cricketer. Could do everything. As Thompson's in and bowls to Cook for the first time. Cook, who's rather crafty. He never takes first ball. He likes to see what the pitch is doing first. Plays this straight to mid-wicket and there's no run. 4 for 1. 158 more needed, and what would have been had Essex mopped up the tail rather more efficiently than they did. You'd have thought a fairly straightforward run chase in the final innings of a game that would definitely have finished today. Now is fraught with danger, and a game that could go through to tomorrow. As here, Cook has worked the ball away through mid-wicket, should be able to come back for a second here, and indeed they do. Cook never one to hurry between the wickets. And but that was such an easy 2. 6 for 1.
Yep. So yeah, DB Close 7 years ago today. Reminds me of that of the book that David Warner brought out a couple of years or so ago. Just a few lines, the unseen letters and memorabilia of Brian Close. Cracking read as well. If you want to kind of get behind the man and what was going on off the field as well as on it. But yeah, just a player of notoriety, I think you'd have to say about Brian Close, youngest ever England Test player.
Yes, I get the notoriety, but he's also an absolutely brilliant cricketer, you know. in the end, you know, he was involved in a bit of controversy, but nobody ever quite liked him. I think he was magnificent.
4 slips in place. Code bowling here to the right-handed Wesley, who's shouldering arms to this one. First ball of the third over. There's no run. Fantastic knock by Ben Code, says Andy Walker. Are Yorkshire in with a squeak here? This could be a very interesting run chase, especially as there's something in the pitch for the bowlers if they manage to find it. Well, yeah, as I think we were saying towards the end of the Yorkshire innings, 150 plus, you always feel like you've got something to bowl at here at Headingley. You never quite know that's going to be enough. You're talking first-class cricketers, good batters out there, but also there is still a little bit in this for the bowlers. And if they're right on the money, they could ask some serious questions of Essex. Ben Code wasn't quite on the money with that delivery, not by his standards, well wide of off stump, but no harm done. Through to Tattersall. Tom Kohler-Cadmore at first slip. Adam Lyth at second. Will Frayne, who's already taken a catch, is at third. Looks as though it could be Finn Bean, I think, in at fourth. With George Hill at point. Code in. Wesley offers at that, but in the end, it's past the outside edge. I think I'm right in saying Tom Wesley's first 4 scoring shots in his first innings were boundaries.
You're quite right. I was watching from far, or not actually watching as in the sense of seeing it, but I was following the score, and when he got 16, they'd all come in boundaries. And then he rather went into his shell for a while after that.
Yeah, you would think he'll probably come out and try and be positive here. Lead from the front, as it were. He's across and dabbing this one out into the offside, into the path of Hill. No run, and with so many people in the cordon, Yorkshire obviously a little sparse in front of the bat. They've got Hill square on the offside. Jordan Thompson, he's at a sort of halfway house between mid-off and extra cover. Wideish mid-off. Wearing 44, but they've offered a pretty big gap through the offside. Patterson at mid-on, Revis mid-wicket. Jack shut down at long leg. Code in, good delivery this time. Wesley definitely interested in playing at that as it goes past on the rise. Is it one of those days where Ben Code is kind of kicked on, stimulated by his knock earlier on, where he's not going to feel tired, or is he going to feel more tired more quickly, having been out there running between the wickets? He did face 70 deliveries. He was in from 12, well, a little bit before lunch, and then for another hour or so after it. Here he is bowling to Wesley once again. Another good delivery from Yorkshire's opening bowler, who curses his luck that the batter couldn't get a little nick on for him. 3 overs complete though, Ben Code. Well, right back in the groove, isn't he? 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1. 6 for 1 Essex. They need 156 more runs to win this.
Yes, Liddy Alumi comes back and says, hi Johnson, Paul and Roland. Now you sent this when the 8th wicket partnership was going for Yorkshire, and you say this is a good 8th wicket partnership between Matthew Revis and Ben Code. They put on 80 for that 8th wicket, and you say I think Yorkshire need a lead of 180 at least. Well, just a bit shy of that at 162 as Thompson's in. Bowles and Cookers hammered this one through backward point to the boundary. 4 from the moment it left the bat, and Cook moves up to 6, and that was just up Cook Street really, that little bit short of a length and giving him width, and Essex moved on to 10 for 1, needing 162. Lily, you were saying you thought Yorkshire needed a lead of 180. Well, they've set Essex 162. They will probably need more. From Lily, sat in the East Stand at Headingley. Well, I'm glad you made it through the vicissitudes of travelling in by train from Malton. Lily, thank you very much for your email. 4 slips Crouch as Thompson coming round the wicket to Alistair Cook, who tucks the ball off the pads and will pick up a run through mid-wicket. No real way on the shot, so easily kept to a single. But the score goes to 11 for 1, of which Cook has 7. Wesley into strike on 1, and Brown was out for the second time in the match in just the second over, caught by Frayne off Thompson for 1. For 3, I should say, sorry.
Did well there, Sir Alistair Cook, with that ball kept a little bit low on him. I think Yorkshire thought they'd got one through. They probably need to bring on Stephen Patterson to bowl at him.
Yeah. Thompson. is in and bowls to Wesley. And he plays it back down the pitch. And there is no run. So, a very fascinating day's cricket so far, with Yorkshire certainly always scoring at a good tempo. And when the 8th wicket pair came together and Yorkshire rather subsided in one or two cases a little bit disappointingly, a little bit feebly, but that couldn't be said of Ben Code and Matt Revis, who put on 80 for that 8th wicket and changed the parameters of the game at the very least, even if not the result, as this ball is played to mid-wicket for no run, 11 for 1 on the board, and it may turn out yet that partnership has changed the result of the game as well, because at the time that the 8th wicket pair came together, it looked a matter of time before Essex dismissed Yorkshire and would probably only need around about 100 to win, but 162 makes it very interesting. Thompson's in, bowls, that's a lead from Wesley, and you can make an argument, Jonathan, that these are good tactics from Tattersall to go on all-out attack. He knows he's got to bowl Essex out to win this game, and he's got 4 slips in. And while you can understand why Essex weren't quite as much on the all-out attack in that they had such a good first innings lead, but I did agree with Roland Butcher that I thought, particularly during that good partnership for the 8th wicket, they went too much on the defensive. As Thompson's in, bowls, Wesley drops a dead bat on the ball, played into the covers, no run, end of the over, and Essex needing 162 to win and losing Brown to the second over, or in the second over of their attempt. Brown, for the second time in the match, out very early indeed, caught frame, bowled Thompson 3. Cook now has 7, Wesley 1. Now that 151 needed.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out from John Potter whether Essex got back to level on the over 8 in Yorkshire's second innings, because that's one of the reasons Critchley stayed on, I think, for longer than probably otherwise he would have. And was rushing through his overs, as Roland mentioned, a time or two. So 11 for 1 after 4. Code here bowling to Sir A.N. Cook, who plays that lovely lay of the bat on ball that Sir A.N. Cook does out towards gully, but can't get it through for a run this time. Nigel Gurrick has emailed me saying Somerset responds to ECB. Jonathan, Somerset have sent a strongly worded statement to the ECB saying the current schedule is unacceptable, with only 4 days cricket in 43 at the height of the summer. This reflects the comments made by numerous people listening to these commentaries. Do you know if the management at Yorkshire have any plans to issue such a statement, as Yorkshire has been affected just as much as Somerset? Code bowling to Cook, who opens the face and runs it to point where Revis fields, no run. I know of no such statement for Yorkshire, I'd have to say. That's either on or on the record. No, in fact, on or off the record. No mention of that as far as I'm concerned. But I think you know the sentiments of this club and its great tradition in county cricket. What I can say, and I will after this delivery by Code, who's bowling to Cook again, driving through extra cover, but Thompson's right on the spot to stop that. What I can say is that Otis Gibson spoke to us on the record after the match at Old Trafford last week, and he was talking about the punishing schedule and saying, without putting words in his mouth, to paraphrase, that there was loads of cricket in the first 6 weeks, 6 days with barely any turnaround between matches, and then you get to the 100, which he said, and I was obviously involved in the 100 with the Northern Superchargers, and then sometimes 5 days between matches, lots of downtime when players are looking for something to do. Here's Code, and Cook not interested in playing at that one, and so I think he pretty much said that the 100 schedule could be more condensed to allow for cricket either side of it in that window, maybe stretch the championship season out over a more even period, something like that. So interesting comments from Yorkshire's head coach. Here's Code, meanwhile, bowling to Cook, who drops it into the offside and Jordan Thompson does the fielding. But I don't know of any official club statement. There were just comments made to the press after the Old Trafford draw last week.
Yeah, my fear is that the powers that be's solution to the problem is, oh, we're playing too much cricket, let's reduce the number of games played. I devoutly hope that is not what actually happens, because I don't think it's that there's too much championship cricket.
Code again to Cook, who's flicked one straight to short leg. Will Frayne under the helmet, but sounded like the pad, and clearly umpire Rob White felt the same. End of the over then. 5 gone. Essex 11 for 1, needing a further 151 runs to win. Rowland somewhere around, hopefully, in the next few minutes to come in.
Yes, I think there is actually plenty of room to accommodate what used to be the 2 divisions of 9 in the county championship. But what really is a problem is we've got one competition too many, and 4s into 3 doesn't go. And when one of those competitions automatically has pride of place through the school summer holidays, it compounds the felony, as it were. But I do take the point, it is farcical to have just 4 days of championship cricket in the space of 43 days overall. As we're going to see Steve Patterson, as Jonathan was suggesting, might be a good idea to bring into the attack. Certainly wouldn't be a comment on Jordan Thompson's 2 overs that he's bowled. He's picked up the wicket of Nick Brown.
Yeah, he's had a blast, hasn't he? He's removed one of the openers.
But it could be a very shrewd move. We're down to just the 2 slips for Patterson. That's against 4 for Thompson, and Patterson's in. Bowls to Wesley, and Wesley flicks this one away, and that's gone down very fine to the fine leg boundary and leg byes, and that's why it went so fine. The score to 15 for 1, and with tense atmosphere out there, obviously, with Essex losing that wicket. It's always tense, actually, when you're chasing this type of target that's sort of probably in favour of the batting side, but then the wicket or 2 goes down, and obviously the atmosphere ratchets up, and Essex will be glad of any little bonus like that, as Patterson's in and bowls again to Wesley, who leaves outside off stump, taken on the tumble very low down by Johnny Tattersall, and score remaining 15 for 1. Bear in mind the target is 162.
Yeah, Patterson just trying to get loose, the old boy. 38, I think he is now.
Gosh, I had no idea he was that old.
Yeah, 2 or 3 looseners, and away you go.
Here he comes again. And bowls, and that ball's flicked away off the pad for a single by Tom Wesley. That will take him to 2, and the score to 16 for 1. Another 146 needed. Michael Alexander emails us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. He says, I can never remember Jonathan's email address, Paul, and I appreciate there is a time and a place for fielding the forms of communication. Nonetheless, I must further discuss Sylvester Clarke, or Stallone, courtesy of Dickie. Saw him next to Monty Lynch once or twice on those unassuming seats by the window in the Surrey Tavern after play. Just break in because here, switching to round the wicket. Patterson bowls outside, Cook's off stump, a leave. He says, so unassuming, looking at both of them, sort of just pondering together on the lighter issues of life. From Mike in North London, thank you, Mike. 16 for 1.
Yeah, Dick got a bit carried away yesterday talking about Sylvester Clarke and then threw in Stallone for some reason.
Oh, right. Yes, I wasn't here to hear that, but... well, Dick's even older than Steve Patterson, you see, but here is Patterson now in and bowls. And Cook off the back foot, plays it firmly into the covers as a misfield, but it's not a matter. Without wishing to be rude, but probably being so, Cook and Wesley are not of the quickest sort, and at times they have a humorous race with each other if they both happen to be fielding in the slips. Perhaps not so much since Ryan Tender-Scarter retired from the captaincy, but back in the day, Wesley a bit second slip to Cook's first, and they'd have this slow race with each other to get to the other end as Patterson's in bowls, and this is outside off stump and goes through to the wicket keeper. And no run there. Roland Butcher about to come in and join me. And thank you very much to Jonathan Doidge. And having said that, it looked as though the heavens were clearing over. Not sort of threatening cloud, but it has become more cloudy again. That could favour the bowling side a little bit more. And Yorkshire took their 87 for 2 through to 252 all out. And that made for a lead of 161, so Essex need 162 to win. Venko about to bowl. Roland, over to you.
Yes, and that delivery, Wesley gets in behind, just defends the ball back along the pitch. There is no run. 16 for 1, Cook on 7, Wesley on 2, and target 162. After Yorkshire rallied today on the back of fighting innings in the middle. Code on his way into Wesley and comes gently forward and just defends the ball up to mid-on, and there is no run. Alistair Cook is a key player here for Essex, and obviously a player with bags of experience, someone who concentrates very hard and obviously doesn't give his wicket away, so Yorkshire will be working hard to try and get rid of him and perhaps cause a little bit of panic in the batting lineup. As Cord comes in again, bowls to Wesley outside the off stump, just a little bit too wide, and the batsman allows that one to go through.
Yeah, we could have a similar situation, Roland, to so many innings now where a few early wickets go down of the perceived most likely match winners, but somewhere in the second half, should Essex need the second half of their lineup, there will probably be some stern resistance. We saw it in the Essex first innings yesterday. We've seen it in the Yorkshire second innings today. It's the way the game's going at the moment.
Yes, and Cord in once more and bowls to Wesley, and that's a good delivery. Beats him outside the off stump on the forward defensive, and just practicing taking the bat away, but he definitely played at that delivery. It was a lovely delivery, just moving off the seam. And fortunately for the batsman, no edge. 16 for 1. We've got 2 balls remaining in this over, and batsman there, he's got 4 slips in place, so very much on the attack. Yorkshire, that's their chance really in this game. They must take early wickets, they must maintain the pressure. As Cord is in on bowls, and he's forcing this one off the back foot. That's a lovely shot. There's runs here. I don't think you get 4 because he took the pace off at mid-on. They'll come comfortably back for 2. The return is on its way to the keeper's end, and 2 runs there to Wesley. That was a nice shot into a good position, to a shortish delivery, and just punching it to the right of mid-off, who made a tumbling stop.
Yep, very much Wesley's bag, anything that enables him to play into the onside. But yeah, in the test match, you know, all the talk was of the Duke balls and how you've got to try and make the most of them while they're still fairly fresh.
And this delivery squares him up, but he adjusts at the last minute, defends it into the offside. That was the final delivery of that over. The partnership now some 15 at the end of the over, which is the 8th of the innings. 18 for 1.
So another 144 needed for Essex to record back-to-back victories on their travels, having won at Canterbury the other day, and certainly they put up a good performance in that game. Generally have played well in this game, but good 8th wicket partnership for Yorkshire has made it a very much harder task for Essex now, particularly in these early stages of the run chase, as Patterson's in, bowls to Cook. Ooh, goodness me, that can't have missed off stump by much, and it kept low. It was what you would call fine, in inverted comma, judgment from Alistair Cook.
That was either very, very good judgment by Alistair Cook or a misjudgment by Alistair Cook, because it certainly came back down the hill and it was very close to the off stump, but Alistair Cook would tell you that he had everything under control and it was a perfect leave.
Faces the next delivery from Steve Patterson, who Cook just drops this ball into the offside, goes to short extra, and Ben Code and No runs, score remaining at 18 for 1. The man out in just the second over, and for the second time in this match that he was out in the second over. Nick Brown obviously hasn't had a good game. Out for 1 first dig, and could easily have been out for 1 the second time, because the ball before he was actually out, he very nearly was caught in the slips. Eventually out for 3 to Thompson. And Cook has played the next ball laconically into the onside. No real effort needed. Single all the way to just beyond the square leg umpire, Rob White. 19 for 1, and Cook moves up to 8.
Yes, and a similar delivery caused the wicket of Cook in the first innings, similar to that. When he came into his wicket to work onto the onside, on that occasion he missed it and was out LBW. This time no such thing, as he picked up an easy single.
2 slips for the right-handed Wesley as Patterson bowls to him. And, well, there's an appeal here as he rather jabbed at the ball without much foot movement and goes through to Tattersall, but umpire Rob Bailey thoroughly uninterested in the appeal.
And the keeper as well. The keeper really just didn't
That's right.
show any emotion there.
It was really Adam Lythe who led the appeal from second slip.
I think it was more of hope and wishing that he touched it.
Yeah, everybody tries it on. Here is Patterson to Wesley, and Wesley is streaky here. He was looking to hit that into the onside, and it goes admittedly along the ground to backward point, and there is no run, but certainly the opposite of where he was aiming. 19 for 1.
Yeah, he was certainly driving that through the onside. Got a thick outside edge. And could he easily have peeled off down to third man, but found the man at backward point.
Patterson again is in and bowls to Wesley. Now that one leaps up at him, dealt with it extremely well, I have to say, because that came off a length. It wasn't a short delivery, and the next thing he knew, he was fending it down, back down the pitch, dealt with it very, very well indeed. He has 4 and Cook at 8. It's 19 for 1. That was the last ball of the over, and there were 52 overs at the break between innings for Essex to try and reach 162, and 44 of those remain. Of course, light could become a problem potentially before the 52 overs are up, but 19 for 1 in 8 overs.
Yeah, that was quite a nasty delivery actually, because he was onto the front foot and it was a length delivery and it just suddenly popped up. He would have been surprised to see it in his face as Cord comes in now to Cook. Is bowling wrong the wicket, now bowls to Cook, and Cook allows this one to go through outside the off stump, and that one just losing some pace off the pitch and just dying as it goes through to the wicket keeper. And Alistair Cook, he's faced 19 deliveries so far. He's on 8. It's 19 for 1, and 162 the target. And really, for Yorkshire to have any chance of winning this, they've got to maintain attacking fields and try to get wickets. We've got 3 slips in the short leg. It's good to see that there's a short leg in place as Cord is in now. Bowls to Cook, and Cook very good leave as he initially looks to play and then see the ball moving across him as a left-handed batsman, and just pulls the bat inside the line and allow the ball to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, still a man well capable of being a match winner for Essex, particularly in a lowish run chase like this one. Be interesting if Cook was still playing for England, how he would take to the current England regime.
Yes, we'll have to discuss that, as this delivery is striking him on the pad, but I think he might have just got outside the line. And coming back, Cook coming across there, struck on outside the line of the off stump, but good delivery there by Cord.
Yeah, might actually eventually have gone on to miss leg stump. I thought there was a little bit of an issue with height as well there, so I think there was plenty of reasons for Rob White to give it not out, but good delivery.
Yes, and Cord maintaining this around the wicket attack too. Alistair Cook in bowls to Cook, and Cook is going for the drive, doesn't quite reach it. Normally Alistair Cook doesn't play out in front of him, but he was driving through the offside, and it came off the inner half of the bat, went to the fielder there at mid-wicket, all along the ground, quite safely, but he was aiming to push the ball through the offside. A few anxious moments here for him.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking to pierce a big gap there between backward point and mid-off, looking to play it through extra cover, and as you've said, doesn't go quite in the opposite direction, but nowhere near where he was aiming.
As this delivery now is more in his arc, and he comes across and just flicks it down the fine leg, and he gets an easy single. And very good in that area. Alistair Cook is we know he doesn't possess a wide range of shots, but you don't need to possess a wide range of shots to be a successful batsman.
No, and with the few shots he's got, he is very clever at working his angles in such a way that he can just find a gap, and he's always very, very happy to get the single and rotate the strike.
Yeah, he's very good at using those few options he has. 4 slips go down now as Cord comes in now, balls to Wesley, and that's way, way outside the off stump. And Wesley plays no shot, overcomes on end 20 for 1, and Cook on 9, Wesley on 4.
Dan Lawrence, who top scored in Essex's first innings, is due in next. 61 he made yesterday. Not been a happy season for him because he actually went into the season having scored a 90-odd in the Caribbean. So he was technically the man who was in the team, but unfortunately for him, he wrenched a hamstring chasing a ball out near the boundary at the end of April. And by the time he recovered from that, his place had gone. As we see Patterson come in now and bowl to Cook, and Cook deflects the ball into the offside, and there is no run. Score remaining at 20 for 1. We have perhaps a slight anomaly here that Jordan Thompson opened the bowling from the old football stand end, immediately got the wicket of Nick Brown, but only bowled 2 overs before he was taken out of the attack. But I'm sure we'll see him back in it in due course.
Yeah, I'm sure. And Lawrence, I will come back to Lawrence in a minute.
Patterson bowls to Cook. Cook guides it into the offside. There's at least another single, probably more than that. Going out towards the boundary, will just be flicked back, and they can easily complete 2 runs there. Good collusion between the 2 Yorkshire fielders chasing that out to the cover boundary. Cook has 11 and Essex at 22 for 1, require a further 140.
Yeah, what we couldn't tell there was, as the fielder slid into the rope, whether without the whole kite, etc., couldn't tell whether when foot touched the rope whether his hand was on the ball, but good enough for the umpires. Got 2. Yes, Lawrence, I commentated on that innings he played in Barbados when he made 90-odd. Really should have got 100 and cemented his place then.
Next delivery, pushed into the offside. There's no run, and it wouldn't have been a good way to get out if it was just in the middle of the day. But it was the last over of the day. He'd already taken 2 consecutive boundaries and just trying to go to the well once too often.
But the way he got out, I mean, throughout the innings, he looked as if he would get out that way, you know, driving on the up away from his body. And
as Patterson's in, bowls to Cook and leave outside off stump, and this wasn't a hair's breadth leave, it is a long way outside off stump.
Yeah, so really, you know, he was forcing a ball that wasn't there. He was driving hands out in front of him.
Yeah.
And just went straight to extra cover. And really, I felt coming close to the end of the day's play, 100 was not important at that stage. Just hang in there. He could have got 150 plus and would have cemented his place in the team. Now he finds himself having to struggle.
Patterson's in, bowls to Cook, and Cook deflects it into the onside for a single, 23 for 1, and he moves on to 12. Yes, I mean, he'll always be on the fringes of the selector's thoughts, but it's not going to be easy the way things are going to get into that England team, because they do support people who aren't overtly informed, like the 2 openers.
Well, I think they don't have any choice, because they're not any openers out there who's knocking the door down to
quite
say,
right.
Well, pick me. So, you know, I thought Alex Lees played well in the Caribbean. I thought he looked a good player. Patterson
over the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, a leave outside off stump. The 10th over ends, and Essex, requiring 162 to win, are 23 for 1.
Yes, and in the Caribbean, England didn't bat particularly well, but I thought Alex Lees looked one of the more accomplished batsmen coming into his first series. So I think it was only right and proper, really, that you continued with him, that investment. He's made some strides this summer as well.
Yeah.
And I think, he's somebody you should continue with. But, had he gone on, Lawrence, and got a big score, even with the injury this year and coming back, maybe loss of form, I think he would still be in people's minds.
Yes, absolutely right.
But, he got 90 odd, and change in bowling as his first delivery is around the wicket, and he's going to get a single as Cook comes forward and comes off the inner portion of the bat, goes out to square leg, and he gets a single. So Thompson has replaced Code from this end right in front of us here. He's bowling around the wicket to Alistair Cook, who just nudged it into the offside, gets a single, gets off strike.
The other thing, Roland, from Lawrence's point of view, obviously I see a lot of him. He sort of, for the last 4 or 5 seasons, has got 100 in county cricket each season. That's not enough.
Not if you got the likes of Pope and others who are going to score more, then you're going to be under a bit of pressure. But it just shows you that one innings could have changed his career.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could have changed his career. Wesley comes on strike as Thompson comes into him with 3 slips in place bowls, and that's a good delivery, pacey one as well, but also well left by Wesley, just allowing that one to go through. Keeper taking it perhaps about chest height to his left.
So far, these two doing a good job for Essex, the second wicket pair so far, because when Brown was out virtually immediately, if another wicket had gone down in quick succession, the pressure would certainly have come on Essex.
Well, they're not under any pressure for time, so they can try and hang in there as this delivery is picked away by Wesley. That's a beautiful shot. That's an area that he's very, very strong in. He loves it on his legs. And a nice flourish there as he clips him past square leg for 4 at one stage. A bit of interest from the deep fine leg fielder coming around to his left, but the timing was such that he had no chance of stopping that. So he now goes to 8, and the score now is to 28 for 1.
Yeah, normally that shot from Tom Wesley ends up going to the mid-wicket boundary, so this went squarer, but a beautiful shot, very stylish indeed. He is a stylish player, he's good to watch when he's playing his shots, and that was right up his street, that delivery from Thompson.
Yes, let's see how Thompson responds to that. This delivery is forcing it into the onside. He's looking for a single, but there was one there as the mid-wicket fielder comes around very sharp to his left, picks up left-handed. He also had some support from the mid-on coming in, and there is no run. That ball not quite as full as the previous delivery, but worked a little bit straighter. I thought the previous shot was a lovely one. It was full, but the timing was to perfection. Thompson in now to Wesley once more and bowls, and he's off the back foot and not able to time that one properly, just sit off the bottom of the bat. Has a look at his bat and just rehearses the shot. Ball goes straight to extra cover. Can't score.
Yeah, he missed out there, really, didn't he? It was potentially going to be 4 runs, that, but as you say, it didn't come out of the meat at all. It was all along the ground. It wasn't going to threaten his wicket, but potentially, because he can play the offside shots well as well, potentially that could have been his second boundary of the over.
Yes, and Thompson in now to Wesley, and that's wide outside the off stump. That's not going to tempt him. He just allows that one to go safely on its way to the keeper, taken cleanly, over comes to an end. That's the 11th of the innings, and requiring 162 for victory. Essex, they have moved on to 28 for 1.
So, another 134 are needed, and the Essex policy here should be, of course, to keep wickets intact, prevent Yorkshire from feeling that they're very much in the game still, and And at the moment, this second wicket pair are doing a good job. They had a 50 partnership in the first innings, but then they were both out in very quick succession as Essex declined from just over 50 for 1 to about 106 for 6 as Patterson's in, bowls, and that is left by Cook, goes through to Johnny Tattersall, and he remains on 13, Cook, with Wesley on 8. They've put on 25 so far, 28 for 1, and we're in the 12th over.
Yes, a lot depends on this pair, just to build an innings, as I'm sure Yorkshire would like to pick a couple more up before the tea interval.
Next delivery, Cook has played this one down to mid-on. Once again, there'll be no run.
And Cook much more comfortable when the ball is that length, where he can just stand up and play. He's been troubled more by Patterson when the ball is slightly fuller, who has an excellent record against Cook. I think he's got him out 7 times now.
Yeah, no mean feat that. And Patterson hoping to make it 8 as soon as possible. 3 slips, wait in anticipation. Patterson bowls and beats Cook on the outside edge there. And 1 or 2 hopeful shouts, but there was no edge. Well bowled though, 28 for 1.
Yeah, lovely deliveries. Certainly appear to have that little hoodoo over Alistair Cook, because he's always very watchful against him, and that he produced a good one there. He's bowling around the wicket and went past the outside edge.
Patterson on his way again, round the wicket. Bowls to Cook, who leaves this one, but a good leave. There's no run, score at 28 for 1. Brown, the man to go, caught by Frayne at third slip in Thompson's first over, only the second of the innings for 3. And at that stage, with Yorkshire having rallied so well with that 8th wicket partnership of 80 between Code and Revis, at that stage the target of 162 will look quite a long way away. 134 more needed as Patterson bowls to Cook. Oh, and Cook is again comprehensively beaten. This is the best over of the innings so far, from not just from Patterson but from anyone. And with any luck at all, he would have Cook's wicket.
That's brilliant bowling, really. He's gone past the edge, 3 balls in a row. Nothing Alistair Cook could have done about that. Really, there were excellent deliveries, and he just thankfully didn't get a little edge on one of those, because he's certainly examining his resilience and his technique here with some fine bowling.
So here he comes again, bowls to Cook, and Cook at last gets one that enables him to watch the ball onto the bat and play it down to mid-on. Deserved applause for an outstanding over from Steve Patterson there. And as we heard from Roland, already having dismissed Cook 7 times in his career, he could so easily have made it 8 in that over. Wesley has 8, Cook 13, and Essex needing 162 to win, or 134 short of that target on 28 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant first, brilliant over that one. Really, group 3 balls back to back in this almost the same area, same result, going past the bat of Alistair Cook. When was the last time somebody has beat Cook 3 and 3? Well, Thompson will come in now too. Wesley in, and he bowls outside the off stump, offers no shot. That goes through to the keeper at a decent height, decent pace. But Wesley showing good judgment, just allowing that one to go harmlessly through to the keeper. He's bowling with 3 slips. He's got a point, he's got an extra cover, he's got a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and the man in the deep down on the fine leg boundary. 28 for 1. Wesley is on 8 as Thompson into Wesley in bowls. Short of a length, and Wesley stands up straight, gets right in behind the line, defends the ball back along the pitch, and it is follow through. Thompson does the fielding.
Yes, Cook's one thing that won't happen with him, he knows how to put things to the back of his mind and concentrate purely on what lies ahead. Obviously, one of the many facets of batting. It's very important, even if you've only narrowly survived is not to sort of dwell on the past.
As Thompson bowls, and that one is looking to play in the onside. The ball straightens, ends up at extra cover. Now rehearses the shot straight down the pitch. But he was certainly looking to play that in his favour area versus leg side. And ball came off the face of the bat, went all along the ground, but it went straight to that man at extra cover. So a good delivery there by Thompson, just straightening a delivery to the right-handed Wesley. Thompson to Wesley in now balls, and he's much more comfortable there as it's short of a length. Just stands up straight, pushes it back along the pitch on the onside. Fielder there from mid-off comes around, does the fielding, so no run.
Yeah, batting not easy out there. I mean, these are two good players, but both of them troubled from time to time. We've seen several occasions when a shot aimed in one direction has finished up in a different one, giving a clear indication batting not easy.
Yes, and Wesley bowls and is allowed to go through this delivery outside the off stump, fuller length delivery. And Wesley comes forward. It's a forward press and then raises the bat. Taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper. Ball went nice height and good carry.
Yorkshire keeping the pressure on here even without a recent wicket. Very few runs being given away. And 5 dot balls so far in this Thompson over.
He's in once more to Wesley. Thompson bowls, and he has to defend a good delivery that just jags back at him somewhat. And it goes to the mid-off area, but intercepted by the extra cover fielder. Gets a good round of applause for that over. Thompson bang on the money on most occasions. Well defended by Wesley, so the over is completed. We've had 13 in the end so far, and Essex the 28 for 1.
Yeah, good cricket from the Yorkshire lads here, keeping it very, very tight indeed. And Cook with probably 7 overs up to the tea interval. Bowls, and that ball goes through to the keeper. Actually, I think it'd be more like 5 up to the tea interval, because of course we've got these adjusted timings on the day. But 28 for 1. It's been on that score for 2 or 3 overs now. And Patterson, so close to Cook's wicket in his previous over. Around the wicket, bowls to him, and ball is forced away, but well fielded at short extra, so once again there will be no run. Still that pressure being kept on as the likelihood of the game going into a 4th day increases.
Yes, and Cook obviously much prefer the ball at that length, really, where he gets an opportunity to get onto the back foot.
Patterson bowls to him. Oh, he didn't like that, and again he pushed rather nebulously forward. Again it just went past the outside edges. Another plane on its way to Leeds and Bradford Airport goes overhead. Score remaining 28 for 1.
Yeah, another good delivery. Perfect length, perfect line, and then just going off the seam and going past the edge of Alistair Cook's bat.
Patterson. 4th ball of the over in, and bowls to Cook. And turn round the corner, and first run for good 10 or 12 minutes goes down to long leg or backward square leg to Ben Code for a single. Takes Cook up to 14, and I should think he'll be quite glad to get away from Steve Patterson. He's been facing for the last 2 or 3 overs that Patterson has bowled. Wesley will come in to strike, and Patterson will predictably go back to over the wicket to the right-hander.
Well, I think he'd be quite happy to get up that end for sure, because he's been posed all sorts of problems.
Patterson to Wesley. Down to 2 slips for Wesley, and he leaves the next delivery. Goes through to Tattersall. 29 for 1, still a further 133 needed for Essex to win this game.
Yes, Very good leave, because that wasn't far off. Inward movement, and keeper having to move to his left to complete the take.
Once again, Patterson to bowl to Wesley. Keeps low, well dug out, well watched by Wesley. Another over ends, and that is 14 now of the 52 that are available today have been bowled. 38 remain, and Brown out caught Frayne bowled Thompson 3 when the score was 3. So Cook on 14 and Wesley on 8 have so far added 26. Essex 29 for 1.
Yeah, good pressure by Thompson, just maintaining the pressure, particularly against Alistair Cook. As Patterson really, yes, as Thompson will come in now to bowl to Cook, in bowls to Cook, and he struck on the pads, a low appeal. I think he's going to be outside the line of the off stump. It keeps it a little bit low, and it goes down to short third man. Let's wait for the signal, and there is none. So it appears that Alistair Cook got an edge on that one. So he moves now to 15. The score now on to 30 for 1. It brings Wesley into strike, and Cook was on the front foot, kept a bit low, but obviously got an edge on it. So the field changes for the right-handed Wesley. Now 3 slips in place. They go down as Thompson into Wesley, and that's short. Bounces a bit, but nicely played as he just stands up tall and defends the ball in front of him.
Well, in the reverse fixture at Chelmsford a couple of months ago, Cook, for the first and so far only time in his career, got 100 in each innings against Yorkshire. But he's looking very uncomfortable out there at the moment, and must have been beaten 4 or 5 times in the last 20 deliveries he's received.
Yes, but as we know, his powers of concentration, he will not allow that to worry him, as this delivery gathers good pace and bounce off the pitch, just slightly offline, and Wesley on this occasion decides not to have anything to do with that. Just allow the ball to go through to the keeper.
Been a lot of flights cancelled this year, but there's no evidence of that sitting here just now, as there's a very regular flow of planes flying overhead.
Yeah, we're very much in the flight path. As Thompson in now, bowls to Wesley. It's a good delivery, brings him forward. And equally well played, as he just defends it to extra cover. And there is no run. 30 for 1, Wesley on 8. He's faced 42 deliveries as well. Will not be too perturbed about that, because really time is of the essence for them. They've got plenty of it, not just today, but there's also a full day available tomorrow as well. So once they're at the crease, they'll be quite happy. As Thompson comes in once more to Wesley, bowls, and he plays again very late on the front foot and just defends out to extra cover. No run.
30 for 1 up on the board, 132 more needed for an Essex victory, 9 wickets for a Yorkshire victory, and quite correctly, Tattersall has kept attacking fields so far, with 3 slips in for Thompson, bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end.
And this delivery kept a bit low, and did he get an edge on that? He must have.
Sounded like it.
Because they are distraught. That seemed to be on its way to knocking those stumps out, as he went back to a delivery that was just short of a length, but had enough skill to get an edge on it to preserve his wicket. End of a very good over by Thompson, and at the end of the over, Wesley stays on 8, Cook's 15, 30 for 1.
Yeah, bowling very well, this Yorkshire pair at the moment. There hasn't been any sort of easy over for Essex for some time now, and getting toward the tea interval, with Patterson coming around the wicket to Cook, and again he leaves a ball that doesn't miss the stumps by a great deal, and goes through to Johnny Tattersall. Cook remaining 15, Wesley 8, 30 for 1.
Yeah, another testing delivery, and Cook allowing this one to go by. I think he was quite pleased that it didn't come back more than that. It did come back down the hill, and keeper moved to his right. So Patterson bowling it, moving it both ways.
Comes in again, bowls to Cook. Cook deflects it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. The score remaining at 30 for 1. And I should think this partnership, Cook and Wesley, will be very pleased if they can get through to tea with their wickets intact.
Yes, obviously that's the first objective in Cook with the troubles that he's been having with Patterson. He will be certainly concentrating hard.
Faces the next Patterson delivery, and that goes straight through him. It was angled in from around the wicket, but left him off the pitch and groping at thin air there, 30 for 1.
Yeah, that's superb bowling, really. His control of line and length to Alistair Cook is immaculate, and he's getting the ball to go both ways. We saw Cook leave one that came into him, but this one really pitched, opened him up. And Alistair Cook was very, very happy to see that one go past the edge.
Once again, Patterson is in, giving Cook a severe test here, but that one is just short enough for Cook to rock onto the back foot and play it down to a straightish mid-on. Thompson does the fielding, and Cook remains on 15, Essex 30 for 1.
Yeah, and against Patterson, Cook much more comfortable when the ball is that length, where he's got time to go back and defend. But when it's slightly fuller, and with the movement of Patterson, he's really having some problems.
Patterson again. Bowls to Cook. Cook again can get on the back foot to this one and feel the reassuring sound of the ball coming off the middle of the bat in a purely defensive context. Plays it to mid-off, no run.
And Cook he'll be very happy if he continues to bowl there. I think perhaps a much fuller delivery now, maybe a little bit of width to try and draw Cook into a drive would be what Patterson would be hoping for.
Bowls, Cook defends to mid-on. Applause for another terrific over from Patterson, and that will be tea. The players leaving the field. Essex need 162 if they're to win this game. Brown was caught frame, bowled Thompson 3. But we are just past 3:30, the rescheduled times today. So do please join us around about 3:52. Thank you very much, Roland. And Jonathan Doidge will be joined by Roland straight after tea.
Welcome back from Headingley for the third and final session of day 3, possibly the third and final session, but you wouldn't be confident in saying that. Ben Code is going to open up here against Essex captain Tom Wesley. Sir Alistair Cook at the non-striking end. He's on 15, Wesley on 8, and Code coming in past umpire Rob White. And Wesley drops that into the leg side. Revis fielding, no run. It was a bit of a slow process, wasn't it, before the tea break? Essex reaching 30 for 1, needing a further 132 to win this match. And Yorkshire, 9 more wickets required if they're going to be good enough. Roland Butcher is back alongside. 3 slips in place. A little bit of darkness descending, Roland, and no floodlights on just at the moment. We'll bring you in a moment because Ben Code on his way in. And right behind that, Tom Wesley pushing to Patterson, no run.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit cloudy, but in the distance you can still see some blue skies, so hopefully it will continue like that and we will not have to worry too much about the lights. But as it's looking, it's possible that at some point in time the lights will be on, because there are still a number of overs required and also quite a few runs.
Code in again, Wesley once more behind this one, and pushing back to the bowler, who was a hero with the bat, of course, earlier today. 69 from 70 deliveries, Ben Code. Very much his highest first-class score, previous best of 48, so a first half century at this level for him. Not the usual passing aviation. Quite a bit of debate about that yesterday, and the height over the ground at which they pass. Meanwhile, Code into Wesley, who flicks it to Revis, diving to his right at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, excellent piece of fielding, because that ball was on its way. We know Wesley loves to play through the onside. That was nicely timed, but a good diving stop at mid-wicket.
Code turns then. Trying to be the all-round hero for Yorkshire today. And Wesley right across and tucking that one down to long leg, where Jack Shutt runs in and does the fielding. And they're through for another single. So Wesley on to 9, 31 for 1. They're getting going for the evening session. 131 needed. 35 overs and 1 ball remaining on the scoreboard. But they could play more time beyond that.
Yes, and obviously a lot will depend on the conditions out in the middle in terms of light.
Code to Cook, shouldering arms to one that's wide of off stump, and that completes the 17th over of the Essex second innings. Then 31 for 1, 131 more needed.
Yes, and Alistair Cook just watching that one go on its merry way. Nice movement away from the left-handed batsman.
Looks like it's going to be Patterson to open this session from the Howard Stand end of the ground. Martin Rowe says that you may already have touched upon this, but was Sylvester Clarke the guy who could bowl a looping, slow, deceiving delivery which batsmen lost sight of? One particular ball comes to mind, but I can't recall who the batsman was.
Right, I think he's got his... I hope you're listening. Yeah, I think you got your men mixed up. That was Franklin Stevenson who possessed that fantastic slower ball, as Patterson will come into ball to Wesley, and he comes forward, just adjusts the shot, looking to play straight, and then at the last minute just opening the face slightly. Ball goes out to extra cover, and there's no run.
I should say, Roland, to our listeners, that Roland is standing up beside me, which is now making me nervous. Especially if he plays a pull shot, because that could decapitate me.
I will make sure that that does not happen. As 2 slips go down, short leg in place, as Patterson in to Wesley, bowls and right out on the front foot, and just defends the ball into the offside, and there is no run. This is a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg. The fielders, and yeah, Franklin Stevenson was the first one really that I saw a ball, a slow ball, and he was a big, tall guy, and when he delivered it, a lot of batsmen would actually duck, and this delivery is off the back foot, punch back along the pitch, and then it's followed through. Patterson does the fielding, and the batsman he's referring to was Graham Thorpe. The slower ball, and Graham thought it was a bouncer, ducked away, and it was bowled. So Graham Thorpe was deceived by Franklin Stevenson. Sylvester Clarke. Let's wait for Patterson now. Bowls to Wesley, and he has to adjust on the front foot, turns it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. He stays, Wesley on 9, Cook is on 15. Sylvester Clarke was more interested in the ball around your head. He didn't worry about the boot. It was, you had to look out for the ball around the helmet area from Sylvester Clarke. As Patterson comes in once more to Wesley, bowls, and Wesley drives on the up and gets a bit of luck there because he was driving through the offside. That ball ends up at mid-on, and he gets away with it, so he stays on 9.
Did you sleep well on a night before facing Sylvester?
Let's put it this way, you were probably awake a little bit longer than you normally were. He was a fearsome fast bowler. As this delivery is well played, as he comes forward, that final delivery goes up to mid-off. There's no run. The over comes to an end. At the end of that over, it's the 18th of the innings. Good round of applause for a tight over there by Patterson. It's 31 for 1.
Yeah, Bent Nielsen tweets, great knock by Code and Revis and very good bowling so far. Alas, not really enough, but such is life. Well, don't give it up just yet. But yeah, the odds, of course, with 9 wickets in hand, 131 more needed, favour the visiting side. So 3 slips in place. Ring field. Long leg down away to the far eastern corner of the stand as Code's in. Stifled and distinct lack of confidence about the appeal, even though all arms were in the air. Adam Lyth as ever getting excited at second slip. And the floodlights just starting to come on. Ben Code, can he find a way through? 7th over, he's gone for just the 5 so far. He's bowling to Cook again here, who punches this one back into the bowler's follow through. I guess from Yorkshire's point of view, apart from keeping the pressure on with those who are bowling, Jonathan Tattersall might just want to keep a little bit of rotation going as well.
Yeah, he's got to find a way to break this partnership, because Cook will hang around, Wesley will score when the opportunity comes.
Good again. Cook right over the top of that, dropping into the off side, no run. And immediately a bit of shadowing out there from the players on the Headingley turf as the 4 banks of floodlights come on. There's a little bit of blue poking through overhead, but we've had cloud pretty much all day, but brightness with it. Certainly playable at the moment. In comes Code to Cook again, right over the top and pushing out square on the offside to Revis. Not a lot of peripheral action to describe for you, really. There's a lone photographer opposite our commentary position, trying perhaps to get shot of the day. Somebody's braved it in t-shirt and shorts away down to our left in the northeast stand. It's not cold though by any stretch of the imagination, but not as warm as it was yesterday when the sun was out for quite a lot of it. Code in here and whipped off the legs by Sir Alistair Cook through mid-wicket for 4 runs at 19 to him, 35 for 1. And now 127 more needed.
Yeah, I think Cook's waited a long time for that type of delivery to come along. Really, he's been pinned down by some good bowling. And the first opportunity, he was able to put that away. And I guess that's why Cook was so successful really at the higher level, that he could absorb a lot of pressure. But still, when the opportunity comes to score from the loose delivery, just that.
Code in again. Cook has a push at this one outside off stump, so a little moral victory for Ben Code in his response to that boundary. But Cook survives. 19 gone in this Essex second innings. It's been slow going so far, but they are chiseling away, and they've got plenty of time to be slow if they want, as long as they get across the line.
Yeah, that's a good delivery to complete the over. Just drew Cook into the drive, and the away movement going past the edge. As Patterson will continue, who's been very economical so far. He's in his 8th over. He's just only conceded 6 runs, so he's had good control. As the 12th man leaves the field, there's 2 slips go down now as Thompson comes in to Wesley, bowls to Wesley, and Wesley's working this one into the onside, but he can't score because it goes straight to mid-wicket. And he stays on 9. He's been on 9 for quite a long time, but he's faced with 2 slips and a short leg. He's got a backward point, he's got an extra cover, he's got a mid-off, and on the onside, just protecting the onside with 4 fielders, short leg, 2 run saving as he's in now. Bowls to Wesley, who drives and is out. A slower delivery, just inviting the drive, gets this man as he's spooned to catch the backward point, so the second wicket goes down. Wesley's long vigil for 9 lasted some 56, 57 deliveries, and he's finally gone, caught at point. And the second wicket goes down for Essex. They're now 35 for the loss of 2. The new man in will be Dan Lawrence, I would imagine. But that's a good breakthrough for Yorkshire. Certainly Essex not wanting to lose the wicket at that time after all the hard work that was done by Cook and Wesley up till tea.
Yeah, I suppose bowling dry you'd credit Yorkshire with, and therefore they've managed to get one of the 2 batsmen to crack. Wesley playing a loose-ish shot, and as you say, Roland, he'd hung around for plenty of time for that completely different feel to the innings he played in Essex's first innings, when his first 4 scoring shots were all boundaries. But they've been circumspect, and it's no surprise really that bowling dry for Yorkshire has come in the form of Ben Code and Stephen Patterson. They've only gone for 15 runs between them in the better part of 15 overs now, but they can't bowl for all the rest of this Essex second innings, and somebody else is going to have to come on and bowl well at a pretty tight economy rate to keep the pressure on, or else that will be released.
Yes, you say that, but they may have great powers of stamina and just bowl for the rest of the day. Yes, that is very possible, because they're in a very good space right now, and both of them have very good rhythm. And the 14 overs between the 2 of them has just really conceded some 15 runs. Lawrence now will take his first delivery from Patterson, and he's driving off the outer edge of the bat. It's running out towards the point boundary. He's gone for 1, comes back for 2. Return is on its way, so he's immediately off the mark with 2. Score goes now to 37 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, runs will come a bit more quickly, won't they, with Dan Lawrence out there, more free scoring player. But in terms of they might bowl all the rest of the day, who are you trying to kid? they'll bowl a few overs, and the S&C himself will be on there pulling him off, saying, no way, you've bowled your quota today.
Right, Patterson in once more to Lawrence, bowls outside the off stump. No shot offered, the ball dies before it gets to the wicketkeeper. Lawrence stays on 2, 37 for 2. The last man out, Wesley, who was caught at point, driving at Patterson. And he made 9 having been in a very long time with Alistair Cook, who's still there. Cook's on 19. He's faced 53 deliveries. That's 37 for 2. We're in the 20th over. As Patterson aborts his run-up, the umpire stretches his arm out. Umpire Rob Bailey stretches his arm out, stops Patterson, but now he's ready. He's into Lawrence now. In, ball to Lawrence, and Lawrence comes forward. And very circumspectly plays that one out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Just looking to get forward. Dan Lawrence keeping it nice and tight. And it's quite refreshing to see that short leg has been in play for a long time. Something we didn't see particularly late in the innings of Yorkshire, where Essex became quite negative in terms of their approach to getting the final 3 wickets. Patterson's in bowls, and he comes forward reaching to a pitched up delivery. End of a very good over there by Patterson, where he got the wicket off Wesley. Over number 20 comes to an end. 37 for 2. Cook is on 19, Lawrence on 2.
Yeah, Patterson reminding everybody at Headingley of what his capabilities are. 1 and over he's gone for so far, including 3 maidens. 1 for 8 of 8 for the former skipper. Stepped down, of course, on being told that he was going to be released at the end of this season. That was after the defeat to Hampshire at Scarborough. And he's been letting Jonathan Tattersall have a go, both in the RL50 and, of course, in first-class cricket. He made his captaincy debut, as it were, last week at Old Trafford as Code's first delivery of the overseas Cook, playing from the crease out into the covers. George Hill doing the fielding. You'd think George Hill's got a role to play with the overhead conditions as they are, and some good recent form on the board with the ball. Be interesting to see if he is the next cab off the rank for Yorkshire when Tattersall makes a change. Code in to Cook, who pushes out into the offside, and Hillfield. We mentioned, of course, a few times when Sir Alistair Cook was out in the first innings that Stephen Patterson has his wicket in 7 championship matches between them on 7 occasions. So for all those great fast bowlers at test level that Cook has faced, he's clearly had a problem against Yorkshire's metronome. Code, meanwhile, also of similar ilk, and there's an appeal here for LBW. Ben Code almost a lone figure in making the appeal. Adam Lyth, though, still excited at second slip and has his hands on his head.
Yeah, a very hopeful appeal there. On 2 counts, Cook was well forward, and certainly the ball looked outside the line of the off stump. Cord obviously getting excited that he struck the pad in. Yeah.
And Adam Lyth, who simply has to tip the milk carton up on a morning, and if white stuff comes out the end of it, he's absolutely thrilled. Code in, and Alistair Cook runs that one down backward of point. Matthew Revis can't cut off the single, and so they're through for that one, which takes Cook to 20. The score to 38 for 2. Essex 124 more runs to win. You're listening to coverage of Yorkshire versus Essex in this LV Insurance County Championship game with Roland Butcher, formerly, of course, of Middlesex in England, and myself, Jonathan Doidge. Paul Newton of BBC Essex also alongside. He'll be back in a bit to give you the Essex take on things. Day 3, of course, of this 4-dayer. 2 rounds of championship action to come. Neither of these sides involved at the top end of the table as Code's in, and Lawrence shouldering arms to a ball wide of off stump. And there's no run. But Yorkshire could have a say in the championship in the sense that they are at the Oval next week. And who knows, if they have a good few days, they might upset a few Surrey apple carts. I don't suppose Roland, as a Middlesex man, would be too disappointed with that.
Well, I wouldn't lose any sleep, that's for sure.
Code in is over the wicket and wide of off stump, and Lawrence watches another one go by. So still pretty dry from Yorkshire. And Essex, well, ponderous really, taking their time, but they just want to make sure that they've got enough on the board come the end of this match to take winning points.
Yes, that final delivery just way too wide, allowing Lawrence to get a bit of a sighter. Just played no shots, so 38 for 2. As the battle between Patterson and Cook will continue. And really, Cook's had to work really hard against Patterson today. He's beating him on a number of occasions. Slips goes down as Patterson comes in and bowls to Cook, and Cook is edging this one down to third man. I don't think he'll get 4. The fielder converges now from backward point, and Alistair Cook, at his advanced years, decided to take 1. A few years ago, I think he would have been scampering back for 2. But it's more important that he remains at the crease than to take the risk of a second run. So he gets a single, goes to 21. It's 39 for 2. Lawrence comes back on strike. The short leg fielder comes in place, puts his helmet on, takes his position, and the fine leg, he now goes to backward square leg. Patterson in to Lawrence. Approaches umpire Bailey, bowls, and this one strikes him on the pad as he's looking to work it into the onside. He's bounced a little at the last minute. Of course, Lawrence to come down just 4 or 5 paces just to give the pitcher a bit of a tap. Quite often there's nothing happening in that area. It's just a bit of a nervous reaction by the batsman, particularly a new batsman at the crease. He's always wanting to do something to appear as if he's in control of the situation. As Patterson comes in now, bowls to Lawrence, and he uses his feet and times it nicely, but he finds the man at mid-wicket all along the ground, and immediately the keeper calls for the helmet, because Dan Lawrence certainly looks to get down the pitch to the faster bowlers, and immediately the keeper calls for the helmet, and he's going to go under the stumps just to keep Don Lawrence in his crease. And didn't have to wait, just one ball. As that's Patterson in now to Lawrence, bowl to Lawrence, and he's forward. Plays this one up towards mid-on, mid-wicket comes around, tidies up, and there's no run. Lawrence stays still on 2. It's 39 for 2. Slow progress by Essex, but I don't think they'll be worrying too much about it. Time very much on their side, and it's really Yorkshire who've got to do all the pressing. They're the ones who are behind the 8 ball right now. As Patterson to Lawrence, and he's having to overcompensate there, looking initially to get across to play on the onside, and then straightens up, pushes it out to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, Essex just having to be patient, and they'll know as well that the economy rate of Yorkshire's other bowlers will be appreciably more than this pair, so if they are patient, they may get reward before the end of the day.
Yes, Patterson to finish his 9th over now in both, and again that's met on the front foot defensively. It goes up to mid-off, end of another tight over by Patterson, and at the end of the over, Essex, there are 39 for the loss of 2. Alistair Cook, he's on 21. Dan Lawrence on 2.
Yorkshire second team, thanks to John Ver, Yorkshire second 11 scorer, who's messaged me. For those interested, are 207 for 4, leading by 326 against the old enemy, playing over at Blackpool in a Rose's second 11 game. James Wharton, who played, of course, in first-class cricket for Yorkshire earlier this season, made 71. Earlier today, Lancashire seconds all out for 71. Matthew Fisher, 11 overs, 8 maidens, 6 for 9. I think he might have proved his fitness and that he retains some of his ability. With that sort of figures, 39 for 2 here. And Alistair Cook opens his body up and gets this away into the covers off the back foot. First ball from Ben Code. There's a bit of chatter going on in the slip cordon. Tom Kohler-Cadmore at first, Adam Lyth at second, Will Frayne at third. Used to feel a bit at slip back in the day when he could just rab it, rab it, rab it, rab it, to your teammate. Bit of Chaz and Dave for you. You strike me as, I can't remember where you used to field, Roland, but I'm thinking with that nippiness of football as well, you've got to be in the covers. Parading around in there, patrolling around, saving those ones, taking some great catches, no doubt, as Code's latest delivery is dropped into the leg side by Cook. No run.
Yeah, I feel a lot at slip. I mean,
slip, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably got over 350 catches in.
And slip.
In first class cricket. So I feel that slip a lot, yeah.
So
one day cricket, obviously covers and boundary, really.
Here's Ben Code bowling to Cook, and one that nearly goes under and nearly uprooted the base of middle stump, but Alistair Cook, well, all that experience, watched it well and got something on it. So feeling it slipped to Mike Selvey.
Yeah, Daniel.
Yeah, Wayne Daniel. Yeah, talking about Wayne yesterday, of course.
Daniel, Vanderbilt, Selvey.
Yeah,
Hughes. And for a short while, Jeff Thompson.
Code round the wicket, wide again.
No.
There's an appeal for LBW, but that looks like it's going down. Rob White not interested.
Yeah, hopeful shout for LBW there, Alistair Cook.
So
one of his favourite shots.
First slipper, second slipper?
I was second, really. Brady was at first, I was at second. But I would also feel that slip for the spinners, Embry and Edmonds.
.39 for 2. Ben Code. She's got a little bit brighter naturally, even though the floodlights are still on, and he's in and bowling to Cook, who's pushing into the covers, George Hill.
Came very close to breaking the Middlesex record for a season. 1983, the same year I got injured. It was a very wet season. We only actually played 6 weeks of cricket up to that point. And I'd taken 36 catches up to that point in championship, and 6 weeks. And then had this multiple fractures injury.
Go to Cook. Good delivery this time. That looks a better shout than earlier in the over, but still not out.
Yes, the angle again is round the wicket. It's got a ball a little bit straighter than that, so Cook was on the front foot and would have been hit outside. But good over, good testing over. Yes, so the Middlesex record was 40 by Peter Parfitt. And this was really the beginning of July when this happened. So I would have broken that by a long shot. But that's how the game goes.
Injury when batting?
Yeah, well, batting, yeah. I just missed a short ball, got struck under the left eye, multiple fractures. Next appearance, the middle of the next season. But it's all part of the game, I guess.
If you'd have been in this part of the world, somebody would have obviously quipped, use your bat, lad.
Right, Patterson now will bowl 2. Lawrence in bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is forward. And just shaping the plate on the onside again, and the ball just straightened up a bit. He's pushing it out to extra cover, so under a little bit of pressure here, Dan Lawrence. Patterson bowling very well at him, just keeping it on or about the off stump. He's got 2 slips in place, keepers up to the stumps, short leg in place, as Patterson comes in once more. And bowls, and he's edging this one, and he's going to get a boundary here, I think, as it's slowing up before it gets to the boundary, but it does get to the boundary right in front of our commentary position here at fine leg. Once again, not intended, looking to play that on the onside. Gets a thick outside edge. There's just 2 slips in the backward point. Fortunately for Lawrence, the ball goes down to third man. He gets 4. His first boundary. Score goes to 43 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit of luck on his side. Yorkshire can't, or will hope that Essex don't have too much of that.
As Patterson comes in once more to Lawrence and bowls, and again Not certain as he gropes outside the off stump. Hardly plays that one out to extra cover. Again takes a nervous walk down the pitch just to relieve a little bit of pressure. Not necessarily the ball disturbing the surface, but just the whole nerves of this situation he finds himself in now, hemmed in by some very tight bowling by Patterson. He's in once more. Ball to Lawrence, and he beats him outside the off stump on the forward push, and it's taken cleanly there by the wicketkeeper, who whips the bells off in one movement, but that was a good delivery again.
He was on Stephen Patterson's just his body language there, utterly disgusted with life, having produced that delivery and not got a wicket with it.
Yeah, he's toiled hard, and his spells, particularly against Alistair Cook, he's just found something in the pitch that a lot of the others haven't. He's in now to Lawrence, balls to Lawrence, and Lawrence tries to flick this on the leg side. And
Johnny Tattersall seemed quite confident he'd got a wicket there, didn't he?
Peel for a catch, and obviously must have just come off the pad. And or maybe not. But we will never know. Importantly, Rob Bailey says not out, so that's all that matters. And Patterson will continue. Just one ball left in this over. Into Lawrence. Balls, and Lawrence drives. That's a much better shot, much more fluent, more positive, but it goes straight to mid-off. End of another good over by Patterson. 43 for 2 at the end of that over. And Cook's on 21 and Lawrence on 6.
Yep, we'll give you a breather, Roland, for the next half hour or so. Paul Newton back in the box shortly. Jordan Thompson just leaving the field for a moment, and Ben Mike has come on to replace him. Bill Kelso emails with regard to championship matches. You can do the same on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. He says, with reference to the lack of matches during the 100, I don't understand why it's deemed impossible or difficult to have both. It's not that all county players are required for the 100. In fact, it's relatively few. Most counties, I'd guess, would have enough players left to field a team. More in a moment, because Cody's bowling here to Cook, who's stepping back and punching it into the covers where Hill fields. So continuing, he says if the main ground is unavailable, it would bring the chance to play games on outgrounds, which are sometimes better attended than the main ground, as well as playing some up-and-coming players to gain experience of first-team cricket. The answer to the question is, how long is a piece of string? Much asked yesterday. It's twice the distance to the middle. Mr. Newton's back alongside. And here comes Ben Codd, second ball of the 25th, and he's worked square on the leg side by Sir Alistair Cook for a single. 22 to the man and 44 for 2, meaning Essex need a further 118 to win. Where's your money, Paul Newton? Seeing as you've put it on plenty of horses over the years. Which horse is it on here?
Well, a bit rusty nowadays because my last bet was over a decade ago now. August the 4th, 2012 was the last time I sinned, as it were. But now I'm what we might call bet total, as distinct from teetotal. Marginally on Essex, but it won't be easy at all.
Definitely not teetotals. Code's in, and Lawrence walking down the pitch to him skews that out to Finlay Bean, who's at point.
I say that, Jonathan, on the basis that Essex do at least back down. You know, all the ones certainly up as far as number 10 have got quite good runs in one innings or another recently. So rather like the Yorkshire innings, there is some potential in the tail there too. And of course by that stage the ball will be getting less helpful for the bowlers.
Yep. Yeah, Code into Lawrence, who's walking down at him again, and he gets lucky. Dan Lawrence here because he's got a thick outside edge wide of Will Frayne at third slip. No chance of him getting his mitts on it. It might have gone to gully. Might have even been somewhere between gully and fourth slip. But it was that general area. And
well,
so 4 to him, 48 for 2.
That was a bit of a gambler's shot there, wasn't it, from Lawrence? He walked forward. It's sort of premeditating, which can often get you into trouble. And very fortunate, really, that it's gone off the edge down to the third man boundary. His second such in recent moments. The runs are certainly more than welcome, both to him personally and to Essex generally, but hardly a convincing shot there.
No, and as the horse disappears off somewhere on to the horizon, Finley Bean has come up to gully, wouldn't you know? As Code's in, and Lawrence walking down the track again has got this one away, this time through the leg side, through straight mid-wicket. Stephen Patterson summoning up every last ounce of energy to chase that one down, but they're back for a third. Lawrence then will move on to 13 as a result. The score moves over 50, 51 for 2. And the requirement now 111. And I suppose the first box to tick, if they can get there without further losses, just to get that runs required down into double figures. Little psychological boost. And they're not so far away from doing so, but they do need Nelson to win. Are you superstitious? Code to Cook. Appeal for LBW here. Not out. Again, it looks similar to the second of the two shouts in Ben Code's previous over. He's bowling well, but he can't find a way through here. 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 18. And Essex 51 for 2 after 25. 27 or possibly more remaining in this day. Essex have got the time to knock off the 111 more runs they need to win, but they might not do it if this two bowl for the rest of the day, as Roland, who's tucking into about his third lunch, I think, of the day, said when he was on earlier.
No, he says it's his first.
It's his first lunch, isn't it?
I've always suspected you can't count. But no, joking apart, Essex, it's been fraught going for them, and goodness knows how many appeals they've survived. I think Yorkshire now is sort of appealing for everything and thinking, well, sooner or later, surely one of them's got to be given. But so far not the case, as Patterson begins a new over from the old football stand end, and this one is goes through outside off stump. Tattersall standing up, whips the bails off, but Lawrence had not left his ground on this occasion, mindful that the wicketkeeper is standing up. Lawrence 61 first innings, is 13 not out in the second, with 2 recent rather streaky boundaries through third man and 1 authentic shot through mid-wicket. Patterson, a little bit of faint sunshine, threatens to break out. Bowls, and that is the end of Lawrence as the off stump lies flat to the ground. And he played all round that, holding the bat out in front of him, so he's rather liable to play across the line. And Essex lose their third wicket with 51 on the board, still 111 needed. And we're in the 26th over. Matt Critchley will replace Dan Lawrence, but a rather ignominious departure. The tactic of the wicketkeeper standing up did its job there, because it kept Lawrence in his ground. And I think he more or less abandoned a policy of defending and was virtually trying to score off every ball. Well, it hasn't worked. He's bowled for 13.
Yeah, I think that was a brilliant piece of bowling, I've got to say, by Patterson as well, having got his man dragged back with Tattersall standing up the last couple of overs or so to get that through. Super effort, and always, of course, an extra little bit of a boost when you are the fielding side, certainly when you're the bowler, when you see the stump uprooted, as that was the case. So 51 for 3. Critchley making his way out to the middle. Matt Critchley, first time around, made 15 from 37 deliveries. Hung around either side of lunch yesterday before he was dismissed LBW to Jordan Thompson, one of 4 that Jordan took in the first innings. But at the moment, it's well, it's those two misers, isn't it? Patterson and Code, who are bowling at the moment. They're not giving much away, and they're managing to pick up a few wickets. There might just be 1 or 2 hearts aflutter in the Essex dressing room. Or do you think they'll still be pretty confident they're going to see these off?
Well, they'll claim to be confident.
Yeah, Essex have just lost their 3rd wicket. Super piece of bowling from former Yorkshire captain Stephen Patterson, who uprooted the stump of Dan Lawrence for 13. That goes with another wicket for Tom Wesley. A little earlier this afternoon, Wesley, the Essex captain, caught a point off Pato for 9. Prior to tea, it was Jordan Thompson who'd done the early damage, taking the wicket of Nick Brown for the second time in the match, and in his first over of the innings for the second time of the match. The obdurate Sir Alistair Cook is still out there, 22 not out from 67 balls. You know all about his record as a great test player for England, and at the moment he's proving to be a rock for Essex. Matt Critchley has just gone out there to join him. They still need 111 more runs to win this match, Richard, with over 26 overs, possibly more than that today if we get close to a result. And they're 51 for 3 in their second innings, Essex.
Dot ball while Johnson was doing his update there, as Critchley a shade up his sleeve. It goes to ground long before getting to extra cover. And George Hill, and there is no run there, and Critchley has faced 2 balls and played them both in front of the wicket. First one back to the bowler, second one, as I say, just a shade uppishly in the direction of extra cover.
Stephen Patterson, again, the body language there. He stood there with a lingering look at Critchley because he pushed that into the offside, but it was aerial for a while, and as soon as he saw that shot, he immediately called for Adam Lyth to go in a catching position at short extra cover.
I'll have you next time, he seemed to be saying to Critchley, and he has! Caught and bowled, brilliant catch, because that was going past Steve Patterson. He didn't immediately react, but then at the last moment, he suddenly leapt to his left and caught it inches off the ground. A brilliant return catch. And Essex are in big trouble at 51 for 4.
Yeah, outstanding catch by Stephen Patterson, who shelled a couple of pretty simple ones last week at the Oval and was kind of embarrassed by that. But he has more than made up for that here by getting his team into this one firmly now with those 2 wickets in just 3 balls and a super catch to his left. Never easy to react, is it, when the ball's coming back at you off your own bowling? You're trying to think about where your own stride pattern is, which direction it's in, how fast is it coming at you. But Pato this time well up to the job, and Matt Critchley gone for a duck, just 3rd ball, so it was 2 wickets in 4 balls, my apologies. 51 for 4, still 111 needed, and well, I was asking you before that very prompt update if there'll be some nerves in the Essex dressing room. Will there now?
I think so. They may say, oh, don't worry, we'll still make it, but it's easy to say and much more difficult to do. And certainly if Steve Patterson was saying to Matt Critchley, I'll have you next time, when he had that long lingering look after the previous delivery at Critchley, well, he certainly not only got his wicket next ball, but had more than just a hand in the dismissal. Not only did he bowl the ball, but he reacted brilliantly to take a very low catch indeed. And for someone of 38, the athleticism required did him great credit indeed. And he's on a hat-trick ball coming up. And don't know if you wanted to describe this one in case it's a hat-trick.
I suppose I shall have a go. So Feroz Kushi is the man who's got to face the hat-trick ball. Plenty of fielders in front of the bat. Here comes Patterson then from the Howard stand end to bowl to Kushi on the hat-trick. And has he got him here? Big appeal for LBW. Oh, they're all down on their knees and begging Rob Bailey to raise the finger. Not out.
Well, it was close. Kept a bit low. Might just have been going down, but certainly well worth a shout. Terrific bowling by Steve Patterson, who's been absolutely outstanding here and threatening to win the game for Yorkshire. I won't quite say on his own, because he's been well backed up by the other Yorkshire bowlers, but my word, he's shown that you can't beat the experience of a man like him, who has really had Essex on a piece of string all throughout his long spell here. He's bowled 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 13. So just 13 runs have come off 66 deliveries.
Here's Ben Coe then bowling to Sir Alistair Cook, who's got one ballooning up off the outside edge. Oh, dear me. Just over the top of the cordon. Adam Lyth kicks the Headingley turf in disgust at the ill luck there for Yorkshire's opening bowler, who's yet to take a wicket here, Ben Code. Stephen Patterson, of course, we jokingly say that Sir Alistair Cook is his bunny, but it was Code who almost got him this time. And just his powers of concentration are legendary, aren't they? And even he on this occasion was just drawn into a push. Ball might have just taken off a little more, but they've got a sniff, Yorkshire. 109 more needed by Essex, 6 wickets needed by Yorkshire. Cook not ready to receive that delivery by Ben Code, so he's just run through the crease.
Yes, I mean, we've been thinking in terms of would Essex reach the total in the... now there's another very distinct possibility of Essex being bowled out and therefore losing the game. The day could be over in 3 days from that point of view, and the ball is doing enough for that to happen.
Code to Cook again. Can he get one through? Not this time. Alistair Cook turning that one to mid-wicket. Finn Bean on the end of the fielding. No run. The wind looks to have got up out there, much more so than we've seen it in the match at all so far. All of the players on the field, their whites flapping in the breeze.
Yeah, good point. Certainly has got up. It wasn't like that earlier.
Looks to be blowing in from the west side of the ground. Code to Cook, and this time he's able to play that off his tiptoes through mid-wicket, and he's going to get 4 runs. 3 fielders converging on the ball, but none of them could stop it before it crossed the boundary rope. So it's a bit like punch and counter punch, isn't it? Couple of quick wickets for Yorkshire, then 4 through mid-wicket for the old boy, Sir Alistair Cook. 105 more to win for Essex.
Yeah, I think if Essex do win the game, I think someone from the lower order will have played a similar sort of innings to that we saw from Ben Code, because every now and then, as Roland Butcher was saying earlier today, you know, there's a ball out there that will get you before too much longer. And I think Essex became so strokeless, Jonathan, in the period going up to tea that, you know, wickets were waiting to fall, really, and have duly done so now. So I think someone has to take the ball by the horns a little bit if Essex are to have any wickets in hand by the time they get to 162.
Code again to Cook, who gets to play off the back foot this time. We know how well he does that as well. And good balance as he got over the top of it. He's punched it to extra cover. George Hill has given chase. It's not got the legs to make it to the western terrace boundary, but they will get 3. They will reduce that runs required to 102. Moving on to 60 for 4.
That back foot force from Cook, which is very much one of his trademarks. But to show you how difficult batting must have been out there, it's the first time he's actually got that shot right and found the gap all afternoon, and that is almost unheard of for Cook. So for a batsman of his quality to have struggled to that extent, clearly batting has not been at all easy out there.
So Feroz Kushi waits. Right-handed as Code switches to over the wicket. Good delivery, big appeal, out. LBW. That looked absolutely nailed on plumb as soon as they went up. And a 5th Essex wicket has fallen. And this really is a game of county championship cricket now. 102 runs further required by Essex. Kushi has gone. LBW Code without scoring from just 2 deliveries. Stephen Patterson has 3 wickets, Jordan Thompson has 1, and thoroughly deserved, I think you'd have to say there, for Ben Code, who's plugged and plugged away and now has 1 for 27 from 10 overs and 5 balls. Essex 60 for 5.
Well, so that's 3 wickets that have fallen in. I think it's the last 9 deliveries, and 2 consecutive ones from Patterson, accounting for Lawrence for 13, Critchley for 0, and now Kushi there getting one that keeps very low indeed, and he just couldn't get the bat down in time. Palpably LBW, as you say. Adam Rossington is not a man to take a backward stride, and he's walking out there boldly into the middle, looking as if he's exuding an atmosphere of I'm here now, it doesn't worry me. But Essex in big trouble at 64-5. That 8th wicket partnership of 80 for Yorkshire between Ben Code and Matt Revis looking ever more important as the afternoon wears on. And as I was just saying, Essex will hope Cook can continue somehow to survive. And he must have had at least 10 appeals against him in the course of his innings to date. And I think it will take someone at the other end to take the ball by the horns and play the shots, because just in the last few deliveries we've seen one from Code that absolutely reared up and nearly took the batsman's head off, and then we've seen that one that keeps low.
Yeah, so things happening, as Stephen Patterson told his team when they were all out for 134 on the first day. Batting conditions supposedly better yesterday. They were. He said something always happens if you use the ball well. And they're doing that well here. Oh, I'll tell you what, it was nearly gone first ball there. Adam Rossington pushing at one outside off stump. It's looped up and just dropped short of point where Jordan Thompson is fielding. An excellent over by Ben Code. 1 for 27 from 11 overs and 3 maidens. Not entirely sure that does justice to how well he's bowled here. But either way, he's pressing on for his team, who have Essex at 60-5 and in a spot of bother.
To say the very least, and I was just saying a moment or two ago, this game, which we'd originally thought might be over if Essex could get to 162 tonight, might be over in 3 days. Now, if it is over in 3 days, well, you probably have to say it almost certainly means that Yorkshire would have got the remaining 5 wickets and won it themselves. As here is Patterson coming round the wicket for the left-handed Cook. 3 slips, bowls, and Cook has cracked this to the boundary off the back foot. And there again, that's another Cook trademark shot, the back cut, which previously all his attempts to get it right have failed. And suddenly he has looked in better form in the last sort of 4 or 5 overs and moves along to 35. And Essex 64-5 have got the target down to double figures.
Yeah, maybe just stung into action by those 3 quick wickets, 3 in 10 balls. Maybe it's a case of we just don't want to die wondering here.
Yep, very good point you make, as Patterson bowls to him and he's caught at slip. And is that Frame with the catch there?
It was Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Kohler-Cadmore, my apologies. And Cook slashed at that, almost as if he'd firmly taken the view that you were just espousing, and he's sort of got something of the upper edge of the bat and caught head high. Good catch by Kohler-Cadmore, one you'd say he should have caught, but nevertheless a good catch. And it's looking as if the end is nigh here as Cook disconsolately departs. Caught Kohler-Cadmore, bowled the superb Patterson for 35 as Essex declined to 60-6.
Yeah, absolutely livid with himself. Could not be more so, I don't think, Sir Alistair Cook there. If you saw the way that a man who you've seen so many times unmoved in situations, not one to show any temperament, but he turned and he absolutely swished at the top of his stumps because he knows he's just given it away. But difficult to know which way for the best Essex can approach this, isn't it? You know, Shane Snater and Adam Rossington, as you've said to us previously about how they bat, and same with Dick when he was in with us previously in the match. Both like to field bat on ball. Neither take that approach, if you will, of wanting to die wondering. They want to get on with it when they're out there. They're happier when runs are flowing, and they're not really ones for sitting on the bat and just pushing odd singles around and consolidating. It doesn't really feel part of, or that much a part of their makeup. You'd know more about that than I would.
No, you're absolutely right. And, well, they may as well, because I think the only way Essex could possibly win this, and I don't think they will now, 4 wickets have gone down the space of about 12 deliveries. I don't think they will now, because I think the bowling is too good and the pitch too difficult for the last 4 wickets to make 98 further runs. A moment ago I said 60-6. It's 64-6. But that doesn't make it a great deal easier for Essex as Patterson, 2 slips in the back pad, bowls, and straight away Snater attacks the first ball. It's probably going to go for 4. 2 men hair after it, but can't prevent the ball going over the cover boundary. Nice shot, in fairness to Snater, and that was just slightly over pitch from Patterson, and Snater helped himself. 68 for 6, target 162.
Yep, okay, so the spell was between the pair of them. The shared spell, if you like, was 4 wickets in 13 balls.
Yep. No,
But
brilliant
still
bowling.
going.
Yeah, absolutely. And Patterson now has picked up 4 of the 6 wickets to 4, 1 each to Thompson and Code. And waiting for Snater. Leans over his bat and sees Patterson approaching. Nice shot from Snater, sort of check drive down to mid-off. We've had 27.4 overs of the 52 that remained when the innings started, which meant Essex had half the day's 104 over allocation. And at the moment, 24.2 remain. Sunshine in the middle just now. That's a good delivery from Patterson. Goes past Snater's tentatively proffered bat. 68 for 6. Another 94 needed for an Essex victory. And just the bowlers to come, with Ben Allison, no mug with the bat, coming in next. And then Sam Cook and Jamie Porter are all that stand between Yorkshire and a famous victory here. Essex not having won here since 1984. And this ball takes Snater on the pad. He obligingly picks it up for the fieldsman. The over ends 68 for 6. Just going back to 1984. That was the heyday of Graham Gooch. It was the year he scored an amazing 2,559 runs. He was on the last year of his 3-year ban from playing Test cricket, and Essex won one of the most dramatic titles of all time, because in the end they got the number of points they were going to get, and if Notts had won their last game, which they very nearly did, they would have been champions and not Essex. And the Somerset substitute fieldsman took the last wicket with a catch right out on the boundary from a ball that would have gone for 6 and given Notts the victory. So you can't get much more dramatic than that.
No. Could there be some drama here then? There's already been a fair bit in the last 15 minutes or so. Code bowling to Rossington, who draws his bat inside the line of one there. Persisting with 3 slips at the moment. Finn Bean had come in at gully, but has been sent back to point. Jordan Thompson is at a shortish extra cover. Matthew Revis also probably more for a bit of a flick to mid-wicket where he's positioned than any ground fielding potential. Mid-on, mid-off. Long leg. Haven't seen Jack Shutt with ball in hand, and looking unlikely he's going to get the opportunity the way things are going here. Seam all the way. Code in again. Rossington walks down the wicket and has a flash at this one. Very risky proposition when you've just seen 4 wickets disappear for 13 balls, and your side has gone from 51 for 2 to 64, now 68 for 6.
Yes, it was very risky, but I think it's probably the only policy left for Essex, so Rossington might just play himself in a bit first. He hasn't scored yet.
Code to Rossington, who's a little bit more circumspect in blocking this one. Mike Britton says, this is why it's the greatest game in the world. Cricket.
Yeah, well, here.
Mike, no affiliation, by the way, I don't think, with Yorkshire. Down in the northeast.
But totally agree that, you know, anyone who, and there are plenty, particularly who run the game, who appear to think that county cricket, you know, isn't worth very much. Well, it's a terrific competition.
Code to Rossington, balloons up, Bean underneath it. Oh, he's put it down. If he got to it, it was one of those that was on its way down. Could he get his hands underneath it or not? And the answer to that is no, he hasn't. Not sure if he got his hands to it to drop it or if the ball has hit the turf first. He's getting a few consolatory pats from a teammate or two, including Adam Lythe. We may get the benefit of seeing that again, those of you who are watching rather than just listening.
Well, from the way that they were sympathising with him, he probably did just about get hands to it, but it was, if you know, I wouldn't say it was a bad drop for a moment.
Go to Rossington again. This time trying to, well, I can't really describe that as anything other than hoik it over mid-wicket.
Just the word, totally agree.
Misses. That hits him in the abdominal area, maybe unmentionables, the way he's struggling as he walks off.
Well, to say that there's an air of desperation out there would be an understatement, really.
It's just a weird change in this last half hour or so. It almost looks like there's a bag of snakes out there in the middle now. And we've been saying batting conditions, although not perfect, were certainly good enough. Now then, Rossington has tried to pull this one. It's off the pad and looks like it's going to make its way over the boundary for 4 leg byes. It does. So that'll help Essex take them on to 72 for 6. I mean that in the 23 overs and whatever else we have remaining today, they need 90 more runs to win. You feel that unless the light has an effect or any rain comes in, this is one way or the other going to finish today, I think, Dick.
Just what I was going to, Paul, yes, I was just...
Paul, my apologies. Sorry to both of you there.
No, you know, I was just about to say the very same thing, namely that it's got to the point where if Essex aren't bowled out tonight, the way they're going about it now, they probably would get the 90 runs in time. But equally, it's even more likely that with this air of desperation in the batting, that there will be 4 more wickets somewhere along the line for Yorkshire tonight. So Jonathan makes way for Roland Butcher to come back. Join myself, Paul Newton, as here comes Patterson in. Bowls and almost inadvertently tucked down to a diving Tom Kohler-Cadmore at slip from the blade of Shane Snater. He looked to me as if he was sort of trying to leave it, and it struck the toe of the bat, went along the ground, so it wasn't nearly a wicket. And now we've got perhaps a slightly less all-out attack principle from Yorkshire, interestingly, with a slip and a gully rather than a multiple of slips, as Patterson bowls and Snater has clocked this one in the air. It's just about going to clear mid-on, and indeed eventually, oh goodness me, that's gone on the full. I lost sight of the flight path of the ball there, and Snater's hit that all the way over the mid-wicket boundary for 6 and taken Essex to 78 for 6 and Snater to 14. The way mid-on was running after it, he was behaving as though he thought he might be able to catch up with it, but in fact it was well out of his reach.
Yeah, and Snater's obviously decided he's going to take the attacking route. He's not going to wait for something to happen.
Patterson's in, bowls to Snater, and Snater has hit this one away past mid-on again, and that will be 4 more. Very nicely timed shot. It's 82 for 6, and he goes up to 14, and even if he fails, as I say, he probably will, it's odds on Yorkshire at this stage without a doubt, but I think it's the only way to go about it now, Roland.
Yeah, that's a shot of authority, really. Just hit that one powerfully through the infield, and you know, this positive approach could certainly put a little bit of pressure also on Yorkshire.
Patterson bowls to Snater. Snater keeps out a good one, kept a little bit low, plays it safely to George Hill, running in front of mid-off from short extra. There's no run there. The erstwhile mid-on is now right back on the long-on boundary, quite a wide long-on. So Snater getting good runs in this over. And one thing I would say, I know batting wasn't easy in the fairly long but very slow partnership between Cook and Wesley, but I think they might have been well advised to be a little bit more positive than they were. Patterson's in, bowls, and that ball has gone down for 4 leg byes. It just flicked something on the part of Snater's body. It went down, I think, off the hip. Tattersall dived, couldn't stop it. It's a 3rd boundary in the over, albeit that one not off the bat, but 86 now for 6 Essex, and they require a further 76 for an improbable victory.
Yeah, and this attempted onslaught by Slater has made them go a little bit more defensive.
Patterson bowls to him, and all defence here, plays it short mid-wicket. So, by a long way, the most productive over of Essex's second innings. 14 runs from it, albeit 4 of them were leg-bys. And Snater has 14, Rossington yet to get off the mark. While Snater's aggression has been rewarded with the ball coming off the middle of his bat in every case but one, Rossington, on the other hand, is having acute difficulty locating the ball. It's not that he hasn't been trying to hit a few boundaries, and it's not that he hasn't got the ability to. 86 for 6.
Yeah, and a little bit of pressure relieved in that over by Snater, but he certainly needs Rossington to contribute as well. And just if they can score from both ends, that would create a little bit of difficulty. And Cord now will come in to Rossington. He's in now with 3 slips in place balls, and Rossington edges that one, falling short of third slip, who doesn't feel cleanly, just parries it down, and ball going to ground, so it's quite safe. And he's still yet to get off the mark, Rossington. He's faced 8 deliveries. He's played a variety of shots. None has come off so far.
Yes, that is definitely true. But if he ever does middle one, it's likely to go a long way.
Yeah, suddenly there's a step, a spring in the step of Yorkshire right now as Cord into Rossington, and that's a agricultural hike, but he'll get 4 for it. It was a length delivery, and he's just really swung the bat. No control in rear that was going, but he just got it through mid-wicket, and with an attacking feel, ball goes out to deep mid-wicket for 4. So he gets off the mark finally. Score now moves up to 90, and it appears as if he's also going to be aggressive, and that would take a bit of pressure, certainly, off Snater.
Yeah, it's clearly got to be the way forward for Essex now, if there is one. Just the bowling brigade of Ben Allison, Sam Cook, and Jamie Porter to come. And now a man being put out where that shot was played, just up from the George Hill, going to within 10 yards of the mid-wicket boundary.
It's pitched that delivery there, just played on the front foot up to mid-on. And there is no run. Just probably held the shot back because there's been adjustment in the field. The mid-wicket has been moved out to deep mid-wicket. And instead of going over the top, he decided to play it defensively on the onside. As Code is in once more to Rossington, and really poor shot there by Rossington because he really opened the face of that bat. Any touch on that, and it would go straight really to one of those fielders in the slips. He was never really in control of that delivery. Perhaps maybe 2 minds whether to continue to be attacking. But I would imagine it's probably better for him to be more attacking when the ball's on the offside, because otherwise he might just drag one out to deep square leg. As Cord comes in now to Rossington, and this one is met with a full 4 defensive shot. Fielded there at extra cover, and there's no run. And suddenly, as I says, Yorkshire expecting things to happen, and invariably they have been happening.
Well, they have, although this partnership in next to no time has added 26, and you could also say suddenly there's just a little bit more of a suspicion that Essex, if things went really well for them, might yet reach their target.
And Code to Rossington, and he's easing this one past mid-wicket. I think he could get a boundary here. It's slowing up. Maybe he should get 3 as the fielder from deep mid-wicket comes around, and a laboured return to the keeper. So he gets 3 and will keep the strike. So 3 more to Rossington. So another good over there for Essex. Score now moves to 93 for 6. Rossington, he's on 7, and Snater on 14.
69 More runs needed for an Essex victory. 4 wickets for a Yorkshire victory. And at one stage, when the Cook-Wesley partnership was moving so slowly, it looked fairly certain this game would go into a 4th day. Still with a bit of work to be done by either side tomorrow. But now, I agree with what Jonathan was saying a few minutes ago. Now the odds, provided the weather doesn't suddenly deteriorate in terms of the light. But at the moment, it looks as though one way or the other, we're quite likely to get a result tonight.
Yeah, and you know, 2 good overs by these 2 batsmen, and then there's could be another shift in terms of who wins the game.
So we're going to see Ben Code back into the attack at the old football stand end. And the first ball played for no run to mid-wicket. I beg your pardon, it's George Hill who's come on for his first bowl here. And his first ball went to mid-wicket. He's bowling to Adam Rossington, who with those 3 runs off the last ball of the previous over has moved on to 7. 93 for 6. Hill is in. Bowls to Rossington down the pitch. He's been brilliantly caught at short mid-wicket. And that's an amazing catch because it went a long way to his left. It was like Peter Shilton pulling off a tremendous save and actually not just tipping it round the post but holding on to it. And Rossington departs for 7 and the pendulum swings back very much more in favour of Yorkshire. 93 for 7, and one of the most dangerous players from a Yorkshire point of view of those remaining for Essex makes his way unbelievingly back to the pavilion. Great catch from Frayne.
That really was quite a sensational catch, really, because Rossington had gone down the track and he swung it through mid-wicket. And I'm looking out towards the boundary, and I was very surprised to see that the fielder, who's at a short mid-wicket, he couldn't have had much time to see that, somehow leapt to his left and the ball stayed in. And I think Rossington will feel very, very aggrieved to have got out in that fashion, but what a fabulous catch.
Well, it was, and they say catches win matches, and that might just be a prime example, because although there was a fielder out in the deep, but it was hit so hard he might have struggled to stop it, even fielding on the boundary. So tremendous catch from Frayne, and George Hill gets a wicket with just his 2nd ball.
Yes, and certainly looks as if it's going to be, I think, finished tonight. The weather's pretty good at the moment. The sun's beating around, looking around. Everywhere else looks quite clear. Overhead is nice and clear. Nice white puffy clouds. So, really, York should be looking to wrap this one up tonight. 93 for 7.
Well, Essex need their 8th wicket to replicate what Ben Code and Matt Revis did earlier. And Allison's off the mark straight away, but anything but convincingly. It's gone off a thick outside edge along the ground, let it be said, through where 3rd slip would have been. And they get 2 runs, 95 for 7. Allison off the mark with 2, and he did make a recent 50 in the county championship, so he's not the worst of tail-enders.
And he batted well in the first innings. He got into the 20s as well.
Yeah, 23 I think he got.
Stuck around for a long time.
But he can put back to ball as well. And 95 for 7. Still a further 67 needed for Essex. Hill bowls to him. And Allison has played it defensively. As Hill, in fact it isn't Hill, but the ball is fielded by Short Extra, moving in front of mid-off. And score remaining at 95 for 7. Snater 14. Hasn't had much of the strike in the last 10 or so deliveries. Evening sunshine as Hill's in bowls and Allison defends into the same area. Extra cover moving across in front of mid-off. 95 for 7. The men to go: Brown for 3, Wesley for 9, Lawrence for 13, Critchley for 0, Cushy for 0, Cook for 35 and Rossington for 7. 4 wickets for Steve Patterson. Hill has a wicket, he comes in, bowls, and Allison plays quite a good shot actually. On drive, down to mid-on, no run, 95 for 7. Applause for good, not only a wicket taking over from George Hill, but good captaincy, good choosing of the moment to bring a new bowler into the attack, replacing Steve Patterson, who's bowled the most tremendous spell here. 4 wickets for him. There's been 1 each for Thompson, Coden, Hill, and Essex. 95 for 7 find themselves still needing a further 67 for victory.
And the sun has really come out now in all its glory, perhaps the best that we've had today. There's been glimpses of sun, but right now it is absolutely, the ground is bathed in sunshine. And really this partnership now is going to be key. Certainly Allison can hang around. And I just wondered how the loss of wickets is going to affect Snater. As Cord comes in now to Snater, bowls to Snater, and he's whipping this one through the onside. He's gone for 1. Will they come back for second? No, is the call as the return comes into the bowler, who doesn't take it cleanly, so they have to settle for 1. But another aggressive shot by Snater. He's not going to change his approach, and perhaps he's right. That might be the only way of staying in this game, is if Allison can be quite defensive and strategic, and he take the chances.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good eye, Shane Snater. He's hit the ball out of the middle of the bat from the moment he's come in.
Allison now will face his first ball from Code. He's in now, ball to Allison, and he's playing forward and just very solidly pushes the ball to extra cover. And there is no run. Allison has shown, not just in the first innings, I was privileged to see him bat also at Canterbury, and he's shown that he can keep his wicket intact. I think generally when he plays forward, he plays pretty straight. Obviously on a bit of pressure now. 96 for 7. As Code to Addison, and he comes right forward, gets head right over the ball and defends it straight back down the pitch to the bowler. No run. 96 for 7.
Wisely making sure if he is going to launch out that he'll play himself in first. And Rossington, on the other hand, I think basically, we know he's a big hitter, but I think he might have taken a bit of a look at it first before launching out.
As Cord in now to Allison, bowls. Allison drives, nice shot, but he can't score. Goes up to mid-on. Fielded there at mid-on. Still 96 for the loss of 7. Allison on 2, Snater on the non-strikers end 15. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. All waiting anxiously. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, man down on the fine leg boundary. As Cord comes in, no ball to Allison outside the off stump. Not tempted by this delivery, just allows that one to go through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, certainly looking a well-organised batsman. Ben Allison, everything he's done so far has been very much in accordance with the textbook on how to play, and as you have been saying, he's well-organised defensively.
Yes, and showing good judgment when the ball is, at the moment, just offline. Code will continue with the final delivery of this over to Allison and bowls, and it's met with the full face of the bat as he comes solidly forward, defends the ball back on the offside. Over comes to an end. Another tight over there from Code, just the 1 run, and at the end of the over it's 96 for 7.
So Essex, well, they've done a little better of late than they were doing, really, in that they collapsed from 35 for 1 and 51 for 2 to 64 for 6. Then we had 29 runs added for the 7th wicket, and Snater certainly has been responsible for getting Essex a little bit closer to the target than was beginning to look likely. And Going to be George Hill to bowl again. And Snater just waiting to size up the field. He's on 15. Hill bowls to him. And he's worked this ball away for a single to long leg. Going to be interesting to see if Allison will merely try to block out the remaining 5 balls of the over, or whether he might be a little bit more ambitious against Hill. 97 for 7. 65 more needed if Essex are to win. 3 more wickets if Yorkshire are to win.
Yeah, I think Allison's just got to do what he does best, which is, he tries to bat like a batsman. Let Snater be the chancer.
Hill bowls to him. Does well to come down late on this and play it up to short extra. And Steve Patterson, there's no run. 97 for 7 on the board. Probably the nicest weather that we've had today. Hasn't been a particularly nice day. They did suggest we'd have a rather sunnier day than it has been, but there is some sunshine around. Still a lot of cloud, none of it threatening in terms of rain. Hill bowls to Allison, defends to one of 2 short mid-wickets, and no run. Will Frayne, having recently pulled off an absolutely sensational catch to get rid of Adam Rossington, just as he was beginning, after a chancy start, to look as if he was finding the ball coming onto his bat. Certainly hit the ball well, but an amazing catch from Frayne as Hill is in. Bowls to Allison. Allison again plays it to one of the 2 short mid-wickets. No run. 97 for 7.
Yeah, and Allison looks a properly organised batsman. Coming in at number 9, he doesn't look like a traditional number 9. Certainly his method is a pretty good one. He looks to get forward. He plays very straight. Plays within his limitations.
18.2 overs remain today. That's a leave outside off stump. And score remaining 97 for 7.
And any deliveries outside of his zone, he's quite happy to let them go harmlessly by.
So, exciting finish in prospect here. And Hill runs back toward us. Bowls, and Allison just turns the ball to mid-wicket. No run, the over ends, just the 1 run from it. Needing 162 to win. Essex currently 65 runs short at 97 for 7. Snater 16, Allison 2.
Yes, Snater starved the ball in for the last couple of overs, so we haven't seen any explosion, which we did a couple of overs ago before the wicket of Rossington has gone down. I suspect that he will continue to be aggressive. Let Allison be the rock, because they need.
Jordan Thompson.
So Jordan Thompson comes back into the attack. They need a couple of good overs, and suddenly that, if you can get up to 120, then nerves could get. Jordan Thompson into Snater, bowls to Snater, and Snater initially looking to play, and then on the walk forward just changes his mind and allows that one to go through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. 2 slips in a gully is the field, and there's a wide 3rd man actually on the offside, looking for that swing over the top, and the ball peeling off the edge. Extra cover mid-off in run-saving positions. Bowls, and Snater goes for that cut, and he went with some venom, so had he hit it and got it square, I think the man on the 3rd man boundary would also be struggling, because it's not the biggest of boundaries, and the ball moved quite quickly across the field, and he was really going after that one. Obviously a thicker edge, if he could elude the slip area. There's always acres of space down at 3rd man as well. As this one is stroking up to mid-on, slightly straighter delivery, just pushed up to mid-on from Thompson, and there is no run.
And since the dismissal of Adam Rossington, at which point both batsmen seem to be going hell for leather, Snater's rather reined himself in, and Allison is playing it by the book. So maybe we could get the game going into fourth day even now.
Thompson to Snater, bowls, and ooh, my word, how did that miss the stumps? Never in a position to play that, caught in between, wanting to be aggressive and defensive, did absolutely nothing in the end. The ball goes along the ground and must have missed those stumps by a whisker.
Yeah, very close indeed. And Thompson, having switched from his initial spell from the old football stand end, is now at the Kirkstall Lane end.
As he comes in once more to Snater, bowls, and Snater goes high in the air, and the ball drops. Oh, brilliant piece of fielding, just right in front of us here. It drops right just inside the boundary, and before it could go over, a diving save, flicked it back on his feet, and a return to the keeper. But in the meantime, they get 3, so the 100 comes up for Essex, 100 for 7, and a positive stroke played there by Snater. And I think the approach is, for him, has got to be right. If the ball is up and the field is up, I think he's got to try and certainly get down the ground. As Allison faces this one, that's a nice looking drive to a full length delivery, almost a Yorker length. It goes up to mid-on, can't score, but over survived. And at the end of that over, this 35th of the innings, 162 the target for victory. Essex, they are still in a bit of bother, 100 for 7.
Yeah. 17-17 on the board in terms of the time, and 35 of 52 overs have been bowled. There are 17 for the scheduled overs, and an extra half hour could be claimed if either side chose to do so. Whether there would be any playable light by that time would be a matter for the umpires to decide. George Hill, who did that fine piece of fielding a couple of deliveries ago, is going to continue from the far end of the ground as we look at it, and Snater will have the strikeys on 19, and Allison just got the 2 runs at the other end. New bat required for Allison, just having the choice of 2 brought out to him. Made his decision, and now trots back down to the non-striker's end. So 100 for 7, and it was beginning to look as though Essex wouldn't even get to 100. One thing we can say now is that 8th wicket stand for Yorkshire earlier in the day has definitely made a big difference to how the game would develop. Without it, Essex would already have won. Hill bowls, and Snater has hit this for a single to the man on the mid-wicket boundary. 101 for 7. Snater reaches 20, only the second Essex batsman to do so.
Yeah, nice shot, just clipped off his pads, but fielder positioned out at deep square leg, so just gets the single.
And Allison into strike against George Hill. 2 slips, 2 short mid-wickets. And Allison plays this to short extra cover.
Yeah, once again showing good defensive technique there by Allison, right forward. And just defending off the middle of the bat.
Doubtless it is a little bit easier now for the batsman, with the ball now in its 36th over, as Hill bowls to Allison. And that's well prevented from going down for 4 by the diving Johnny Tattersall. Not quite sure if that was just off the pad, but no run.
He certainly saved 4 there. Having to dive low to his left, just got the one hand on it and saved it from going to the boundary.
Here comes Hill again. Bowling to Allison. Now well played, because that one kept low and he adjusted his original posture to see he got right over it. And you'd have to say, on what we've seen, Roland, leaving reputations out of it, that Allison would have been better equipped, the way he's played, against some of the bowling where we saw the collapse than some of the batsmen in a higher position in the order.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, he has shown that he's got a very good batting technique.
And plays the next ball to short extra cover. There's no run there. And one of the features is that he seems to be able to adjust his stance in accordance, the necessary accordance with each individual ball, whereas we've seen several batsmen look flummoxed and not really be in any position to play the shot they're going out to play.
Well, he's not predetermined in anything.
Exactly.
He's playing every ball on its merit, so his decision-making up till now has been very good.
And here he is, just flicking at a ball that goes down leg side to be taken by Tattersall. The over ends, but 101 for 7, and that actually is one of the great points in batting, that predetermining is seldom a good idea, and it nearly always leads to the batsman in trouble. Now I'm just trying to work out, is it me who now makes way for Roland? Yeah, I think it is. So I'll just turn the mic up.
So continuing at this Kirkstall Lane end.
Roland will be back with us in just a moment, but intriguing finish in store, I think, Jonathan.
Yeah, very much so. You fancy it's going to end one way or the other this evening. 16 overs remaining in the day. The light is now good. It's just about as good as it's been all day. We've had some spells where it's been a little gloomier overhead. The floodlights are still on. That'll also help, of course. Jordan Thompson continuing at the Kirkstall Lane end. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. Took the first wicket out of Nick Brown, and he's bowling here to Shane Snater, who's flicking through mid-wicket. Matthew Revis in off the western side boundary to keep them to 1. Snater, if he gets going, a quick 20 minutes of Snater, and that you're then backing Essex to have swung it back round again. But if he goes next, then he's going to need somebody to stay with him. Ben Allison, he looks capable of hanging around and probably finding enough runs if he's got some support, as you were both just saying before I came back on. Looks technically good, certainly for a man batting in this position. Short ball by Jordan Thompson, and there you go. A case in point, because it's not the best of deliveries, is it, from Jordan? A half tracker, not really what Yorkshire need at this stage, and he's been pulled out of the, well, almost out of the park. It bounced a couple of times. Went for 4 by Ben Allison, who's on to 6 then. Essex 106 for 7, needing 56 more to win.
Yeah, it's the first time he's really opened his shoulders, and a rare bad ball from Yorkshire, duly punished. 106 for 7. I know it's a big difference now that Steve Patterson's no longer in the attack. He was unplayable, really. But these two are actually making batting look a sight more possible than the 5 or 6 people further up the order.
Yeah, Thompson to Allison, right over the top, plays it late into the ground and back to Jordan Thompson. Paul will doubtless be back before the end of this one. Roland going to come back in. Jonathan Doidge with you at this moment in time. And still over 15 overs to go today. So, as I say, one way or another, we should see a conclusion. 3 slips, a ring field and a long leg is the setup here as Thompson bowls to Allison, who flicks. It's in the air for a moment on its way to Revis. Drops short of him, but he makes a good diving stop. One of those awkward ones that might have gone under the body. Just rings the right wrist as he gets back up and on his feet. So Yorkshire got to try and find 3 more wicket-taking deliveries. They bowled one of those pretty soon after Rossington came in. He obviously nudged that one up in the air, but then eventually went to that worldie from Will Frayne off the bowling of George Hill. What a catch that was. Allison, thick outside edge out towards point. Ben Code is the man in at point at the moment. He's having a breather after a lengthy spell. Just a bit of calm about proceedings at the moment, but Essex, well, they lost 6 wickets in 59 minutes of play, exactly 12 overs. And of course, in the middle of all that, 4 in 13 balls. Final ball of Jordan Thompson's over is safely negotiated by Allison, so 37 gone, 15 maybe more remaining in the day. 106 for 7 Essex. They need 56 more to win. Yorkshire need 3 wickets.
Yeah, nicely played there by Allison. I think based on the 3 times I've seen him bat, really I believe he's got the potential to bat higher than he's batting, because he has a very good simple method. Just look to play straight, plays its ball on its merit. Seemed quite calm at the crease. As Hill will continue, and he'll be bowling to Snater. Snater is on 21. He's in now, bowls to Snater, and he has to defend the ball just back of a length. And it goes up towards mid-off. The extra cover field that comes across his right completes the field in 106 for 7. Snater, he's on 21. Allison on 6. That's target 162.
Yeah, George Hill got Shane Snater out in the first innings. That one that he flicked to short mid-wicket, caught by substitute Ben Mike.
And Hill to Snater, and he's edging this one for 4. Just a lone slip, just a little bit wide, and he's hung his bat out safely along the ground. Diving effort at first slip, cannot pull that one back, so another boundary now takes the score up to 110. And with every run, there'd be a little bit more anxiety in the Yorkshire ranks, because they've just got 3 wickets to go. But let's wait again. Hill now to Snater, and he goes for the big heave, and a stifle appeals, which maybe got a little nick on that one, but he's looking to hit that one over mid-wicket. And he's certainly decided that he's not going to wait for the ball for his name to come along on it. He's going to be aggressive, and if he can push the opposition back, then so be it. So far he's done pretty well, 25 of 22. As Hill into Snater, and he has to defend this one, and he's going to get runs here. It's running down to fine leg, and put a football there down at fine leg, but in the meantime the batsman calls for 2.
Yeah, Ben Code tired maybe after his spell of bowling, stops it with his foot. Of course, Headingley, no stranger to close matches down the years, not least that absolute belter here last year against Northants when Yorkshire won a 4-day game of cricket by 1 run. Stephen Patterson taking the final wicket, caught behind by Tatterall. I think it was Wayne Parnell who got the nick.
And Hill, and that's going to be 4. Not sure whether he got anything on that. Did he? Yes, he did. Down the leg side, and he's trying to whip it over the infield on the leg side. Gets it very fine. And because there's no fine leg, he gets another boundary, so a little bit more pressure again exerted with that boundary. One fortunate one, and another one. Just looking to see if there's any adjustment in the field. No, that man still stays out at square leg. Hill comes in once more, 116 for 7. Bowls to Snater, and Snater's turned around by a delivery. Tries to play on the onside. That was the final delivery of that over. A productive one, costing some 10 runs. And at the end of that over, it's 116 for the loss of 7. Just to remind you, the target 162. Snater's moved on to 31 and Allison on 6.
Yeah, and just a heads up, because you won't be able to hear the cue, that I've got a bulletin coming up for BBC Humberside in 2 or 3 minutes' time. And Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, going to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Yorkshire lad said he's back after 2 days at Headingley, feeling optimistic. Very unlike me. Reckon we could do this based on the wonderful coloured cloud that appeared over the Dicky Bird clock. Yeah, interesting sky that he's posted from a shot here earlier today. Meanwhile, Ben Allison not out 6, facing Jordan Thompson, pushing forward into the offside. The ball though skewing out to mid-on, where George Hill does the fielding. Yorkshire lad goes on to say, delighted that former Ousburn junior Will Bennison, who played for us earlier in the year before joining Sheriff Hutton Bridge, the home club of Matthew Fisher, is playing his first Yorkshire seconds game against Lancashire at just 15 years of age. Lancashire second team, by the way, I've been updating you there, not only from just a Yorkshire interest, but of course because Matthew Fisher's playing in the match and took 6 for 9 in the first innings. And Lancashire need 346 to win that after Yorkshire declared on 226 for 7 in their second innings. Jordan Thompson turned for a single there. 2 there, in fact. Thanks, Roland. By Ben Allison. Got that call through from Humberside. So I'll be on in a minute or so. 118 for 7. Matthew Revis just sent out deep at mid-wicket, just towards the boundary as Thompson's in, and shouldering arms here is Allison. No run. There's a clear feeling of bottling up here with mid-on, mid-off, and the 2 men in either side who are central, who are fairly tight. Here we go with the update. Yeah, as you say, thriller in prospect here. Essex need 44 more runs to win this match. They looked very much like the favourites earlier on in the day until Ben Coates' 69 brought Yorkshire back into it. He's bowled well as well. The chief destroyer with the ball, Stephen Patterson, who took 4 wickets in a spell of 6 wickets by Yorkshire in a period of just 59 minutes of play. Essex then 118 for 7, Snater 31, Allison 8. They need 44. Yorkshire need 3 wickets for either side to win it. So Jordan Thompson, dot ball while I was ranting on there, and in he comes now. The ball again to Allison, who shoulders arms to one just outside off stump. The ball looked like it was doing all sorts at one stage, and suddenly the pitch looks a little more placid now, Roland.
Well, I think the approach of the batsman is different, and you know that will change how the bowlers look as well. With Snater, he's come in and he's decided that he's going to be aggressive. He's going to change the course of the earlier batsmen who were being very cautious, and that has really made it look as if it's not doing as much.
Thompson again trying to find a way through, but not with this delivery, which is wide of off stump, and Allison happy to see it go by. 39 overs complete in the Essex second innings. Still not done and dusted that it'll be all over today, but I think it's a fairly safe bet given the skies and all the rest of it, and the lack of runs needed, just 44 from those 13, or the 3 wickets, that we will get a finish on day 3.
Yes, the question is going to be, how is it going to finish? And score now 118 for 7, so Snater will take strike. This partnership's put on 25. And is there a change of bowling? Let's have a look here. Or is it still Hill?
Still George Hill, yeah.
Yeah. 118 for 7. Hill will bowl to Snater. He's in bowls, and Snater flicks this off his pads out to the man on the deep square leg boundaries. Easy single. Ashrow takes a strike, brings Allison on strike. And Allison has faced 31 deliveries and been very, very watchful, and he's offering very good support too. Snater, who's the aggressor, and a little bit more pressure now being put on Allison. There's got the leg side field is being reinforced. There's a very, very straight mid-on, almost on the edge of the strip, as Hill comes in, bowls, and Allison drives. That's a lovely shot, but he won't score. Fluent off drive up to mid-off, and there is no run. Then there's a straightish mid-wicket also in a catching position. So, and then between the two of those is a wide mid-on, and then there's still also a traditional mid-wicket as well, and a deep square leg. So intriguing feel. Hill in to Allison, and it's a good defensive shot. Right in behind the line of that ball on the front foot. Plays it to the man who's stationed in that position on the edge of the pitch. At a straightish mid-on, just perhaps 15 meters away from the bat, and there's no run. He stays on 8, 119 for the loss of 7, and Hill once more, 2. And this one he has to readjust. He comes right across his stumps, keeps his eye on the ball, plays it to the short extra cover, no run.
Patience personified at the moment. Ben Allison. Patterson just having a word with George Hill. Maybe he's spotted something that the youngster can do here to try and get wicket number 8.
Yes, and Hill halfway through his run up now passes umpire Bailey, bowls, and this one's bowled in. No ball.
Oh dear me.
This off stump cartwheeled. I'm not sure whether he got an inside edge or not, but what we do know is that it will not count, because immediately the outstretched arm of Rob Bailey signals no ball. Hill is crestfallen, and Allison lives to fight another day.
What can you say?
Yes, first fault shot forced by Allison, and his good fortune. And not sure if we've got a problem with the bail, because the ground staff has just come out in exchange. I think probably the bail broken there by that delivery. But Allison survives, and more intrigue, and there's 1 run added to the total. So it's now 121 for 7. As Hill once more to Allison, bowls, and Allison's back to normal, out on the front foot, solidly defends, 2 extra cover, and there is no run. And really, the bowler was crestfallen. He thought he'd got his man, changed the field around, eventually forcing the 4th shot, only to see that it was a no ball. Hill again to Allison, bowls, and he's flicking this one on the onside. Stifle appeal, but the ball goes out to deep square leg, and will get a single. He will maintain the strike, and at the end of the over he goes to 9. It's 122 for 7.
Well, disappointment for George Hill. He sneaks one through, but he needs to do it within the legitimate boundaries of the laws, and unfortunately for him and for Yorkshire, he didn't manage to do that. So 1 for 18 off the 5 overs that he's bowled so far, none of which have been maidens. Jordan Thompson's bowled 1 of those from 8 overs and has 1 for 26 to his name. First wicket of this Essex second innings, that was. 2:35 this afternoon. We've seen a fair bit of cricket in the 3 hours or so since then.
Yes, and 40 runs for victory as Thompson comes in to Allison, bowls to Allison, and that's a lovely shot, worked off his pads, just coming inside and gliding it all the way down.
So they pick up a single. So 2 slips. They've got a sweeper out at point. Extra cover, Finn Bean. Patterson at mid-off. George Hill mid-on. Will Frayne at a straightish mid-wicket. Revis sweeping deep at mid-wicket. And long leg Jack Shutt as Thompson bowls here to Snater, who whips it off his legs. Brings Jack Shutt into play. He's going to take him on for the second here as well and get home. And they won't want to see too many of those, Yorkshire. So on your marks, Jack Shutt down at long leg. A good run in between the wickets from this Essex pair then. Snater 34 now. Much needed 34 at the point he went in. And they've doubled their score during that time, more than doubled it. 37 now to win. 3 wickets for Yorkshire. Thompson in. Snater, oh dear me, that's another of those shots that you can probably only describe as a hoik. A heave out towards mid-wicket. Double teapot from Jordan Thompson. Revis fielded and they got back for 2. 36 Snater, 127 for 7 and 35 more to win for Essex.
Pressure just starting to mount, and he went after that delivery. I'm sure anything up.
Yeah, good go. Thompson again, slower ball this time, and he watched it well, Shane Snater. He's got it away down towards third man. He might get a boundary. He does. Just trying to identify our fielder down there. Is it Ben Code? It is. Who couldn't manage to complete the dive and keep the ball in the field of play. So, runs coming. 31 needed to win now. Snater on to 40.
He made a good effort, actually. He had to cover a lot of ground. It was a slower ball. Yorker. It was well played, actually, by Snater. But Code had to make a lot of ground down to his left. And then dive, and unfortunately the ball still trickled into the boundary, but good effort.
Thompson in to Snater again. Who this time gets it away much more easily through third man for 4. Too wide from Jordan Thompson, who kicks the turf in disgust, because that's 10 runs now in the last 3 deliveries. And this time no chance of Ben Code getting anywhere near that. That was out of the middle of the bat and just deflected down through third man. 44 now Snater. He's scored runs for the second time in this match to go with the wickets he took in the first innings. Been a good all-round contribution. They've put on 42 now for this 8th wicket in less than 10 overs.
Yeah, that's a very good shot, really. He kept his shape there. He didn't try to hit it too hard because it was short and wide. And he just really sort of a back cut. And because the man cord is more on a backward point position on the boundary, really there's about 60, 70 meters between himself and the second slip. So once it gone in that area, really the fielder had no chance.
Update to come for BBC Radio York in the non-too-distant. So Snater 44, Allison on 10. Jordan Thompson's now gone for 39 from what will be 9 overs after this delivery. Make that still 39 because he's turned that to leg, and Will Frayne does the fielding. So down to just 27 needed now by Essex. 3 wickets still required by Yorkshire. They've taken plenty of games deep in the last few seasons. Jordan Thompson certainly not happy with his over there as he hits himself with his own sweater. Just while waiting for this update, 1 or 2 bits of correspondence to get through. Andy Walker saying this is why county cricket's unbelievable. Whoever wins, it's been a heck of a match. Lee Palmer, come on Yorkshire. And Tim Atkinson says, I think for the sake of the White Rose, I'm going to have to stop watching the live feed because Essex were 2 down when I went to mow the lawn. At Jonathan Dodge or at Butcher_Roland or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. George Hill is going to continue at the Howard stand end. And BBC Radio York with a bit of Dion Warwick at the moment. Can you guess? Can you name that tune?
Walk on by. Walk on by.
Oh, no, not Walk On By. A bit later. Quite a bit later. Bit of heartbreaker for you. So, George Hill, in he comes.
And that one struck him on.
Just got to interrupt you to do this update. Yes, things are going well. Things are in the balance, I think it's fair to say, Joe Anita. 135 for 7. That is Essex in their second innings. They need 27 more runs to win this match. And Yorkshire need 3 wickets then to do the same. Shane Snater out there, has hit 44 runs. He scored runs in both innings in this match so far, as well as taken wickets, and could be making a significant contribution to an Essex win in this game if they manage to see it through. But Yorkshire, well, Stephen Patterson has had a good afternoon himself with the ball, taking 4 wickets in a spell where Yorkshire took 6 in the space of 59 minutes. And at one stage, Essex looked very much up against it at 93 for 7, just after the 5 o'clock mark. We've just seen Ben Allison, who's out there, not out on 10, bowled by a George Hill no ball, so it didn't count a couple of overs ago. Frustration all around in that respect. There's still well over 10 overs remaining, so still plenty of time for Essex to get the runs, or Yorkshire to get the 3 wickets. It's a thriller. So George Hill then. Apologies, Roland. Over to you.
Hill in, and this one is defended into the onside. Umpire decides from square leg that he needs to go across to the offside to get a better view, because the leg side is pretty congested, as that delivery is defended into the onside by Allison, who was struck on the finger by the first delivery, which bounced off a length as he went forward. But no harm done, he's still there. Short leg in place as well. As Hill into Allison, and Allison gets nicely in behind a short delivery and plays it to one of those fielders close in on the onside. And there is no run. There's a offside field slip, backward point, extra cover mid-off. And then on the onside you've got a mid-on, reasonably deep, straightish mid-on, catching, mid-wicket catching, also forward short leg, and there's a man deep on the square leg boundary as Hill bowls, and that's a lovely shot, flicked off the pads, but there's just going to be one fielder comes around from deep square. Straight rotated once again. Allison goes to 11. It's faced now 42 deliveries. Overtaken really the number of deliveries that Snater's been there quite a while, but he's only batted. He's faced 31 deliveries for his 44. Allison's had 42, so he's had the bulk of the bowling. Hill to Snater in down balls, and Snater's smashing this one down the ground. He's going out towards the boundary. There's a race on here, and the ball will win as he advanced down, and that has been a feature of Snater's innings, that he has been very, very aggressive from the moment he's come to the bat, into bat, just walked down the pitch and flat batted it straight back over the bowler's head and into the boundary for 4. Score goes to 140 now, and target now down to 22, and suddenly it is shift in the favour of Essex. Hill, and he's flicking this one over deep mid wicket, who dives in the end. Looked as if he didn't see it initially, but recovers well and certainly saved a 4. He's restricted it to 1, so the score now goes to 141. That was the final delivery of that over, and Snater will also take strike at the start of the next.
Yeah, Finn Bean it was who lost it. The sun probably getting pretty low over the west side of the ground, so I think Yorkshire probably going to need to turn back to Messrs Code and Patterson. Ben Code going at 2.5 and over, Stephen Patterson at 2.38, and although at 4.33 Jordan Thompson and 3.94 George Hill, they're not bad economy rates. They're obviously just leaking 1 or 2 more one way or another, and so last throw of the dice really. Turning back to opening bowler Ben Code. Stephen Patterson is also getting loose. No surprise. And in the Headingley sunshine, Code in then to bowl here to Snater, who pushes into the offside, and Jordan Thompson will field. Snater 49. He's been out there now for 34 deliveries and just over an hour's batting. And during that time he's hit a 6 and 7 fours. Easily the highest strike rate in this Essex second innings, 148. Only Dan Lawrence above 50. Good delivery from Code again. Snater drawn into one. And one or two yelps of excitement from Yorkshire fielders because they thought they might have got the man. Another wicket at this moment in time. Cat among the pigeons again, but I'd agree with your leaning drone at this stage that with 21 runs to get and 3 wickets in hand, you'd once again be favouring the batting side here.
Yeah, good delivery there. Snater just looking for the single to get his 50 instead of being aggressive.
Code in again, Snater. Pushes into the offside. Jordan Thompson misfields. Snater wasn't looking, or else he might have taken that one on and got through for the 50. Blushes spared. Great game of county cricket, says the grumbler, ebbing and flowing like an ebbing and flowing thing. And comparing us to the Muppets in the combox. Ben Code into Snater, who almost spoons one up in the air. Will Frayne is loitering with intent at short straight mid wicket, but he got so little of bat on it that it popped out in front of himself. Rhiannon Blake says it's been a corker of a game, JD. Looking forward to hopefully some more success at Headingley for the Diamonds on Saturday. Of course. I was asked if I was covering that game, but unfortunately not. Although I'm sure it will be covered by somebody somewhere. As Snater pushes that to the onside of straight, and with that he makes his way to a very well earned, at times he's ridden his luck, but he's got to 50 in 38 deliveries, including a 6 and 7 fours. And boy, did his team need that contribution.
Yeah, very good 50. Important one. Really, the team was in real trouble, and he showed the way that if Essex were going to get up and get these runs, how they had to play. The early approach of being cautious really got themselves in a position where wickets suddenly tumbled, and it looked as if Yorkshire would pull it off, but his aggression has made the game a much more even one.
Yeah, we've seen 2 50s now from tailenders. Good delivery from Ben Code, which nips away from Allison, so there's still a little bit out there for the bowlers. No run. I say tailenders, of course. Shane Snater number 8, so you could still say that he comes in as a batter, and Ben Allison really, with the way he seems to play. But lower order batsmen, shall we say. Snater at 8 and Code at 9. Today have both had 50s for their respective teams. And Essex needing 20 more to win. Changing the commentary box with Paul Newton coming back in alongside.
Well, I did say a long time ago that if Essex were to win, it would be someone lower down the order who would play the innings to do it, because Essex's top order are batting with too much fear. And that's not just about today. They are the slowest scoring side in the county championship. And what speed they have has come from people like Shane Snater down the order. I know it's easier because they're not there principally for their batting, but I do think that they were too passive earlier on. Patterson back into the attack. He won't be easy to get away. Bowls to Snater. When Snater plays and misses at that, and altogether, immediately it looks a much harder game from an Essex point of view. I have to say, Jonathan, I would have been inclined to bring Steve Patterson back maybe a quarter of an hour ago.
Yeah, maybe there were leaden legs from the spell earlier, possibly something like that.
But he's so difficult to get away. He would have still had a half-hour rest, and this game probably be over today now. It's the next ball and single to Snater, who just dabbed the ball that gave him sufficient width just to watch it onto the bat. What's been good about this innings from Snater, 51 not out, is that it hasn't just been blind aggression and coming down the wicket and predetermining. He has occasionally done that, but he's also played some decent defensive shots and shown good judgment in which ball to go after. Whereas one or two of those who tried to be aggressive, and I applaud them for that earlier on. But Rossington, for example, was just having a blind mow at nearly everything. So there's been an appliance of science from Snater to go with the aggression that's seen him hit a 6 and 7 fours. Patterson to bowl to Ben Allison. And that's edged down and nicely fielded at slip, or that would probably have made its way to the boundary. Tom Kohler-Cadmore there. And 143 for 7. Essex 19 runs away from what, if it came, would have been a presumed victory more or less when the innings started. But anything but halfway through.
Yep, it just shows you the value of scraping together as many runs as you can, doesn't it?
Yep. Patterson to Allison. Plays this defensively into the offside. And there is no run. And 4 balls of this 44th of the 52 overs have gone. There's also the facility there, if the light were to hold, that another half hour could be claimed by either side, and both sides could claim that they could win the game with an extra half hour. It may not be needed, as Patterson bowls to Allison, plays the ball to short square leg. And it's interesting that Ben Allison is the answer to the question, who's batting? Genuine batting has, in the Essex side, has a former top-class professional, Roland Butcher, most admired in Essex's second innings. And the answer is, as I say, Ben Allison, because I've heard Roland so often say it's a lovely shot. Here is Patterson to bowl to him, and he keeps this one out, plays it down to mid-off. And the reason Roland has said that, it's not that he's scored that many, but he's played the correct shot to each delivery, and it's looked a textbook cricket shot. And he deserves huge credit for that. And he's not looked an easy man to get round. In fact, the only time he has been got round was a no ball. 143 for 7, end of the over.
Yeah, how Yorkshire might rue that in a few minutes' time, who knows? But yeah, I think I would say, he just feels like he's played to the situation out there. Each ball on its merits, as you say. And he's still standing at 11 not out, and just giving good support to the man who has the predominance here, Shane Snater, who's on strike and facing Ben Code from the Kirkstall Lane end, and he's got one away short of length out to deep backward square. Matthew Revis coming in from the boundary to field, so another run ticked off. 19 now to win. 3 wickets needed by Yorkshire. Essex looking the more likely.
Yeah, 18 to win, actually. Yeah.
Apologies, 18.
But, you know, what's been impressive about Snater, from the word go, the ball has come out of the middle of his bat. From the word go, the ball's come out of the middle of his bat. And that just isn't true in the case of virtually any other Essex batsman, apart from maybe Allison.
Who waits as Code comes in, 3 slips in place, but he's, again, good lever of the ball for a player who's batting where he is. Knew where the off stump was there. Code just wide of it and wasn't tempted into having a play at it. And I've said it about 6 times in the match now, but I'll say it again. He looks like you've unearthed a very useful player here in Ben Allison. He's got a bit about him with the ball as well.
Yep, he's got a good temperament. He's certainly shown all of that out there.
In comes Ben Code, who's fairly handy himself, but Allison not for playing at one wide of off stump.
Now,
and you can see they're just hanging the ball out there and trying to just make the batter make the mistake here.
Yeah, the irony is, of course, that if Simon Harmer had been available for this game, Allison probably wouldn't be playing.
Has Ben Code got a plan in mind? Is he trying to draw him across there and then straighten things up? You can bet your bottom dollar there's something going on in the old grey matter as he comes in here, and that is a bit straighter, but Allison has pushed it out to point. Finn Bean doing the fielding. 7.2 overs according to the board are remaining. We're at 6 o'clock now. BBC Radio Leeds will be coming over for an update, or in fact I think possibly some commentary on this in the closing stages in the non too distant future. 18 to win or 3 wickets. Which would it be? Code to Allison. Can't sneak one through the defences here to a delivery that he makes him play at.
The big difference between the current pair of bowlers, Ben Code and Steve Patterson, and the others, it's not that anybody's bowled badly, but when Code and Patterson were out of the attack, there were a couple of balls and over that the batsman could score off. Those aren't available at the moment against these two.
Code again. And Allison once more up to the task, defending that to Jordan Thompson, end of the over, at a now sunny Headingley. 45 have been bowled, Snater 52, Allison on 11 partnership, a very valuable 51 for this 8th Essex wicket, meaning that they need 18 more to win.
Certainly an exciting finish here, and that 8th wicket partnership for Yorkshire certainly writ large over this game now, but for that would have been over some time ago. And going to be Patterson to continue, and another plane from the Yeadon direction passes over us. Leeds and Bradford Airport, been a busy day from that point of view, as it has been out in the middle, and Snater here tries to run this down. It's very well fielded by a diving slip, but it brings up the single, which they scoot through for 145 for 7. Good work from Kohler-Cadmore at slip, but don't think it would have gone to the boundary. Actually, it was a gentle dab. Might well have got a second, and Snater moves along to 53. 17 more are needed, and we have further 6.5 overs of the original allocation of 52. As Patterson will bowl to Allison. Ooh, that jumps on him. He's going to pick up a single. He played it well. He saw that the ball was getting up. He leant backwards just to take the way off the ball, but took his right hand away and fended it down with the left hand, the top hand on the bat. Kept it down. 146 for 7. Another 16 needed, and Allison has moved to 12.
Yeah, Martin Rowe asking, how can there be a run rate required as per the live feed screen? Well, you know what I'm going to say to that, Martin. The live feed ain't nothing to do with me.
Patterson bowls, and this ball's beautifully dabbed down. It might well go for 4. There's a long chase down to the third man boundary. The ball is still winning the race, and it's over the line here. 150 for 7 leaves Essex needing 12 further runs to win, and Snater has 57. Just wanted to thank Michael Alexander for his email. Thank you, Michael, but I think we must concentrate on the cricket at this particular point, with BBC Leeds about to come to Jonathan for update and possibly commentary, and the game at such an exciting and terminal juncture.
Yeah, just about done now, you're feeling.
But
just about, but not quite.
Patterson in, and bowls to Snater. Oh, he's almost out here. He's tried to run that down to third man. Instead, it's gone off an inside edge down towards fine leg, and they will come back for 2. And 10 are needed to win. 152 for 7 with Snater on to 59, I think that's going to be. And indeed, that is confirmed. And Snater almost got a little bit too clever there, trying to run that one down. It's the little late cut has been a strength of his, but that one almost played into his stumps.
Yeah, interesting field set by Steve Patterson. Straight man out, trying to block the boundary. Long off is probably 10 in from the boundary. hit it over the top of me. 2 men in at straight mid-wicket in catching positions. They've brought in the ring on the offside. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is 10 in from the boundary down at third. In fact, he's now been asked to come up. And there's Ben Code at a very square, long leg, come deep backward square.
So Kohler-Cadmore up to a sort of deep gully as Patterson bowls. Oh, and the ball's gone exactly where Kohler-Cadmore was, down to the third man boundary. So now only 6 more are needed to win. But the ball went 180 degrees in the opposite direction to the one he was aiming at. He was trying to clout it over mid-wicket, and it flew off a top edge. And had Kohler-Cadmore remained at deep third, it may very well have been a catch, and probably would have been. But that's the way cricket goes, 156 for 7.
As we welcome listeners from BBC Radio Leeds, with the news that Essex now needing just 6 to win this match, 156 for 7. Yorkshire still needing 3 wickets. Shane Snater's taken his chances and done well for Essex. 63 not out with Ben Allison on 12.
And Patterson it is who's in and bowls to Snater. Plays it to the straighter of the 2 short mid-wickets, and that completes the over. So Ben Allison, who's made a very telling 12, telling from the point of view that he has kept Snater company. And while he's played the anchor role, 12 from 53 deliveries, Snater has got 63 from 46 deliveries. And at 156 for 7 with Snater 63 and Allison 12, the partnership now has put on 63 runs, and they may be match-winning runs. If not, well, then Yorkshire are going to take 3 wickets in the very near future.
Yeah, and just to sum up the day's play for Radio Leeds listeners, well, starting the day, Yorkshire were 87 for 2, eventually bowled all out for 252, leaving Essex needing 162 to win at the outset. And could we see a wicket? Here we have. Ben Code has got Ben Allison caught behind by Johnny Tattersall. Again, no more than Code deserves for his efforts in his second innings. A second wicket for him, 2 for 37 into his 17th over. Allison stood there for a little while, but there was no doubt from umpire Rob White about that. And he raised the finger. Could there be a late twist? Remember, on this ground, in the 2021 season, Northamptonshire came up 1 run short at the end of a 4-day game. Yorkshire winning by a run. Stephen Patterson taking that final wicket. They have to take 2 wickets here. They have 6 runs to win Essex, 2 wickets to win Yorkshire. Tie still in the equation. Draw very much not, unless there's a biblical deluge that lasts for about the next 24 hours, Paul Newton. And the penultimate batsman here for Essex, going in at number 10 then, is Sam Cook.
Yeah, terrific partnership there for the 8th wicket. And I remember saying that Essex needed their 8th wicket to replicate a wonderful partnership of 80 between Ben Code and Matt Revis earlier this afternoon. And, well, didn't quite make as many as that, but it's the 2 8th wicket partnerships that have been the highlight of the day for the respective sides. Sam Cook, no mug with the bat, now comes in an atmosphere of high tension.
Allison 12 from 54 there, caught Tattersall bowled Code. As Code comes in, 3 slips in place. First ball here faced by Cook. He's pushed out into the offside. He's taking on the field and winning the race. And he'll get through for a single then off the mark straight away. And importantly for Essex, he gets Shane Snater on strike, who we saw him in the previous over. Tom Kohler-Cadmore brought up from third man. And Snater immediately managed to play the uppercut over the top of him to get 4 runs just down beneath our commentary position, which lightened the load for Essex. 5 to win for them.
Going to be interesting to see if Snater is at all patient here, or whether he's going to try and finish it in 1 or maybe 2 blows. Now that 8th wicket partnership has been broken, Essex can ill afford him to get out at this point. So with plenty of time in hand, it might be advisable for him to perhaps push a single.
Code then to Snater. Oh, looked like he might have a little nick on that through to Tattersall. TKC at slip has both arms still aloft, but Rob White not interested in that one.
Adam Lythe, who erstwhile was at second slip, has now departed to the third man boundary. He it was who inquired of the captain whether he ought to get down there, because I think he recognises that Snater's got a few boundaries down in the third man area.
Code to Snater. Another one that he draws him forward. Super delivery again from Ben Code, just leaving Snater, who can't quite get down as far down the pitch as he wants to do so, and couldn't cover that bit of movement past the outside edge to Tattersall.
Yes, there's just Jamie Porter to come if another wicket falls. Jamie Porter, quite an accomplished night watchman. Doesn't score many, but not a bad blocker.
Here's Code again. Through to Snater, and he's flicked that off his legs out into the deep. Jack Shutt is round there to field. They're going to get one more. Essex need 4 to win, 3 the tie. So Yorkshire, well, they've only got 1 scoring shot, less than that, I suppose, if you could argue, to play with here. There's 1 left in this over. I don't think overs are going to come into it, are there? 5 remaining after this. Snater 64, Cook on 1. They've brought the third slip back in. They're sending Bean out to deep backward point. Revis comes up meanwhile at mid-wicket. Hill and Patterson on the 1 at mid-on and mid-off respectively. Jordan Thompson extra cover. Code bowling here too. The forward pushing Cook, who misses. Ben Code, well, that might be the last we see of him in this match, and he's worked hard for his team in this second innings. 2 even for 39 from 17 overs and 4 maidens to go with what he produced in that Essex first innings, which was somewhere further back in my notepad that I can't immediately get my hands on. There we are, 2 for 34 off 15. So a 4-wicket match, but he's passed 200 first-class wickets in this match. So it's been a little bit of a landmark for him, an average only just over 20. Very much one of the best non-international bowlers on the county circuit, yeah, along with Sam Cook. Absolutely.
Well, we've got 5 overs left of the day's schedule. 104 over day, remember. Well, time is made up for the time lost on day 1. And Steve Patterson, who's bowled superbly for his 4-wicket haul so far, looking for a 5 will bowl to Shane Snater. 4 needing to win. And appeal for LBW, but I think it would probably have gone down. And interesting to see, yes, there is a leg by signal, so there wasn't any bat in that. And
he's just indicated as Rob Bailey to Stephen Patterson, who made the inquiry. He's almost disgusted that that's not been given out. But he said going down, Rob Bailey. Yep. Patterson can't believe it.
Well, I certainly felt that there was that about it. We're not in the exact position to see, because we're sort of looking over second to third slip's head. But that will be the reason he's not raised the finger. Sam Cook will now have to face Steve Patterson. Cook's got 1, Snater 64, 159 for 8, 2 slips in, bowls, Cook drives, fielded at short extra, takes the fieldsman on the knee. Would have been definitely the winning hit if he'd missed it, because it was very well struck actually, well-timed drive. George Hill, the fielder there, ruefully rubs his knee. 159 for 8, 3 to win.
Yeah, Frayne takes off the helmet at short leg, and he's going to be moved into one of those 2 catching positions again at short straight mid-wicket. Took an absolutely world-class catch earlier today to see the back of Adam Rossington in a very similar position.
Patterson bowls to Cook, and Cook has got this ball away through the covers, and that'll be 2 runs. And no, they won't want to come back for a throw. They probably want to, but they're not going to be able to. So the scores are now level, and it means Essex can't lose the game, but it could yet be a tie. Cook, who wasn't entirely where he was aiming, but nevertheless he got it nicely through a gap in the offside on a square drive and takes his score to 3. Snater 64, and now inevitably the field closing right in to try and prevent a single. And we now have sort of virtually 3 short mid-wickets as Patterson's in and bowls to Cook. And Cook is caught at short extra, and that was not the best of courses he could have taken there, Cook. I think he fancied his chances of winning the game, didn't get over a push drive, and has holed out to one of several fielders in the direction of short extra. And here we have the possibility of a tied match. They're very rare in Championship cricket, but this could be one as Cook departs for 3 and Essex are 161 for 9.
Adam Lyth doing the catching there. That's short extra cover, and Stephen Patterson now has 5 wickets to his name in this innings, being released, of course, by the county at the end of this season. 5 for 46, I think it is, Paul. Yep, 5 for 46 from 15 overs and 4 balls.
Yes, you wouldn't want to see him released, ideally, on the evidence of what we've seen today. You had Alistair Cook, who knows a thing or two about batting, absolutely tied down for over after over earlier, and Cook must have survived at least 10 LBW appeals in his innings of 35, and eventually lost patience and had to go at a shorter delivery and was caught by Tom Kohler-Cadmore in the slip. So now Shane Snater will be imploring Jamie Porter to see off 2 deliveries that remain in this Patterson over. Snater would back himself to get the winning run if he ever gets the chance to face again.
I've got a scorecard in front of me from a certain M.J. Doidge, younger sibling, who said, "Is that Roland Butcher commentating with you?" I said, "Yes." He said, "One of my international victims," and I have the scorecard in front of me. Apparently gave him the charge.
So, coming back to the present, Patterson bowling to the last man, Jamie Porter. 9 down, scores level. Bowls, and Porter dabs it down to backward point. He's seen off the first of the 2 deliveries remaining in this over. And it's going to be interesting if there is another over and Snater has to face again, what the field will be. Because he's can give the ball a big clout, and will the field be sort of half and half? Obviously, there'll have to be a good number of fielders in to stop the single. And at the moment, we've got 4 men stopping the single in the onside, 4 men stopping the single in the offside. The other fieldsman is a slip, Kohler-Cadmore. And now we're going to get a man brought into a sort of gully position. 1 ball left of the 5th last over. Can Porter see it out, or can Patterson take his 6th wicket? He bowls to Porter, and that ball comes off the pad. It's eventually taken by the wicket-keeper. Hands go to Yorkshire heads, as that was so nearly the wicket that would have brought about the tie. The tie is still very much on, as Snater will now take strike, I imagine, to Ben Code, with Essex needing 1 run to win and Yorkshire needing 1 wicket to tie.
The tension. Well, normally, of course, we give the honour to the commentator of the side who looks like they're going to win the game. But, well, there's only one team who can win the game, so I think we should stick with you here, Paul, to see it through.
Thank you very much. But this can go either way, make no mistake about that. Could be a while before the first ball of the, what you'd think one way or the other, is likely to be the last over of a thoroughly enthralling game, let it be said. There won't be a 4th day.
Suffice it to say, by the way, that Yorkshire have had 2 tied county championship matches previously. 1954 at Fartown Huddersfield against Leicestershire, 1973 at Park Avenue Bradford against Middlesex. So both of them have been home games. Could this be third time? Well, I suppose at this stage lucky.
Similar for Essex, actually. I remember they had a tie at Ilford in, I think it was 1981. And I did warn you that the last ball could take quite a while to be bowled because the needs to be spot on with the field setting dictate that we've now got a man being pushed out. Adam Live going in at one of two shortish extra covers. Slip gully. I break in. Here comes Code. 1 run to win, a wicket for a tie, and Snater has hit this one into the onside, and that's disappeared before. And a brilliant innings from Shane Snater, 68 not out, has seen Essex to 165 for 9 as he and Porter embrace, and now the two batsmen shake hands with a very sporting Yorkshire fielding side. And Essex have won by 1 wicket, having been 93 for 7. They did very well in the end to reach 165 for 9, but Yorkshire have done thoroughly well to fight back from a position of extreme disadvantage themselves to take the game this far. And the winner is cricket. It's another fabulous game of county cricket.
I didn't think cliches were part of your game, Paul Newton, but there you go. Cricket was the winner.
I saved them up there. A real killer to finish off. I know they want me actually on the BBC Essex programme around the wicket, so I'm going to scoot off now. Jonathan, it's always a huge pleasure to be in your company. Thank you for the Lee Marvin impersonation earlier in the day. It was absolutely spot on. And thank you to all our listeners for partaking in a wonderfully enjoyable day's cricket.
Thanks, Paul. We'll let Paul go off and do his thing. And just to sum up what we've seen then, a great game of county championship cricket. It hasn't gone the way of Yorkshire. It's gone the way of the side who came into this the higher of the two in the table. And Essex, well, they were already safe, but no championship to play for, too far behind at the top of the table. But nonetheless, a first win here at Headingley for them in a championship match since 1984. And what a contribution this man has made. He's raising his bat to the crowd, and quite a lot of the Yorkshire supporters have stayed to acknowledge his contribution as well. Shane Snater, who took 3 for 39 with the ball in Yorkshire's first innings as they were dismissed for 134, and then made a difference, didn't he, in the Essex first innings when at one stage they were 105 for 6 and kicked things on pretty quickly to make 46 from 48 deliveries as they were all out for 225. Yorkshire second time around, well, it was better, but they still were all out for 252 after that excellent 69 by Ben Code for them. Kicked their innings on later in the piece. Finlay Bean, what promise he's shown in his first couple of matches. 53 he got in the Yorkshire second innings, the first class 50 for him. So a match for one or two reasons that he's not going to forget. Ben Code past 200 first class wickets. Sam Cook did the same and did it for less than 20 as an average for the first time since Alan Ward had done that back in 1971. So notoriety for him. Ben Code said to us last night he's just going to have to make sure he's got an average of below 20 when he gets to 300, which would be some feat. Good day for the bat with the bat for him. Bowled pretty well too. Let's just go through those Yorkshire second innings bowling figures. Ben Code 17.1 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 40. Jordan Thompson 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39. Stephen Patterson, well, age just does not seem to get in the way, does it, as far as his bowling performances go, when there's a little bit of assistance in the wicket, as there has been here at Headingley this week. 5 for 46 from 16 overs and 4 maidens. And well, if you want to watch Pato play here at Headingley, then you've got one more opportunity, the Gloucestershire match, of course, in a couple of weeks' time, or at least play here for Yorkshire at Headingley, that is. George Hill, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. And for Essex, well, Sir Alistair Cook hung around a long time for his 35 and was disgusted with himself as to how he got out. They lost 6 wickets in 59 minutes. In fact, more than that, 4 wickets in 13 balls at one stage in a really incisive spell. A partnership really between Ben Code and Stephen Patterson at that stage, but Shane Snater has come in and done it again. 65 not out from 51 balls. He's been out there for over an hour and a half. Ben Allison, an invaluable job in the win for Essex, in sticking there with him on to make 12 eventually. I think he's going to be a real good player for the future for Essex. Sam Cook the 3, and Jamie Porter survived those last 2 deliveries of Stephen Patterson's over after that Cook wicket had been taken before Snater finished the job. Great stuff, great to work with Paul Newton, and thanks to Roland Butcher as well for his input in the last couple of days, and also to James Carr for his earlier input in the game. Essex, well, as I say, perfectly safe. A couple of games to go, 162 points. Yorkshire, with just 3 points from this match for their bowling efforts in the Essex first innings, move on to 132. They're not totally out of the woods just yet. Kent behind them on 115. Somerset still in play are on 115 points, and Warwickshire on 107 are playing, of course, against Somerset. Gloucestershire, the final match of the season for Yorkshire here at Headingley. Well, they're just about done and dusted, aren't they? 74 points from their 12 matches. So still work to do, and particularly when you consider that Yorkshire's next match is down in London at the Oval next week. Title chasing Surrey will not want to give an inch. And so a tough old game in prospect. But from Paul, from Roland, and myself, Jonathan Dodge, thank you for your company for the last 4 days. Cracking game of cricket. Essex, they've won it by 1 wicket.